прошел демку на PS5, такая себе маленькая, я так резко все жду и проходил. Я 2 раза сюда пришел. Шлем был, прикинь. Красиво я его, красиво. В башку как дал ему.
Чё, брат, просили стрим, вот стрим.
обоссанная, блядь.
Куда ты?
Блядь, ебаная, блядь.
Кто?
Вонючая, блядь, пидорка, блядь, конченая, блядь. Защеканка, блядь, обоссанная, блядь, на прием. Прием ходячий, блядь. Вся в свою маму, такая же еще шмаль, блядь. Обоссанная, блядь. И по голосу пидора, блядь, и реально пидор. Я же говорю, пидор.
Вот оно, наше поколение Next. Убил в игре, высушил тонны миллиардов матов в свою сторону. Чел выиграть хотел просто. Так. Смотри.
Здорово.
Рутюбе выкупил Газпром.
Видел? Океан?
Серег, ты здесь? Газпром Медиа закрыл сделку по покупке Рутюб, сообщает ТАСС со ссылкой на пресс-службу компании. Сумма сделки не раскрывается. Клиенты Газпром Медиа смогут использовать видеоинвентарь YouTube уже с января 2021 года. Реклама на площадке будет доступна как самостоятельный инвентарь, так и в рамках консолидации с другими медиа, ТВ, радио, остальные цифровые площадки, сообщила компания. Газпром Медиа надеется, что YouTube усилит позиции компании в цифровом сегменте. Ранее глава холдинга Александр Жаров сообщил, что Газпром Медиа уже год работает над модернизацией платформы и намерен сделать ее такой уж удобной площадкой для размещения видеоконтента, как американская платформа YouTube. Холдинг намерен сохранить команду YouTube и усилить ее в рамках модернизации сервиса.
Видел, как налал ему? Сколько матов в его сторону пошло? За то, что выиграл. Ну він тільки грає від третього лиця легоплей.
Так, ребят, завозим лурики!
Четыре к графа вообще жесть. И 2К. Не помню. Океан, ты тут?
Так. Привет, Легас, как ты относишься к сегодняшнему митингу? Если не можешь ответить, не отвечай. Как? Как обычно. Сижу, как все. Так. Сейчас. Тара-тира-та-та. А чё я не вылетел-то в левую сторону? хотим стримить и общаться, ничего больше. Согласен. Но когда, если что, выключат, тебя не спросят, что ты там хочешь. Поторопись, постой, так и будь со мной. YouTube отключит и Swift отключит. Жизнь будет как в КНДР. И так как рабы, что она смеетесь, не смешно, это Россия. Что такое Swift? Прорицатели подъехали. Всевидящие око. Тарам, тарам. Куда ты? Куда ты? Как донат отправить? Как донат отправить, братьев? Внизу под стримом есть ссылка. Там можно и донат отправить. Спасибо, братик. Спасибо за ебуба. Спасибо, братик. Спасибо за ебуба. Иди на митинг, жердяй. Тебе что делать нехуй? Время, оно ценное, блядь. Время — деньги, как говорится. А если посадят в тюрьму? И чё мне потом жена скажет с этим митингом? Скажешь, ты что, долбоёб, блядь? Нам на что жить-то теперь? А родители что мне скажут? Мы тебя что, одного, блядь, родили, чтобы ты в тюрьме сидел? Нет, спасибо. Я лучше в пубджик покатаю. Welcome to the channel Legia Play. Тем более коронавирус, блядь, вот я не хочу, вот честно, при всем уважении и без
АБМ
я болеть
сразу.
второй раз, а второй раз можно заболеть коронавирусом, я не хочу. Вот это ни за сколько не купишь и ни за сколько не продашь, вот эти вот слова про коронавирус. Я уже поболел, мне хватит. Очень не понравилось. В смысле? В смысле? Или это его прибили? Ну это пиздец, блядь. Два дебила, блядь, стреляют по мне. Один сверху, другой снизу. А это, оказывается, я по трупу стрелял.
Здорово, здорово.
С выигрышем хоть 500 рублей, деньги очень сильно нужны. Братан. Сегодня турик без денег. А ты что взял, что ты вообще выиграешь? Деньги, говорит, очень нужны. О, смотри, табло. Нифига себе, оно в смысле пока... Ага. YouTube запретят, и будешь сидеть. Ну, когда запретят, тогда и что-нибудь придумай новое. Не запретили же пока. Лего, буст будет раз сегодня? Не, раз сегодня не будет. У канала Street Fire стрим пишем им PUBG Top. Не, вы им тогда напишите Лего PUBG Top, вот так. Ну нахуя ты его забанил-то, Сеня, блядь? Вы заебали модеры, блядь, хуйней страдать. Разбань его.
Что я в Дискорде, чё?
Лего, привет, будет еще стримить Last Oasis? Нет. Last Oasis мертва. Да. Блин, не люблю я Викинзи на самом деле. Так он не пиарился же, он сказал у канала Fire. Лего Папа GTA топ. Я хейтер, здорово. Так, куда, в порт полетим? На Twitch пойдет, если бан. Кстати, в натуре еще же Twitch есть. Не, если YouTube закроет, все на Twitch пойдут, и YouTube выиграет в итоге. Если закроют YouTube и Twitch, тогда все пойдут на WASD. WASD — русская платформа от МТС, по-моему. Будет WASD как Twitch, а YouTube будет как YouTube. Олег, пропиарь меня, окей. GTA будет сегодня? Можно? Можно. Да он же не пиарил, он сказал, на канале Fire идет стрим, пишем там PUBG топ. Не было там рекламы, ты шо? Откуда столько FPS? Купил компьютер. Не, без рофлов, ВАЗ, площадка МТС, по-моему. Если покопаться, то можно узнать, чья ВАЗ площадка.
Я не знаю, возможно, сегодня вечером немного постримлю вот это.
ВАЗ — это русская площадка, блядь, хуй нахуй.
Стрим пиаре, возможно, вечером сегодня еще постримлю танки где-то 2 часа. 3.
Кстати, миксер можно пойти, вот, микрософтское говно. Так видосики будут на Рутюбе. На Рутюбе же тоже видеохостинг. На Рутюбе видосики, на ВАЗдике стримчики будут, и все. Изи вин. Изи победа. Павел Гончар, спасибо за випку. Ну, блин, жалко будет, конечно, попрощаться с Ютубом. Неплохая платформа, на самом деле. Скала. Спасибо. Влад Овчаренко. Ты настолько, блядь, глуп, что это просто пизда. Если закроют YouTube, людям нужно будет куда-то идти. Я имею в виду русским людям, которые будут приходить за контентом и за развлечением. Они не возьмут просто вот так, выключили YouTube и такие, все нахуй, ничего не смотрим. Пойду смотреть Первый канал. Они будут искать альтернативу. Тем более об альтернативе я смогу написать в том же ВКонтакте. И
Олег,
вся аудитория, которая
меня,
была, она
красивый,
спокойно будет
не седой,
на
холостой.
Рутюбе и
Нужна
на
милашка, чтобы
Вазде.
на
Потому что
коленочке
смотреть больше
сидела.
негде. А люди останутся. Людям в любом случае нужно будет куда-то идти. Даже если все закроют, в любом случае все люди, у которых закрыли доступ, им все равно нужно будет куда-то идти. Потому что они будут хотеть получать развлечения. Это как наркотик, понимаете? За развлечением они пойдут в любую платформу, неважно, потому что они зрители, им похеру куда идти, какая разница, Рутюб это будет, хуй соси это будет, или я не знаю, что это будет, или это будет ВАЗД, какая разница, что это будет. В любом случае, эти люди рано или поздно, которые смотрели, у них закроют доступ, они в любом случае найдут, что им смотреть. Стримы это будет Twitch или ВАЗД, контент, видео, хостинг, ролики это будут Рутюб. Ну, 100%, даже не пытайтесь переубедить, даже 205%. Потому что Газпром это тоже не долбоеб. Нахуя скупать Рутюб?
Значит, 2 часа играть будем в укреп. За 2
За
часа я не выдержу играть в это. Если будем играть так, как играли этот в прошлый раз, с рандомами, что челы играют 9 лет в танке, он нифига не шарит, сам пошел кушать, то зачем? Я не буду там бомбить просто.
Они как раз сейчас этим занимаются. Вот и все. Меня лагает губка Боб. А что у тебя за мобила? Кстати, губка Боб же вышла на мобиле, надо прочекать.
Посмотрим, какие 2 часа.
В любом случае, люди, которые будут...
Не знаю, посмотрим, что как будет.
Они в любом случае куда-то пойдут. Им что-то нужно будет смотреть. Понимаешь? Миксер закрыли, ниндзя еще бабок рубанул за обратный переход на Twitch. Серьезно? Закрыли, ниндзя еще... Понимаешь? Миксер закрыли, ниндзя еще бабок рубанул за обратный переход на Twitch. Серьезно? Охренеть. Вот это ниндзя кросс. Можно пойти на завод, есть такая площадка. Да на заводе занято уже все. Там своих хватает. Тем более, чтобы закрыть YouTube, это вообще не знаю, что надо сделать. Закроет политические каналы? Возможно, но точно не YouTube. Закроет политические высказывания? Возможно. Но опять же, точно не игровой контент. Мне вообще похуй, грубо говоря. Я туда не лезу и не лез и никогда. И вообще до пизды. То есть, в любом случае, вначале полетят политики и, как сказать, агрессоры и координаторы. Если это не сработает, тогда, возможно, закроют YouTube. Но это, опять же, это, не знаю, когда это будет-то. Гадать об этом, это бессмысленно. Это то же самое, как думать, завтра помрешь ты или нет. Кирпич тебе на ебальник прилетит или нет. Задает тебя машина или нет. Это из той же оперы. Да не забанит меня никто на Твиче в первый день. Я же смогу, я же не дебил. Я же смогу выучить правила за пару дней. Там есть похлеще, чем я. Как Бустеренко. Полковник Бустеренко есть там. И ничего, его не банит никто на Твиче. С какого хера меня там должны забанить за первый день? Я же не обезьяна, блядь. Пошел, выучил правила, заучил слова, которые нельзя говорить, и все. В чем проблема-то? Здравствуйте, ребята. Сегодня точим деталь из болванки. Здорово, Макар. Как дела? Ниндзя сначала рубанул бабок за переход на миксер с Твича. Ну да, он сначала с Твича перешел на миксер. Сейчас, видать, обратно. Бать ниндзя топ. Да, хейтер, у меня такая же херня. Я вроде как в килл-фиде, в фиде рекомендаций пытаюсь игры ввести, у меня там, блядь, одни политические каналы. Этот Навальный уже, блядь, он у меня уже везде в фиде, в рекомендациях висит, везде. Я уже думаю, блин, я сегодня еле-еле нашел Resident 8, что трейлер вышел, и то вчера на стриме в рекке как-то попало. Ой. Ай. Откуда он стреляет? Ну, на крайняк, если все это случится, то я продам машину, продам дом, потом куплю 4 квартиры, 3 буду квартиры сдавать, в одной жить. И все, и похуй, и будет у меня пенсия. Да пизды. Тогда так буду жить, в чем проблема-то? Не знаю, ну найду какой-нибудь способ. Сначала, конечно же, попробую на других площадках постримить, потом попробую постримить с другой стороны. Если все в небытие канет, то продам все к хуям, куплю обычную двушку с ремонтом, остальное все вхуярю в недвижимость, в такие квартиры. И буду их сдавать нахуй. Жан-Клод Ван Дам ебаный. Нахуй ты здесь сидишь? Все, давайте поиграем, а вы заколебались с своими ютубами. У вас есть 3 выбора на всю эту ситуацию. Первое — это топить за меня. Второе — это типа, ну, топить за меня и переживать за меня, что случится, да, к примеру. Второе — это завидовать. Там, тебе ничего не получится. И третье —
Лайкосики.
безразлично. Вот. Какой вариант вы выбираете? 1, 2 или 3? Хватит уже меня сбивать. Меня какой-то, блядь, Жан-Клод Ван Дам с СЛРки уебенил. Дайте поиграть в паб. Вы так мне пишете, как будто бы, блядь, уже все случилось, что-то, и пиздец, Армагеддон летит. Я понимаю, вы бы мне сказали, через 15 часов прилетит камень метеоритный на нас. Что делать? Обсуждать сейчас воздух — это такое себе развлечение.
Здорово, здорово.
Так, ну неплохо, мы, в принципе, один топ.
Дарт Вейдер, привет.
Вот, если вы выбираете много однерок, то не переживайте, мы в любом случае найдем выход, где мы будем проводить стримы. Я думаю, если вы переживаете за меня, то я уж всяко найду там, где можно будет стримить, чтобы вы смотрели контент. И все, шут переживайте.
Не знаю, сколько еще буду стримить. Посмотрим.
В Дискорде можно даже стримить.
Кто это? Что смотреть должен?
Тихо, блядь. Для начала я предлагаю вам оценить вот такое вот. Да тихо ты, блядь. А то вы меня заебете с этим, и я забуду, блядь. Вот видите, сейчас настроение появилось, блядь. Обосрался, поэтому можно и показать. Так, давайте я вам покажу.
Эй, вы вообще...
Эй, уж!
Я... Вежливый речик. Сорян, ребят, за маты.
Я отвечу всем, господа.
Ебу, закатай себе. Бу. Я посажусь на имбу. Моя дорога ждет тебя у порога. Повторим еще немного. Станлок.
Херня такое, не хочу смотреть. Где поют херню какую-то. То, что там поют какую-то херню, я не люблю такое слушать вообще. Это не обо мне. Че, короче, походу запустим танки, да? Вот так сделаем. Походу пойдем танки, раз никого нету. Бля, дружище, я уже сколько сижу в Дискорде. Ты говорил, зайдешь в Дискорд. Сколько я уже сижу в Дискорде? Сколько? Посмотри. И насчет укрепа, если я не могу играть, если мне не хочется играть, мне все равно, можешь меня кикать с клана. Понимаешь, меня, типа, я не буду стримить одни танки из-за этого укрепа. Понимаешь? Я не буду играть одни танки из одного этого укрепа. Понимаешь, в чем прикол? Сейчас будет танки. Ну уже прогружайся, что с этими? Хорошо. Бля, хочешь, я иду на восьмерках играть. Хочешь. Забыл проверить, через бот привет давно.
Донати Пай, 300. Всякий раз, когда я вспоминаю о том, что Господь справедлив, я дрожу за свою страну. Ты бра имбит.
Да если хочешь, иди играй в креп. Ну, понимаю, тебя улучшено, бля, меня не улучшено. Настя, тебя улучшено, у меня нет.
Меня посадили в танк только для того, чтобы как-то сдержать мою мощь.
Мы еще штурмуем. Так ты придурок маленький нахуй, что ли? Сука, козлина ебаная.
Попадание. Броня не пробита.
Ну давай, сейчас проверим твою броню не пробитую. Привет, мистер Али. Привет, привет. Здорово, дружище, здорово. Куда же ты валишь, маленький? Уничтожили. Народ, давайте каналики подписываемся, ставим лайкосики. Не забываем, чё вы, друзья. Мы же ведь как одна семья. Чё ты маленький, кого там увидел? Друзья, мы же как одна семья. Тан-тан-тан. Да, я прям снайпер наугад стрелять. Сука, неулучшенный танк бесит. Просто бесит. Нормально, хотя бы попал. Это же хорошо. X4 победа. Нормули. Дули, до свидули. Ой, бомбит меня, бомбит из-за одного. Ой, победа. Место. На восьмерке идем, пока он не будет в бою на восьмерке, я буду играть. Мне надо улучшить. Что улучшить? Я иду курить. Я иду курить. Я иду курить. Приветски. Чё, как оно? Как делишки? Вечный бой. Пробиваем, да, понимаю.
Опасность разрыва. Движение невозможно.
Я не хочу играть.
Я сам подбил свой дом.
Блядь.
Мне он больше не нужен.
Наш один пошел, а не стоять не хилпует. Понимаю, понимаю. Арта хотя бы попала, было бы круто. Я не играю. Но если арта ни разу не попала туда. Круто! Не улучшенный танк и все. Да. $17 000 надо, потом 25 000. Круто. Блин, чё за карта грёбаная Берлин? Набежу эту карту.
Организовываю прикрытие.
Повреждение гусеницы. Не пробил. Дал ему шанс.
Внимание! Отступаем!
Нифига нигде не пробиваю, найс.
Уходите с этой позиции. Подтверждаю.
Всё. Найс.
Я сам подписчик.
Круто.
Мне он больше не нужен.
Будете в ангар нахуй. Да, не пойду укрепы никакие, я вообще сейчас сливну с этой игры. Не бомбит. Ну, меня цель. Да, бля, я снял. Пан, здорово. Чё ты, пан? О, девятка. Сейчас вообще буду бомбить. Хорошо, иди в укреп, а я все пока. Мне бомбит от этого. Чё ты, фан? Ну вот, не знаю, сделал стрим вчера, просили оценку пиара. Никто не хочет ни оценки, ни пиаров. Не знаю, посмотрим. Что тут поменяли? Дождь падал? Серьезно? В смысле? Ну да, девятка, понимаю.
Есть пробитие. Стоим. Попал. Гусеница слетела.
Рта еще найс.
Заряжающего задела. Скорость перезарядки снижена. Он на ходу. Да я голыми руками натянул гусеницу обратно. Мой танк оказался слабее меня. Но с этим никто и не спорил.
В чем? В пабге? чем фан PUBG брали топчик или в чем, не знаю. Брали, не брали. Топ-2 вроде брали. Или топчик брали тоже, не помню. Не хочу я танки брать. Я не помню. Не помню, честно, не помню. Если честно, я не помню. Сейчас сделаем. Переход. Переходик между сценами. Меня бомбит от танков, я не хочу. Есть настроение, пускай пока играет. А у меня нет настроения. Играть танки. Да, фан? Ой. Ты тут, фан? Прием? Блин, что за фигня?
today. I saved this red tie for this match right here.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect. They've done a lot of damage in this round, Astralis. It's actually pretty impressive. I mean, combine that with the last round where they got the 4 kills. This time it's only 2, but you could tell Nivira. That was, by the way, from spawn, I think. So, he could have almost died at the beginning. And if they survive with this, maybe it's okay. Maybe it's acceptable for the French side. But we shall find out here in a second if there's going to be another kill. If he steps into the lineup here, that could be a problem. Nearly. All right.
Здорово.
Saving the Mac 10 there or not. I'd say just go for it.
Yeah, just hang on to that. I mean, it's fun just looking into it.
Оценишь новое видео. Да,
Да,
дружище.
But RPK is right up there. He's number 6 right now, or 7 in terms of performance in the tournament. Wait, let me do math here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's number 6. So it's like you've got Zylo,
Оценим.
you've got Shoxy, you've got RPK.
Сейчас, секундочку.
They're all
И
in the top
оценим.
6 of the tournament for vitality in terms of individual performance. So
Напиши в чате слово канал, либо пиар, чтобы бот кинул ссылку на твой канал.
It's like, okay, yes, the individual, it's good, but the team, the system from Astralis more than makes up for the individual performance.
Что нужно сделать? Ничего. Просто посмотри последний мой мувик, поставь лайкос. Если есть желание, подпишись. Так, сейчас.
We've seen in the past that you could have a big gap between number 1 and 2, so like it's one team and then the rest of the field, but I really think this is a very interesting.
Ты подписан, надеюсь, или нет?
Just for that reason. Something else that might be worth pointing out is that Vitality have won the first 3 rounds here on Dust 2, and on a T side, and it's last time they played, it's very, very hard for any of these 2 teams to get any T rounds. So I would say normally it's not such a big deal that you win the first 3 rounds after winning the pistol, but right now, I actually think it does make a big difference. So let's see if they can continue here. Up on Catwalk, quick push right into Device, and he's now picked up that AWP, and he's going to continue breaking Nivira and RPK first, and Saibu in with a little bit of a return. Shots in upper dark, and he wins the battle against Dupree. That is
Только теперь подписан? Дружище, на тебе подписан. Ты чё? Видишь, на тебе подписан. Который это?
The final kill from Shoxy on the flank. Vitality 4 rounds in a row on the T side, just battering Astralis. And this is where Astralis are trying to figure out what exactly it is that Vitality is going to do, because they haven't played each other recently. They played right before the player break, end of December, but going into this tournament, not a lot to go off of for Vitality in terms of Dust 2 info. So Astralis aren't really sure like what it is that they changed over the break, whereas Astralis have played Dust 2. And so Vitality, they've got a little bit of information.
Какое новое видео? Как называется, скажи?
A little bit of what Astralis have prepared for this map. Granted, Astralis are going to try and change things up map to map, but Vitality have info and Astralis don't. And we may be seeing that right now, at least at the beginning here.
It's a very, very cool round for Vitality. Win for a number of different reasons. Obviously, the fact that they were down 2 men, so 3-on-5 at the beginning. But then the fact that they still get the bomb site, the fact that he got another kill afterwards, I don't really rate that highly. But the first kill that he gets, that allows them to get the bomb down. And then when Shox wins the fight in Upper Dark, you can see that even for Astralis, and again, they're such an experienced team, you could tell they weren't sure how to deal with that. We know we have to retake the A-bomb site. We know how to do that. But what about the guy that's shooting us in the back all of a sudden? That caused a lot of stress, you could tell, even from how they were moving around. So
do you think... Okay, so hold on. Device gets those 2 kills.
Yeah.
In the back of my head, I'm like, oh, he re-peeked that, and then he goes back for a 3rd.
Right.
That's not really characteristic of Device. I feel like Device would have gotten the 2 and like backed off to retake was it. You know, just focused on long and focused on the retake. Him going for that 3rd. Do you think Device, on an individual level, he could be feeling a little bit of pressure, considering all of the talk is about him and Zywoo, and obviously Simple, but Simple isn't in this right now. But like, you know, maybe on an individual, he's going to be forced to feel like he's got to make more plays than he normally would.
It's hard to say. I mean, I think maybe even more so individually, just in that moment. Once you hit the
Если честно, я тут вообще ничего не разбираюсь.
there, and you just think, okay, like I'm doing it. This is gonna be just fine. But I kind of agree anyway, because I think, you know, with perfect 2020, you know, vision, hindsight, and all the rest of it, you could have said, yes, if he got those first 2 kills and they just go back long, great for the reinforcements in CT spawn, probably things are going to be fine. And they can just do that. But
the difference is that Device to me is a systematic player. He was one of the first players to use heat maps for his opping, to use statistics for his opping, to figure out where he needs to be when he had to make those adjustments. Like, he is a systematic guy. He's not a Kenny or a Simple who just thrive in the moment, and it just feels like pure emotion when you watch them play. Device is just, he's got a system and he sticks to it. That's why I'm just
Лайк поставлю, но я в этой игре или что-то не разбираюсь.
that we're picking up at the beginning, but this is the second big buy round here from Astralis, and now or never, man. They have to get on the board here on the ZT side.
Well, it's very, very hard to oversell what a huge impact this is going to have on this particular map. The fact that they've won 5 in a row here, Vitality. I just want to remind you, when they were playing this in the grand finals during the fall series, it was Astralis winning 8 rounds in a row on the.
Надеюсь, ты не будешь отписываться, дружище. Если ты будешь отписываться, то скажи сразу, я сразу тебя отпишусь тоже и все. Хорошо? Если будешь отписываться, то скажи, то я сразу от тебя тоже отпишусь, и все нормально будет.
He's finally going to get taken down, but Magus inside of the site alone. And if he dies, it's a 2-on-2, it's an afterplant, and they're going to be in trouble. And RPK, clean headshot, very smooth. He knew that Magus was going to be back.
Я на всех подписан. Я так понял, что мне... Смотри, я на всех подписан. Я так понял, что мне надо от всех отписываться. Так будет лучше. Хорошо.
Swings just as Glaive is checking spawn. That could not have been better. And while Zipnix is going to be able to back off and save this AWP, but Astralis are going to be hurting here, Anders. I mean, that is 6 rounds in a row on the T side for Team Vitality, and it's worth mentioning that both of these teams are CT sided on this map. Their stronger side is the defense, is on CT.
By an enormous amount.
So for them to be behind here, Astralis, at the beginning,
Отписаться?
they just like to make life hard for themselves. You know, it's like the beginning of this tournament against EG. No, Inferno 16-14 had to just go the distance like that.
That's if that's what they want, that's exactly what they're gonna get.
Ну, хочешь. Раз так хочешь, пожалуйста.
And I think making it back, even at this point, I really think Astralis are in trouble on this particular map, and I'd be very, very interested. Now, I will say this, because I've been watching that game from the grand finals last time many times, and it's just so clear to me that if Astralis are going to go back and work on Dust 2, then all of the work is just going to be put into their T side. So maybe that's possible that they've done that. Maybe they themselves have done a lot, but it still shouldn't change the fact that their CT side shouldn't be crumbling in this fashion.
Well, what we're seeing a lot is it seems to me that they are really focusing on long Astralis on the CT side. They've been taken advantage of several times now, Vitality, where they're working up catwalk, they're working out mid onto B. They're not focusing long at all. Whereas Astralis, they've got Zipnix over there anchored pretty much the whole time. He's not in the fight. He's never there to help out. And so we'll see if Astralis now are going to decide to start cheating it back. And already Zipnix, he's kind of playing a little bit more of a passive angle. And yeah, they're going to start making that adjustment, Astralis, now, where he starts to come back over to the A side. Glaive is up on short, and there's going to be more of a focus on the mid of the map.
And a lot of the time, actually, with this particular setup between Sip and Glaive, they would have even had a third man there. That's very common for them to play either 3 long or 3 catwalk, and they sort of rotate that little team of players around. So very clear signal early on from Astralis. They think this is going to be a B split. That's exactly what we can see right now. And so far, it looks like they're actually about to be right. Now, the thing is, when Vitality do these B splits, they almost always have Apex on the catwalk, and sometimes he'll make a jump down into CT spawn, or even just catch people flanking in, and it's really cool. Oh, only the 1 kill, though, as the smoke fades. Saibu quick with the reply, and now Dupree showing up, and he really wants to get here, but walking in just as they come could be very dangerous. They're going to get a couple of kills there, and that will shut it down. Also, Apex will be found by Sip, and I think, yeah, that's probably Sip having studied his opponent, because, again, it's something that you'll see if you go back and watch previous Vitality games, that Apex is on his own a lot of the time doing that kind of thing.
He needs to be on that lurk. In-game lead. There's the shot. Ooh, he hits it. Shoxy getting legged. Down to 18 health. And so, Team Vitality now, this is looking very good for Astralis. As Shoxy makes his way out, he's not going to check close. Glaive is going to win that duel. Revenge for the last round. And that leaves Zaiwu in a 1v4. And with the time working against him here, this totally favors Astralis. He's going to be walking out into the catwalk, and we've already got Device in position to deal with this.
He's going to jump straight into battle, and they don't lose anyone else, which, you know...
Excellent.
Yeah, right now, they just need to turn this entire thing around, and I'll call it early now. Even if this somehow finishes 9-6, I'm still going to say Vitality came away with a very, very good first half. I think that's how potentially devastating this is. So I really think this is on Astralis to completely rediscover themselves on this map right here and just lock this down, because otherwise they could really be in trouble. 8th round though, all AKs on the Vitality side.
And back into the nade game here at long early. Astralis, they were making a little bit of an adjustment here, a little bit of a call, thinking that Vitality were going to put some pressure at long early this round, that this would be when Vitality were going to make the change. Not the case. Device is going to have to rotate back over, but he was posted up with that AWP ready and waiting for him. So some adjustments already getting made here. Glaive, however, aggressive on Catwalk, not going to find the kill on Zywoo, but still just keeping Vitality honest.
I really like that from Glaive. I think he gets flashed in as well, at least for one of those by Dupree in the middle. So they have some pretty cool flashbangs to go for that kind of aggression. He's still sticking around. This is a position that gets Molotov a lot. So yeah, now he's starting to make his way back, and the timing for that might have been very good indeed. Device going to toss in a grenade. Won't do that much. And we're about a minute on the clock here. Bomb still outside of B, and that's where they might end up once again. We'll see.
Now if they actually have the nades to use as well, Astralis. Big focus on the damage there. Dupree's got that incendiary ready to go in case they do decide to go B. They are fully gathered up in mid, however, Vitality. But the bomb is getting passed up the top catwalk, and this is looking like it's going to wind up on that A site, and Device is close by. We're going to get a rinse-repeat sort of scenario here from what worked earlier.
Now let's see, because one of the really impressive things last time they played on the A-bomb side specifically was how good Astralis was at retaking the site. Almost no matter what, they would win those A rounds, so I'm curious how this will play out. RPK goes down, there's Device with a killer. Now they can slow play it, 20 seconds, gonna be a bit of a flash to set it up for Glaive, and he'll take that kill, no problem against Nivira. So, not even talking about a retake here, they're just defending the bomb site very well at the moment. 10 seconds on the clock, Apex swings, and actually pretty impressive double kill, all things considered. But time had simply run out here for Vitality, so it'll be Astralis with a second round on the board.
Yeah, there's the adjustment made. Device not feeling like he has to do everything. He had Glaive there on ramp to help, and you saw that first kill, falls back, sets the flash up for Glaive. You see the system, the protocol come into place here now for Astralis to just slam the door on Apex's nose. He's like, ow, that hurt.
Hey, go, hi, bro. Здорово. Какую взаимку? С кем взаимку? С кем взаимку? Так что все подписываются, потом через день-два сразу отписываются. Такие заимки? Зачем тебе модера, дружище? Со мной? Какую заимку? Что просто подписаться и потом отписаться? Я не отписываюсь. Ну давай посмотрим. Пиши в чате слово канал. Напиши в чате слово канал, бот кинет ссылку на твой YouTube канал, и я подпишусь на тебя.
Almost caught Glaive running into that. That's incredibly scary. A really good job between Glaive and Sip, and that will shut it down. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of damage being dished out. Don't get me wrong. This is pretty impressive, all things considered, for Vitality. Getting 3 kills in this round is way more than with. Strong reminder for everyone to buy that head armor, even if you think you're going to be doing fine. Yeah, YouTube, Dupree. Yeah, you know.
I love watching Dupree, man. He's always got him and Apex, man. They've always got that emotion going. Well, Apex, I mean, Tarek was calling it out yesterday where we should somebody please put together a compilation of Apex at the end of this tournament, just Apex reaction shots.
Yeah, there's a rich environment for a lot of content based on that. We'll see. Someone's going to do it one of these days. Hold on. Some shots coming through. Actually, Dupree sticking around. I'm kind of a little bit surprised at that. Device is all the way back here, and wonder how long they're going to leave him. It could be very dangerous.
Напиши в чате слово канал, чтобы бот кинул ссылку на твой канал.
That's so big.
Now, if he just goes down, maybe Vitality will be alright with it, although it could cost them a lot of time. And if nothing else, just staying here, that's what he's doing here. He's buying time off of their clock at the moment, and it's going to be very, very annoying. Nivira and RPK are trying to sort of pincer him in, but now Dupree's going to be showing up on Catwalk. So, yeah, they get that kill, but a minute left, and we'll see how long before they check everything else.
That's the thing. Now they have to go ahead and recheck, reclaim all of this area, and Dupree is hanging out here just waiting for a pot shot on somebody. And so this is burning so much time off the clock for Vitality. There's Device. He finds Shoxy. That was in pit at long, and so that's cleared up now for Astralis. Device is going to be able to back Dupree up. And in the meantime, Vitality is still trying to find an opening here.
Almost screwed that up, Dupree. That looked like it was about to go horribly wrong. And also, Sip took a lot of damage through the wall in the middle, but 30 seconds, 2 versus 4. Megas is actually playing outside, or was for a minute here playing outside. He's back into the bomb site, but I think they know. They have a very good read on what's coming. The grenade just to sort of warn them, yep, we know what's next. And you could tell how hesitant they are. Nobody wants to be first into this. A grenade lands on top. Oh, but that is a great shot. And another trade. RPK now in a 1 versus 2. This can actually be done. He's going to smoke this up, and he's looking right under. Making his way across, and he's had no time to fake it. Dupree might show up to take him down, but he can't actually quite see him. Real interesting. RPK will take him down, and he might be low on health, but all he needs is one missed shot out of Device, and he could somehow win this. 1 versus 3 as well, and that would be absolutely gut-wrenching. He's got the right position, the right idea. Device is walking in, but he does not use the AWP. It's a Deagle instead, and Astralis pick up the round only barely.
Device with the shotgun, essentially. I mean, you gotta go for it. This is wild. What a round. That was everywhere. Action all across the map. No way, dude. Apex is just so much fun to watch.
I bet you it doesn't just stop on. I bet you could make a series where you just take him to different restaurants and try food he's never tried before. There's a whole universe of just I know we all have like reaction videos on the internet in general, but Apex reaction videos would be a whole new universe right there.
Megas has got to be like tilting off the face of the planet right now, though. He is struggling to get anything for himself holding this Dust 2 site. Even with getting the 1 kill, it just feels like he's just getting one-tapped every time somebody comes around the corner. If they exit the tunnels onto the site, it's taking his head off that time. He can't be too pleased with how things are going right now. He's got 4 kills, 2 assists for 9 deaths.
Yeah, it's been a tough first half for him so far. And then this time he knew they were coming. There was really nothing much to speculate about. Ooh, well, both Orpas wanted to take that fight, but Simon had the faster rifle this time. Device goes down. Now that opens up a lot of options. For one thing, they know Device isn't going to be out on long if they want to go for that catwalk execute like they've been doing a couple of times already. So that's a luxury all on its own. Dupree has picked it up in the meantime, and he's definitely very, very capable of AWPing. We've seen that before. Shock's actually putting a lot of pressure on here. Let's see if they turn this into a B-split once again. Shock's even getting a kill as he jumps down into CT spawn, and it isolates Megas. He is so dead. It's going to be RPK to take him down, and I'm shocked that Sip has picked up 2 kills. Another one as well, dropping Apex. How are they losing that many players? They had essentially already lost this round, or won this round, Vitality. They were in such a good position. They still might win it, but I can't believe it's even this close. Finally, the bomb is being planted inside of B, but this looked like it was done 20 seconds ago.
Oh, man. Yeah, this should have been done 20 seconds ago, except the bomb gets dropped, and that just throws everything out of whack. And now Glaive has joined up. They're out of utility, though. Can they find a flash grenade anywhere? That would be crucial right now to get back onto this site. Instead, it's just going to be the single smoke, creating a little bit of space. They've got that HE on Glaive as well. He's going to chuck that into back of the site. Big damage. Nearly takes RPK. That sets it up for Zipnix, and there it is. The retake from Astralis. Picture perfect. Getting the maximum value out of their utility every single time, man. It is nuts. Astralis are so efficient with the grenades.
I'm so shocked that Vitality lost this round. Let's see this from Sip right here. So he charges through the smoke. Oh, he catches one, another one, and then third man's ready to fight. This is disgusting. I just don't even know how they lose that round. I mean, the retake is very impressive. Such a good job, yeah. But that should have been Vitality winning the round every single time. What a 5 in a row. Yep, they are doing a good job. Oh, is that the deep world?
And there's a
time. But that should have been Vitality winning the round every single time. But that should have been Vitality winning the round every single time. But that should have been Vitality winning the round every single time. What a crazy world.
Anders, Astralis are on fire now.
5 in a row. Yep, they are doing a good job. Oh, is that the deep world?
Anders, Astralis are on fire now.
5 in a row. Yep, they are doing a good job. Oh, is that the deep smoke for CT spawn? This might be a very, very quick execute into the middle. Yep, so they're throwing that all the way from outside of long. And it's gonna land. Yep, there we go. But Sip doesn't apparently care about smokes. He's gonna take one now. They're getting completely chewed up. So, wow. That was otherwise one that's
Понимаю.
What makes an efficient CT side is that if you spot telltale grenades like that, grenades that you don't see every round, you tend to know what's coming next, and you put yourself in a position to punish it. And so that's what we saw with that full mag spray right through that smoke, thinking, well, odds are there's going to be somebody behind this, and sure enough, there was. So this is that's what's just so insanely difficult about playing against these teams on the CT side. They're so prepared. It's what makes it so difficult on the T side to keep developing. You have to keep innovating, because if you use the same strategy twice, that's it. The first time, the analysts have figured it out. Glaive knows he's got it downloaded, and then the second time, he's going to be ready for you.
all right. A little bit of chaos in the middle here. Something else that is certainly a luxury right now for Astralis on this particular comeback that they're on. It's just the fact that now Simon doesn't have the AWP all of the time. They can avoid that, and that's been obviously a problem for them. So he's really been hitting shots with that AWP. So when they run out of money and he can't afford it, that is something that's just
Nice, Astralis, nice.
7-6. I listen. This is why I called it earlier. I'm going to stick to it, even if this ends up 9-6. I absolutely am. I would not be high-fiving if I was on the Astralis side. I would still be very, very worried. So it's looking good right now, but I wouldn't want to celebrate too early. A lot of money on the Astralis side. Maybe Glaive lacking a little bit. Orb is back in the hands of Cyber, so let's see what he could do with that.
This time posted up, ready and waiting for Device. If Device was to go with the usual spot in mid that he likes to sit, Zywu would have been ready for him. Instead, this time it's Device who was hanging out around A, setting up for his teammates instead. So adjustments on both sides being made here, and that is the game of cat and mouse. And again, Zipix is so good with HEs. So much damage dealt to Vitality already.
Nearly take him down, which is a little bit surprising. It looked like at least he should have been able to do a bit more in return. But yeah, they've got long, which is that's a first step in the right direction, and he's gonna get caught. Oh, Nivira had the right idea, I think. Cybudo gonna be picking up Device, and Sip, yep, he is very low. If they realize it's him, a single grenade would probably do it. Glaive is far away, and he's flanking all the way out long. So this is a very, very good fight for Vitality to be winning. Getting that 7th round, I don't think Glaive can do anything. I respect the fact that he's trying, but they know where he's coming from, and so out of bullets, that presents an even further obstacle.
You just got
Device протупил.
Yeah,
take
that's
some
probably
guns
what
off
he's thinking.
of Vitality. They might not be able to full buy back up into
I'm real curious about this. So this particular situation here, Device even getting close to that is so uncommon for the kind of A play that we normally see out of Astralis. Normally, if they are losing long, they just let it go and they just retake the A bomb. They don't even care about it. So that's very uncharacteristic, and I'm really curious about that. I mean, it could have been the fact that Sip was low, that they think, all right, wait, he's so low. I actually have to make a play to try and make up for that. But you could tell it was a bit of an issue. Grenades raining in on top once again. They connect, and this time there's some spray behind it, but it is, again, Vitality that come up, even in spite of everything, with a bit of a lead here. Mega's down to 7 health. They're pushing into upper dark, but if they just go quick here, Vitality, then they won't get here in time. The rest of Astralis, they're going to be too far away.
Нормально запушил Девайс, все, инфу дал, перетяжка сразу. Ловер закрыли, мид закрыли. Все, только точка.
This flank, making sure that Vitality have not backed out of Longhouse. Vitality, they're only interested in pushing towards the site itself. And we've lost one of the flankers as well. Dupree off of Catwalk. Device is still here though. Oh, what a shot from Nivera! Takes his head off, and Vitality setting themselves up for success here in the first half. They're going to come out ahead in the end with 8 rounds.
Oh, I think they've done very, very well. Normally, we like to say 8-7 is sort of a sign of a somewhat even game. I really don't think that is the case right now. I'm so impressed. Like Like, I knew I was going to be something. Vitality are a really cool team to watch, and they have definitely been preparing for this. Their T side is so much better than last time. It's looking so much fresher, and Astralis were not ready for it. 8-7 in favor of the Frenchmen in the first half here on Dust 2, and I think the second half that's coming up, where it's going to be Astralis on that T side, I think it's going to be very, very tricky for them to try and break through. We'll find out how that goes after the break. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another episode of CS Money Dream Skins. Today, we're going to be talking AWPs with nobody other than the op god himself, Kenny S. I see you've got your new G2 jersey on. Is it comfortable?
It's literally like the best looking jersey I ever had, not gonna lie.
G2, they know style, and that's what we talk about here on CS Money. And we're trying to find Kenny S's dream skin. It's my job today to try and sell you on some other skins. What makes a good skin for Kenny S?
I'm really into red. Red is my favorite color in general. When it comes to the op, yeah, I think it's the Asimov because it represents me the most.
Really? Okay. All right. Well, listen, man. Let's just do it. All right. Option number 1. I'm going to show you the AWP prints.
This one, yeah, take it any day. That's my...
We're going to zoom in here, man. We're going to get a look at little details. It's got that red that you're talking about, but it's also kind of red in the background. It's not in your face. What's kind of more eye-grabbing is some of these gold details, right? I want to say this feels like godlike. You know, it feels like a heavenly AWP, man. I think that's why it would belong in your hands. This, I think, is obviously at the top of anybody's list.
Definitely.
A second option for you. Option number 2. So I'm going to put the Neo Noir out there. Obviously keeps the same white base of the Asimov. It's got some blacks in the front and the back, along the scope as well. The cyberpunk looking hand in this lady's arm, the light blues, the pink face. You know, this to me is like a beautiful skin. It's a gentle skin, Kenny S. It's something that kind of belongs in your hands.
Прикольный скин тоже.
You're really good at presenting skins. You do really good. I kind of want to buy them now.
Okay, so the Neo Noir, not yours. I'm going to present to you one more, man. One more option, all right? The Containment Breach. Green skins in Counter-Strike, they just pop. They are in your face, like a Kenny S no-scope. Is there any way I can sell you on the Containment Breach compared to the prints?
If I had a green combo, you know, like green gloves, green knife, and I need a green op, that would fit perfectly, you know?
Sure. So if I had to show you these 3 options and you could only pick one, is it safe to say you choose the prints?
Yeah, definitely.
But we're not done here, Kenny. We still got to talk about stickers. And I'm going to work with the Kenny S Star Ladder Berlin sticker. It's very expensive at $270. Okay, we're going to work with a gold sticker, so it's got that same color scheme. And then I'm going to give you a second option here, right? So we scrape this down a little bit to reveal the scope's pattern, but keep the gold Kenny on top.
Right now it looks really good. It looks insane.
If you didn't have to stick to the Asimov, this would be the Kenny S Dream Op.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kenny S, for leaving your mark on Counter-Strike, for leaving your mark here on CS Money Dream Skins.
Прикольно.
And we're back once again. First map here in this best of 3 between Vitality and Astralis. We're on Dust 2, and the second half is coming right up.
And I want to give a quick shout out to HLTV for giving us map statistics throughout 2020. They've finally gotten all of that data churned up and put together. And it's, you know, this sets that up for this context standards that I was coming out of this first half with that you've been touching on is just how CT-sided these two teams are. Because on average, across 2020, 51% T-side, 49% CT-side. This map, like, played out average.
Yes.
But why is that different?
О, мой бот проснулся.
Yeah.
Why are they special?
That would make you think it's fine, like both teams have a you know, good shot at winning this, but just because both of them usually are so good on the CT side, I expect Vitality to be very strong here, and I kind of expect Astralis. I don't
Так, иду
think
покурю.
necessarily bad. I just think they're going to be probably having a harder time at it here. I think that's what we've seen so far out of them. So I imagine that this 8-7 scoreline is actually super deceptive, and that there's a very good chance that Vitality could walk away with a victory here. Depending on the pistol round, I mean, that's going to be super important, especially for Astralis to try and win it. If they do, then I think maybe we're getting a bit closer. If they don't win it, oh man, I think then they're really in trouble. Megas gets picked up a P250. We saw that when Vitality were on the T side, so something similar here, and you can get those shots in. I like it. And he's running straight to upper dark. Not going to make contact with anyone. Bomb is set up over at long. Shox is just... He's not even peeking. Is this just some sort of trick for him to get a couple of quick shots off?
I think this is the bait and switch, right? RPK's baiting for him up on the site itself. So Shoxy just stays put. RPK is going to be the one to spot. And this could set up. I mean, dude, Shoxy's lethal with pistols. If you want to set somebody up to just smash faces, it would be him.
And actually, Nivira's not that far away with a flashbang. So all he has to do is run into CT spawn and he can throw it for Shox. He can just toss it out. Shox can just look into the corner and then go.
But this isn't going to work. Because Apex is here. He's going to see past this lurk smoke. He's going to see nobody coming through. Vitality are not going to bite. Zywoo, he's already rotating out.
Whoop. There's Magisk with the shot, though. That's important. Those are the flashbangs on the ground. Shox is there. He's going to get the one headshot, but he has been found. They know they're coming in. He really boxed in at the moment. Magisk will find him. Another couple of kills. Great headshots coming through. 3 of them so far, and looking for more. Nearly getting that one. That's going to at least get him onto the site. Let's see if they can hold it and get the bomb down. Apex is now out on long, and he's about to have a really good angle against them. Swinging wide for the fight here. He's got no cover, though, and Device will take him down. Oh, but Zywoo will end the round. No bomb plant. 3 kills on him, and man, some explosive pistol rounds we've got going on.
We do, right? And it's the Zywoo factor once again. Although you got to give it to Vitality. They set up to counter this sort of fake. Apex's position right there outside of Upper Dark. He sees if anybody's coming through that smoke, going to use that lurk. It's early info. It allows for his team to set up towards A, but then you've got Zywoo who just shows up to clinch it for you, right? I'm thinking as soon as they've got that A side Astralis, that's it. They're going to get that plant, and it's going to be so difficult for Vitality. But the Zywoo factor, that's why he gets the big bucks. That's why Vitality have signed him on a multi-year contract. The guy is too good.
Outrageous. I mean, that second kill as well from Magisk, the clean one tap on the guy in sight was very cool, but somehow it was not enough. And now, the fact that they don't have the bomb plant either, I mean, even that is a bit concerning potentially. Could have given them a lot more to work with. Deagle in play, but otherwise it's just Glocks all around. So I really think this is, normally, especially the current sort of Counter-Strike, I don't put that much emphasis on pistol rounds, but this time, definitely do. Zywoo getting some farming action in. Not even going to reload his SMG. He's waiting for more. And he follows up with an ace from the pistol clutch that he had in the previous round. Why not? That's 8 kills in 2 rounds, putting him at 20 and 10.
Нормально, принял.
I mean, why not? Why not?
Farm him. And yeah, that's the
Вообще
AW.
nice.
If he wants it, guaranteed. He's going to hold on to the MP9 for now, it looks like. Although I'm kind of surprised about that. Why not just go to the MVP right now in this first fire round and just smash his fellows?
There's something deliciously smug about not reloading your pistol at the end and just waiting with the bullet in. Like, come on, you think I'm reloading? You think I've fallen back from this position? But I haven't. I really enjoy it. I love it. 10-7. Again, you have to convince yourself somehow that Vitality can't win another 6 rounds on this CT side. Just even saying that out loud to me, I get an instant sense of how unlikely it is that they won't be able to do that. So I think I've made it clear right now. I really think Astralis are in trouble, as much trouble as they can get in right now. So if they turn it around, I'm really going to be impressed. Let's find out. Magisk clearing the corner. He's going to get instantly flashed, and now they're going to be pushing in on top. He can't see anything, and Apex actually lands a scout.
Размен 1-2 хорош.
That is wild. He was close with a scout. He should probably have been dead right then and there. Glaive is going to die. I don't even know why he doesn't win that fight. It's an MP9 versus the AK-47, but now Sip sneaking through the smoke, and he's going to get obviously destroyed by Apex. I don't know what he was doing through the smoke either. I'm real confused.
This is just all over. This is just layers on layers, dude. All the times these two teams have played on this map, one against the other, it's mind games on mind games, and then the individual level coming through here. Device needs to make this play happen, but it's not going to. Shoxy catches him out. There was just too much pressure applied, and Vitality, man, when it comes to the game plan, yeah, look at that. I mean, Apex is going to be pumped. They're going to be ready for this. Well, it's like, all right, if this is an A split, cool. Focus on one side of it. Utterly destroy that one side, and then we can worry about the other. And so that's exactly what happens with Vitality. Pure focus on short, the flashes, the push, everything to just shut down that flank of Astralis, and then they can worry about long. Then that just goes all together nicely.
Yeah, the way that they handle that catwalk push is really well done. And obviously they hear the Astralis flashbang coming in, so they know when to throw their own. But I mean,
that was a nice
shot from Apex. This is the part where I really don't understand it, because yeah, at this point it's not looking good for Astralis, but I don't get the part where Glaive can't win the fight against Cyber on the MP9, and then Sip walking through the smoke. Maybe I missed something completely. Maybe there's some part that I didn't understand, but that seems like a decision that's almost never going to work out in your favor.
Trying to make plays, right? Just trying to, at this point, you're kind of reaching. The Astralis are certainly telling themselves, which what you've been saying so far is that, oh, we're pretty far behind now.
Yeah, we're in trouble.
We're in trouble. This is starting to get a little bit scary. This is Vitality's map pick, and they just want to keep picking Dust 2 into Astralis, and they're just going to keep doing it until they make it work. And clearly they've done their homework, because right now it is working. Vitality in the lead, 11-7 on the CT side, and fully bought up, no worries at all. What can Astralis do here? Nicely done, though, Dupree with that shot, but then Zai was right there to shut him down. Glaive gone.
Ой, бля.
Sip next, just shooting them through. Shox actually panicked. He got flashed initially and just emptied, I think, his entire clip, which didn't seem like it was necessary, so probably a little bit high strung himself at the moment. Nivira, which, I mean, kind of a Dust 2 specialist, right? That's how they've been using him in the 6-man rotation, and I mean, the stats show it so far. He is really good at this map, so would trust him to try and take care of B like that on his own. Cyber's shown up in the meantime, and I think they're going to be fine here. Dupree and Device 2 versus 4 with Deagles.
And a lot of patience, as Dupree is going to be posted up now. He's managed to find that AK. Gonna be able to bring this into the fight soon here. Apex going for the jiggle peek. Can just fall back as soon as he spots somebody. Yep. Smoke goes down, and this is going to slow things down considerably. Yeah, standard stuff. Now, what I'm really curious to see, there's a bunch to read off of now that we're finally starting to get a little bit deeper into the tournament. But in terms of like where these two teams are at, I'm very curious to see how Astralis's executes go on this, because they're not the lowest in the tournament, but they're not far off the lowest in terms of trades. And what I mean by that is trade fragging. One guy goes in, maybe he dies, you need to then get that kill on Zaiwu, except that Zaiwu gets a running shot onto Zipnix. Zaiwu's just freakish.
He's hard to stop right now.
This is something that could come back to hurt Astralis here on this T side, is if there's a little bit if they're off on their spacing, if they're not trading frags against Vitality efficiently. Vitality, they thrive on individual duels. They'll take those duels all day long. That's playing into their strengths.
I think from memory, some of the rounds that they won, Astralis last time they were playing in the grand finals, I think were B splits. They had some really interesting B splits that actually didn't look like they should work out, but they kind of did anyway. So I'm curious to see if they're going to try and go back to that, and if Vitality are going to be aware. They're currently not really set up to counter a B split at the moment, so yeah, now might be sort of the time for it, but we'll see.
The thing is, I'm like, oh man, it's so good, but then we have Overpass coming up next, Anders.
Yeah, which is
Astralis have got the trap card. They've been waiting, and they have activated it in this series. Now we're going to get Overpass next, and that's going to be so sick between these two teams.
I mean, I just don't even know if it is. Who knows who that is a trap for at this point in time, you know? I'm waiting for that. RPK, this is very aggressive, and that's something we actually don't see that much normally out of Vitality, out on long. But taking away Sip, one of the heavy hitters right now on Astralis. They're pushing out in middle. They want to try and go for that split, but already Sideways here locking it down. On top, the bomb is trapped in middle, and they're running out of time right here. Sideways coming in from behind, shooting him in the back. Yeah, there was actually shots on the other AWP. Cyber just picking them apart from the high ground there. And Magisk in a 1 versus 3. So that looked like Astralis, as soon as they lose Sip, they think, oh dear, we have to do something. We have to make a play. And that is not at all the same as having a plan that you are dictating the pace off and, you know, you're the one surprising them. That just looked like it was pure reaction. So really cool stuff here coming out from Vitality. They're now up 6 rounds. They have all of the money that they need, and I mean that double AWP, this is looking so good right now for them.
They're really focused. I mean, no bomb plant for Astralis. This is going to be another round of eco, or half buy coming in here. Pistols and Kevlar, they're just not getting up onto bomb site, Sanders. they're getting utterly smashed here. 5 rounds in a row for Vitality on this CT side, and it's not looking like it's going to get any easier here for Astralis. They're not getting onto bomb sites. They're losing all of their duels, and they're not as effective with utility either. So Astralis right now just feel kind of lost to me. Uncharacteristic, obviously, considering who they are. This is the most successful team in CSGO history.
I mean, I think at this point, right, just whatever else in terms of tactics that they might need, and, you know, figure out what works. You know, are we talking A splits or B splits, or just, you know, some other cool variation? The basic still has to be get the money away from Vitality so they can't have that double up all of the time. That has to be, I think, step one. So, you know, this is... that they're in a deep hole at the moment. Sharks, that's a pretty confident position to be in. Yeah, once you get the shot, you can't really escape. Glaive lining up the deagle. He can't get the last one, but Dupree can, and they win the round. A desperate round that they absolutely had to have. Dupree with a triple. I mean,
finally a clutch goes their way.
Yeah. That is sort of equivalent, I think, Samla, to just hammering in the ice pick into you're just falling off the face of the glacier, and you just, that's what's happening to it. They might have just done that. I don't think that's safe at all right now. Not at all.
Just barely holding on, Anders. They're fighting. They're fighting. Dupree refuses to say die, and there's Device. Gets the shot on Nivera at long. Gets that timing perfectly, and now is Shoxy really thinking about this? Is he going to get aggressive into Upper Dark? Because they are going to be ready for him. Device catching ZywOo in mid as well. Astral's coming into it.
I mean, if they run through, though, Shox could still line up an incredible multi-spray, but I'm not sure it's going to be easy. They're going to throw all the grenades through. If he turns around, he's going to be flashed. Yep, there we go. Apex is there for a nice headshot, though, and they're going to have to fall back. They realize there's too much firepower. Device is out in the middle. All of Vitality are inside of B, and they can't escape because they're being just completely guarded by Device. So, what an incredibly odd round.
Wow, and Zipnix isn't even stopping, dude. He is just sprinting to the site. They know exactly what happened.
They know what is going on. That's a very, very strange round that you're not going to see a lot.
Well, this is, I mean, it certainly helps when you start getting some opening kills.
Yeah, so as cool as this is, I mean, what a round out of Device. The one thing, if you had to be a bit critical, you'd have to say, what are the chances that he could keep doing that round after round? And fair play if he can, but just normally when you're playing a team at the level of Vitality, that will just be very hard to do. So,
yeah, though,
you have to ask yourself sometimes, if you win a round, you have to think, can we replicate that? Or did we learn something in that round that we can replicate? And I'm not sure that's exactly the case, but well done.
You're going to have the rounds that you can replicate, right? The ones that you've prepared, where it's what we call set strategies, where you have the time to set it up, you have all your grenades, you go ahead and throw all your nades in, and it all kind of links together beautifully like a puzzle. Whereas you're going to have rounds that rely just off of opening kills like that one. And Astralis, at least across the maps in the last 2 months, 47% success rate on entries on T side. That's not super high. It's kind of baseline. So it just shows the difference. 62% on their CT side. So you can see the difference already. Astralis have to work a lot harder to get entries on T side, and they need to take full advantage when they do get those entries, and we just saw that. And now, taking over long, here's the change of pace. They've committed.
Not that much on the Vitality side to fight with. One of the M4s already down, and the second one follows right after. So they're going to be fine here. Now, this is the, I think, the really interesting part of this match here. Finally, Vitality out of money. That double orb went away. They have a round here where they're not up against the orb of ZywOo, and I don't know, Glaive though. A lot of people coming for him. They line up nicely for him to get a quick double. They'll just clean it all up, but yeah, so as long as they can keep that orb out of the hands of ZywOo, I think that's where things get real interesting. Is he going to glass cannon it though? It's tempting, isn't it?
Go for it.
It's real, or someone else is going to buy it for him.
Apex is going to go ahead.
Fair play. But 10 to 13, I remain skeptical. I still think very likely that Vitality will find a way to close this.
Okay, so Anders, come on. If we take a look at the first half, right? 6 rounds in a row, and then it went on to be like 8 rounds, 7 rounds, and then another 2, right? These two teams, it's just streaks.
Very streaky.
Big streak. And that's what we've seen so far in the second half as well.
They're running through the flames. They're taking so much damage. I can't believe it. They're just a shot away from death. ZywOo's going to pick up 2 with the AWP. And easy there for Shox. He just continues. He can't even see anyone and still makes it work. A quad kill at the end for ZywOo. They just showed up where he was. And he doesn't miss a single thing. He is 32 and 14. We've only played 24 rounds. What an absolute god.
The gamble doesn't work. This is agony. Zipnix even getting that opening kill on Nivera, and then it's just, this is the change to double doors, where ZywOo can cover more ground with that AWP now that he can look up to Upper Dark with the op from mid. Doesn't need to commit to the site in the same way as he had in the past. And well, that's just the ballsiest of calls from Glaive. run through mollies onto B when your back is to the wall going into it. Now Vitality, you're up on 14 rounds.
I have to assume someone was trying to smoke that and it just failed somehow. Oh, they're being pushed in on Sharks. There's a lot of people waiting. Navira, he's gonna try and cancel that out. And Device, actually for once missing a shot here, so that could get interesting. Actually, sorry, yeah, he's back looking for him.
Device just wins that
down.
duel, though.
Yeah, that is huge. So 3 versus 5. This is a round that Strala should win, you know, 90% of the time.
Barring some miraculous play here, which is absolutely possible with Vitality and the likes of the caliber of the player they have on their team. Any of these guys can come up with the multi-kills if Astralis slack off. And so Astralis, you can see, slow stuff, clearing their angles, working together. Glaive and Zipnik's buddy system right now.
Yeah, and Vitality are actually doing something similar, right? They're almost all on the A side. Nivira is close enough that he gets off the ball back. Oh, but they're going to get caught.
Yeah, surprise, surprise.
Interesting. That AWP on Nivira is mega valuable right now. It's so important that they keep it. And how does he even escape? I mean, right now they're not at least boxing him in, but if they come, there's no way you can hold on.
I like how both of these teams are just deciding to make plays at the end here. Doesn't even matter. It's not even like they're looking at the scoreboard when they make these calls. You know, Glaive goes charging, like calls for the rough play.
What is going on?
Device? What the? How does he not hear that shot?
I don't know. He obviously thought it was somewhere else, so fair play. Nivira getting another one, and finally Glaive will take him down. I think the loss of rifles in terms of money, it doesn't really matter that much for Astralis at this point in time. It's a little bit annoying, but I don't think that's what really makes the difference.
Well, barring Device cutting me off with his antics there. The interesting thing is that Vitality then call that aggro play from Shoxy. Shoxy going, charging top banana, or top upper dark there.
Yeah.
But the difference is that Vitality didn't have money to be messing around. They didn't have the money to be losing that round. Look at them. Now they have to go to pistols here. And that puts them on the back foot and gives Astralis another chance at getting into this second half in a meaningful way.
Apex is ready to take the fight even with just a scout and against the entire Astralis team in the middle. That's pretty brave. RPK being flashed in. That is a nice headshot. The Deagles could still do it. RPK with a double kill. All right, 3-on-3. And Vitality actually being really successful in having that fight in middle.
These flash setups from Vitality are just spicy.
Really good. Sip walking out Apex. Can he get the headshot? Because if he doesn't, it's going to be trouble. Let's just see. He's going to be walking up with a USP. Doesn't even need it. Just going to take down Sip, who already thought that hit was clear. And there's Shocks coming in. Oh, no. Megisk, 1 versus 3. How do you bring this back? You have the time and you have the bomb. Those are some good signs, but Apex is already out here and he's put him on 57. And now the game is up. He knows exactly where he is. So they're just gonna be coming for him. Megisk, that bomb needs to go down, and then you'll have to figure out what to do afterwards.
Yeah, and it's perfect. Shoxy and Nivera can buddy system up together. So bomb needs to get planted. Nivera's being patient here. He's waiting for Shoxy. Shoxy's collected an AK of his own, and now they have 2 rifles to work with, and Magus has no information. He has no idea where they're coming from. He's going to line the first one up. He's going to go for it! Magus gets both! They did everything they could, Vitality. They did it right. They went together. Just not able to get the trade. Magus is too good.
I can't believe it. This game is so unbelievable. The fact that they nearly lose that, the fact that it has to be brought back from a 1 versus 3, where, you know, 1 versus 3s like this, it's one thing if Magus could sneak in a kill and then almost be at the bomb site, but the fact that he gets the kill on long, it's so far away from the site. Vitality have all the time in the world to set up and think about what's going on. Yeah.
Just keeps delivering, doesn't it?
It's out of control. 14-12. This game is, I mean, the compare and contrast between this game and the grand finals of the last season is, yeah, it's quite something.
I love it, dude. This is
Подождите, можно пиар? Конечно, можно. Просто пиши в чате слово. Канал, либо пиар, бот кидает ссылку на твой канал.
Astralis, they won in, what was the Blast? No, IM Global Challenge they won, but they lost in the Blast Premier Fall. So it's just, they're going tit for tat. It's just going to be back and forth. It's what we can expect from the top 2 teams in the world right now. They are just at each other's throats. And again, same call!
Yeah, they're going to be rushing for it right through the smoke. They take him down, Nivira. A couple of bullets more. I think he could have had a triple then. He's in for it, but Dupree will take him down, and they drop Apex through the double doors into middle, and aside with RPK, they never even get close. They're gonna have to call the save immediately.
Вот видишь,
that is such a
вот ссылка на твой канал.
I can't believe they keep getting
Просто
away
не
with
пиши
it.
капслоком.
Dude,
Ты маленький
Smash
дупон.
last time you call that, and Glaive, you go back? You do it again? Vitality never expect that. Let's see, already the opening here. That was just a thing of beauty taking Nivera out, but Shoxy just got bulldozed.
Yeah. And I mean, that was shot through the smoke. He walked right into it. Apex is clearly feeling the frustration. I can't really blame him. 14 to 13 going to be the scoreline here. And I mean, I'm already very impressed with the fact that Astralis have managed to get this many rounds on the T side. It's way more than I was expecting. So now...
Куда можно подпишись, поставь лайк под последнее видео, что сделал фрагмент и сделай оценку. Хорошо?
28th round is coming up, and top of the scoreboard, I mean, it's still Cyber at 33, and to find the second in the server is Dupree at 23, so a full 10 kills behind him.
I don't think you can buy him.
That says something.
Sorry about that, didn't mean to cut you off. It's just, you know, speaking through the thought process, but looking at the economy for Vitality, if they force, that lets Astralis get up to 15 rounds.
Yeah.
So you can't, I think they made the correct call here. They're just going to go ahead and play around the M4. They're stacked up on long. Astralis thinking about getting out here as well. Delayed smoke. Where's the flash over the top? We're going to see it in a second. There it is, and they push right in.
Now, I mean, it's cool you have the rifles and all the players in the right position, but that's also the position to lose them in. This M4, yep, it's on the ground. Cyber's up here with the AWP, and there's just a whole sea of smokes out here, making it very hard to see anything that's going on. Flash is in. He's still going to pick up Dupree, but now that they know where he is, do you really want to keep fighting him? Does that make a lot of sense?
And they should know that Apex doesn't have a gun either, so, I mean, no reason to overextend against this. Just slow it down. You have a minute on the clock if you're Astralis. You can take your time about this, gather up again, and just take advantage. And so Vitality, I mean, that you can be frustrated, but at the same time, this is kind of what you were expecting. You were playing to let this get up to 14-14. And you go from here. Zaiwu's put himself in a position now as well to just back off to either side. Wherever Astralis wind up, he can back off and hold onto this up. So he can either be in a position to be a hero, or he can just save the op for the next round and make sure that they've got the double op if they want it.
Yeah, and for him, it's obviously, it is a coin flip. There's nothing that he could do. I mean, the only thing that he could have done to be sure is to go and check long, and I don't think that would have made a lot of sense either. So he's going to be quite far away, and the call will be made, I'm sure, to just save that AWP, because that is what's really important at this point in time. Wow. Yeah, they actually did push where the stack was for Vitality, but, you know, getting those early kills means they just get stuck out there on long, and they couldn't get away.
It's the nades, the difference in nade timings as well. Just really late flashes coming over the top. Going in dry as well, Zipnix, that's ballsy, right? Just going straight through that smoke, no flash to help out, and then flashing behind it. Just sick stuff coming in here from Astralis, and they were ready. Brilliant work, just hitting the shots.
Yeah, really, again, it's so important just finding those early kills at that fight so that you don't get overwhelmed. They managed to do that just fine. It's going to be 14-14. It will be all tied up. Now, the AWP is going to be saved, it looks like, unless Saiwu somehow steps back into SIP in the middle, but small chance that will happen. So at least they still have that. And it is not nothing, is it? That is the super weapon that they've brought to this game here, Vitality. A bit of a classic type of game from them, where it's Saiwu just doing everything that he can to try and win the game for his team.
What's truly amazing about how this map has played out is just how streaky it's been. I mean, 7 out of the last 8 rounds, Astralis have won. Before that, it was Vitality taking 5 rounds in a row. It's just
really can't believe it.
One gets control, and then they refuse to let go. And now we're here, 14-14, tied up, going at it, and Zaiwu's got 34 frags in regulation. He's got 2 more rounds, Anders. He could go to 40 if he wanted to.
Let's do it. Let's see that happen.
Давай, подписывайся, ставишь лайкос под последнее мое видео.
Dupree is right up there as well, 26 kills on his side. So Dupree is just snapping headshots right now, and that is fantastic to see. He is one of the main drivers behind the Astralis machine.
So very standard setup coming out here from Vitality.
Подписываешься, ставишь лайкос под последний фрагмент. Пока я скажу, я сделал, я подписываюсь.
It is looking more and more like it's leaning towards the B-bomb side for the minute. That's a nice pick-off. Apex taking out Glaive. Side was there to drop the device right afterwards. And that about as good of a start as you're going to get here. A little bit of Molotov damage on top of it. Why not? So now it's time to make the plays. Dupree trying to do that, seeing if he could catch anyone out here on long, but he's walking into another AWP. Could have already got himself killed right here. And there is an M4 down below. He's looking for the headshot. He's going to pick that one up. Actually, Megas to do that. Jumps down and trying to catch him. That's the element of surprise. And now the bomb is being planted up here. Now, finally, the run comes to an end for Dupree. It was a long push. Headshot and Sip as well. Oh, dear. Out on long. Megas, he's going to lose the fight. So it's all on Sip. 1 versus 2 to try and clutch it, but this is also what he's made for. Flashbang into the window. Sip gets the headshot. He needs just 1 more shot. He's right in front, and Sip, he's toying with him. He takes him down. Of course he does. 15 to 14. And Astralis have map point.
Я модеров не даю.
I mean, their faces
Говори название
say it
видео.
all. What an amazing round. And let's take a look at it again here. We have to relive. This hold is nuts. The gamble doesn't work for Dupree. He gets the opening kill on Apex, but then goes down to CT and gets nothing for it. He just delays them a little bit. Zywoo hits that shot. And they're going to be losing their minds on Astralis' side because, again, the king of clutch, Zipnix. So long as Zipnix is alive at the end of the round for Astralis, there's a chance. There's a chance that he wins that round for you. It's just what he does. He is legendary for how ice cold he is in the clutch.
I mean, that round, that's a 5 versus 3 that they end up winning. This is an absolutely mythical T-side out of Astralis. It's so hard to explain how unlikely all of this is, and it's just, we're seeing it right now.
Ладно, давай тогда напишу тебе слово канал либо пиар. Вот кину ссылку на твой канал.
Win rate on T-side over the last 2 months for Astralis. But to do it in such a fashion is just insane.
I'm really shocked. Here we go. Outlong Dupree, gonna be flashed through, trying to see if he can catch anyone down in the pit. They don't have a lot to work with here. Some FAMAS and Dupree's tapping away, and Apex walks right into the bullet. And now, actually, they're committing quite a few people out here. RPK gets 1, but if they're quick about it, they can catch this B-bomb site. Not undefended, but the backup is going to be far away. They should be able to smoke off Cyber and just make sure he can't do anything past that CT spawn. And Shoxa and Navira inside.
Пишите слово канал либо пиар, чтобы вот кину ссылку на твой канал.
No, they don't have many nades. Nivera's got an MP9 and he's already been tagged down to half. Thing is that when you slow it down, this is Zywoo's usual spot towards car, towards A, with the ops posted up like this. This is his usually stomping ground. Astralis maybe just trying to play off of this right now because they haven't seen him in mid.
Yeah. But look at what Zywoo's doing. He's actually moving close to catwalk, which is, again, if you can delay the actual entry into the B-bomb side, let's say you smoke them off in door and window, then Zywoo has time to get in there and try and shoot them in the back. So let's just see. There are the smokes going up initially. So now everyone knows Vitality will have heard the double smoke. They should be able to guess what's coming next. Shox is going to throw out a little bit of a counter nade. 37 seconds. Let's see what they could do here. 4 on 4, and all of the weapons favoring Astralis right now. Zywoo and RPK both coming in from the catwalk, but there's the crunch.
Какое видео я должен тебе поставить? Скажи.
Shox goes down. Next in line is Navira. RPK just barely catching Sip, but I'm not sure it's enough. RPK is going to get dropped. Zywoo now in a 1 versus 3 with an off to retake against 3, and he will go down 16 to 14 as they absolutely bring it home. Astralis with a win on Dust 2 in the most unlikely fashion. I can't believe that
Какое видео должен поставить тебе лайк?
Shoxy's face says it all, Anders. They cannot believe that this just happened, Vitality. This was their map pick. They got everything was going their way, and yet Astralis still, round after round, just grind them into the dust. What an amazing clutch at the end. And well, Astralis, this is just what they are capable of. They crush your dreams. And now we're going into Overpass. And this is the pocket pick from Astralis. We were all theorizing, we were all wondering, you know, could this be the pick? Because they've done very well on it, but they haven't played against Vitality yet on it.
Yeah. We just don't know, do we? Again, I said it, I'm just going to stick by it. Like I said, 9-6, even then I thought it would be trouble, and you know, they did so much better. It wasn't 9-6, it was 8-7 at the end. Vitality, I thought they did way more than they needed to in that first half.
I agree, you're not wrong.
They just shocked me completely, Astralis. That's very cool. I'm really excited to see that. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, it's going to be the second map. Stay tuned.
Все дело. Я уже понял. Я понял, что я не мать. Спасибо. Надеюсь, не отпишешься.
That was my knife. You stole it and killed me. I'm dead. Well, I just went right in front. No. Ah, I'm out of bullets. Yeah.
Если хочете, кто есть на стриме, делайте заимку, пишите в чате слово канал, либо пиар, либо кидает ссылку. Смотрю. Не забываем подписываться.
Got him. Oh, this is your spot. That's your spot.
He's camping. What? He's camping other Nicholas. Oh, he's camping there.
Yep.
There. I got him. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead.
Так, друзья, сейчас немножко отойду. Немного отойду. Можете делать пока заимочки. Я сейчас подойду. Можете подписывать, как должно быть.
The last thing you said. Don't stop. I'm on fire. 1, 2, 1, 2. I love you. No. 1, 2, 1, 2. Don't stop. I'm on fire. 1, 2, 1, 2. I love you.
We just saw this go all the rounds. We're getting the vitality back without Navira coming into play. But this is an Astralis where they were one of the absolute best teams in the world on Overpass. I can remember so many magic moments on that.
Привет.
I agree, but it's
Привет,
been a
народ,
while.
привет.
It's been a while since we've seen Astralis have that as one of the main picks. It's always been about Nuke, always been about Inferno as recently. Even the Dust 2 are looking good. Train and Overpass, the last couple of years has always been the 4th, 5th best map, but they're slowly but surely starting to
Дружище, пиар бесплатно. Просто пишешь в чате слово канал, либо пиар, и бот кидает ссылку на твой канал.
Whenever there's a break, they update their map pool. They make sure they're one step ahead of their opponents so they can bring in a little bit of a surprise like this against Vitality. It looked good against EDA, they won convincingly, so if I'm a Vitality right now, you better have practiced Overpass throughout this.
Просто, дружище, пишешь в чате слово канал, либо пиар, и все. В чате пишешь просто слово одно канал, либо пиар, и все. Дружище. В чате канал, либо пиар, одно слово пишешь, и бот кидает ссылку на твой канал. Одно слово, не надо спамить. А то бот не встигает кидать. Зачем ты спамишь? Алло, дружище. Зачем ты спамишь слово пиаре? Какой пиаре? Дарк, что такое? Друзья, делайте заимки просто. Кто хочет заимку, пишите в чате слово или контрблок. Друзья, пишите просто одно слово в чате канал. Либо слово одно пиар, а не пиари. И бот кидает ссылочку на ваш канал и подписывайтесь друг на друга.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second map in this Ampute series so far. First one went the full distance, all 30 maps on Dust 2, and Astralis pulled off something I just wasn't expecting. Now we've got the surprise pick up.
Shame on you, Anders. You're not expecting Zipnix to clutch it out 1v2 every single time when all the pressure of the world is on his shoulders?
Хорошо.
What makes it so good? Every time I
Не забываем ставить лайкосики, народ.
he can't, you know, like the pressure's on, they know what he, like every time, and it still happens, you know. You'd think after all these years I would have learned something, but I guess not. But that's why I could enjoy it so much more. You know?
It's fresh every time. That's the thing. It's as if you're rediscovering it every time. The joy of the zip clutch.
That's what it feels. I've got some sort of selective amnesia every time. I'm like, no, he's not gonna win this one. Like, you know, I know he won every.
Так, подписывайтесь друг на друга, а я пойду быстренько душ приму и приду.
Dupree obviously can't
Хорошо.
leave him behind. He was playing outrageously on Dust 2.
He was.
get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I do it all before I die. I wanna get it on tonight. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I wanna get you one more time, one more time, one more time, one more time. I want it one more time. I really need to make it right. Energy I overdose, 'cause I'm ready to reload. I need it one more time, but baby then again twice. But I don't know if I'm ready to let go. I'm gonna have you one more time. I'm gonna hit it one more night with you, with you. I am committed 'cause I know it's you I want. Hope I'll never see you go home. Oh, come along. I'm gonna have you one more time. I'm gonna have you one more night. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I do it all before I die. I wanna get it on tonight. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I wanna get you one more time, one more time, one more time, one more time. Ooh, this time I wanna take it slow. I don't need my phone. I know how to picture in my mind the nights with you. I'm ready to enjoy the ride. I don't wanna die, but I could die in your arms, 'cause I don't need to live forever. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I do it all before I die. I wanna get it on tonight. I wanna get you one more time. I really wanna cross the line. I wanna get you one more time, one more time, one more time, one more time. And every way you get me, started off fine, now then left going deep, baby. I'll be right back, can't see just one more time. My heart rages around like an ocean in my head, because there are so many things that I left unsaid. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that is not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. My heart rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that is not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions you did several times. It hurts to admit that we're no different. I find it hard to commit, but you don't even try. Still I'm better with than without you. Oh, I'm on it, I want it, but why do you seem to call it your eyes? I can't tell if you're here or you're out there. Do you wanna be out there? You don't need to be Prince Charming to me. I just need this to be real. I don't need no fairy tale. look at people and I wonder all day, who are you and you are not the one in your way. And then I think about myself and I stayed. I'm a pretty boss with almost your brain waste. I'm a freak in the sheets, but I got class. I'ma grab an ass if you want it. Best you ever had, give it to you back. Ooh.
Здорово, здорово.
Everything about that was looking like it was going to be another successful B hit. What is going on here? All right, so he sees one.
Oh, they just lined up for him. That is brutal. Yeah, just lined up.
That's what, like maybe three bullets?
Well, hey, dude, good on Masuda, right? If there's going to be pressure on anybody, it's going to be on Masuda. He's going to be the one who's going to be feeling it the most, pretty much on the server. Because what? He's the substitute for Vitality. All eyes are on him. If he doesn't perform, you know that Nivera's going to be sitting there waiting, like rubbing his hands together, like, I'm on that map too, aren't I? You know, just
I wonder what it would have been like for him to. Obviously, he's been sitting in the room with them, so maybe his, overall mood is similar to the people that have been playing. But otherwise, he could be like that. Speaking of memes, that guy with the pizza walking back in the room and everything is on fire.
Yeah, for him, he's just been sitting outside.
Masuda's like, hey guys.
By the way,
is everyone feeling good? What's going on?
Why not, right? Hopefully that's what he's bringing to the table. And if he gets shots like that, feel-good frags, where lines up and he's like, cool, awesome, great. There's a key round that actually ends the 5 rounds, so you can Astralis based off of his play.
Но.
And for a young player as well. I mean, 18 years old, just turned 18.
Не, прекрасно, всему ты будем сыграть чистый.
And actually showing the new generation of French
Ну, а ты что?
super cool to see, and only wish the best for him, obviously. Ooh, nice nade though. Dupree getting peppered.
Как раз это был на баре тут. Я подвес как раз в душе.
Counts more than people sometimes think about. You do even what they have here, 18 damage or something like that to Magus. It suddenly means the M4 is a one-shot.
Здорово, старались. Прикол?
Quick from Dupree, turning for the flashbang,
А?
turning back again to pick up Masuda, but there was a return kill, so it's still 4-on-4.
And that was a stack. I don't know if that's enough to tell.
Напишу бой экран мне разбить.
Or tell Astralis rather that Vitality were stacking B, because there were 4 players. There are 4 players, 3 players still, and there's the boost. Beautiful work. The flash setup from Zywoo. The man can do it all, Anders. He can even throw flash grenades for his teammates.
Yeah, he's not just a solo player either. You're right. All right, up here at the bomb side though, Apex and Shots are in good positions. This rotation is very
Я подрал, старались ставить.
well done from Vitality. I think this is a round where they finally have a very good read on what
Бig за камбэчевый.
it shows on where people have shown up. Glaive and Sip though, I can't believe they're winning the fight even to the extent that they were here. The Molotov nearly taking down RPK at the edge. Glaive, and he's not able to land the shot.
Нет, ликвидом.
It could have been a nightmare. They could have even almost walked into that, but Vitality pick it up 6-5 now. And I mean, no bomb plant. They're not going to be able to buy here on the Astralis side.
How unfortunate there for Glaive that he's not hitting one bullet on RPK in that situation. So doesn't go their way, and that is actually, I mean, that could have been even more brutal because Vitality stacked 4 on B. They were done with the shenanigans from Astralis over there. They were ready to just slam them. And
Стали зараз уряд другу.
it actually pans out. So now they can go
Так що,
more of a presence in
ні, другу. А тепер грав другу. 5-6.
Big anti-eco stomp. This is what Vitality are looking for. They want to pour on the pressure. Apex takes Megaskin. That's big.
Glaive.
Как раз Нико такой типа стрим, где Steam, Пиар, никого.
Time there to get the spray down. Apex is actually kind of on his own out here, which is really uncomfortable. Sneaking through the smoke, he's right behind him, and I don't think any of them know. Oh, this is so awkward. Apex could get away with this. He could just walk on back to the bomb side and...
Добре, что зайди в Discord. В Discord.
Wow.
Йо.
Because again, if he gets caught, not only will they have the AWP on device, but they'll suddenly have the M4 as well.
Yo.
And it's, it'll be a 3-on-3, and who knows what happens at that point in time. Now, you've got the AWP out here. Surely you go for a boost. Triple boost into the bomb site, bring Sip over. They're not doing it.
RPK just spotted them though, but now they're going to back off. RPK's looking like he's got the read on that. However, RPK and Apex playing on A, but they've still got Misuda and Shoxy playing B. Zipmix is going to spot this. Did he spot this? I don't think he was close. I don't think he was close enough.
I don't think he saw it.
Oh, such a shame. And there's Shoxy getting a freebie.
And that does a bunch of different things, right? Not only getting the kill, obviously, there's only 35 seconds, but it also just allows that they were coming this way. We kind of know what's happening now, and they're already rotating people down here. RPK is getting closer. I think they've pretty much been read. Attempt at a flick from Device, but he doesn't really make it work. So 7-5 now. Vitality getting 3 in a row and getting themselves, I think, even just mentally a little bit back in the game. This is really great news for the French side. I think this is very, very important. Let's see for Astralis, though. I mean, we've already been praising them for the 5-round win streak that they were on here and how good it looked and how well prepared they were. But, you know, now that they've been bopped on the nose themselves, maybe you want to see if they can pick it up again.
Yeah, well, I want to see some aggression mid out of them now. Just take that fight. They need to be acknowledging that Vitality are going to start trying to play aggressive and change it up, and they need to just run into this head on and smash Vitality. Zywoo's now posted up along with Shoxy in mid. This is more Vitality style, but now Zywoo, is he going to catch Device? No, Device was ready for him. They saw it coming. Astralis ready for that aggression. Perfect punish. Man advantage now for Astralis. Shoxy's going to be pushed up in a one-and-done sort of scenario as well. He's got no way out unless he gets help from his teammates.
Apex has a flashbang here for shots, but they're not even going to throw it. That's interesting. Yeah, delayed. They wanted to try that on the other side, right? Glaive was setting up the flash for Device to go and take the fight, and Misuta coming in to take down Meg is just continue to fight here. I'm really shocked that Vitality are winning this fight in such a fashion, because actually Astralis were in a very strong position out here.
This is kind of playing into what I expect to see from Astralis, though, in these sorts of weird situations. Trading, 18.1% trading rate right now so far from Astralis. It's not fantastic. You see these duels, they're all spread out, and they're just getting bopped. That's weird to see Glaive and Device not coordinating better on long.
Yeah, especially I think what really was confusing to me is that Device, as he came up to the corner, he ran the whole way. So if anyone was there, I mean, they would have had the time. Oh my god.
Hold on, Zipmix is still alive. Just wait a second.
20 seconds, guys. 20 seconds. He's running back, so if he's really, really lucky here, he could just get the bomb plant down for free, but how does he escape? He's gonna smoke up the ground. They don't have any HEs or anything, so this could get a bit weird. Yeah, just go straight for the plant. 5 seconds. He's at least gonna get that, but they're coming for him. And this, I mean, you could show.
Whoa!
He picks up one more shot, and RPK's on the other side. Zip finally goes down. But that was a 1 versus 4 that he, I mean, almost wins. So disgusting.
He's so good. Yeah, man, Zip is just a threat at any time. If he's still alive, dude, in these sorts of scenarios, it's just he goes up an extra few percentage points in 1vx situations. If he just gets to focus on his own game, this is what he's capable of. Focus on his own game. This is what he's capable of. In 1vx situations, if he just gets to focus on his own game, this is what he's capable of. Shoxy's reaction says it all. A little bit of a grin there from Zip as well. For changes they've made, Astralis had a 70% win rate on CT. Their CT side is super solid as well, and they still have a couple of rounds to work with in this half. If they can get up to 9-6 or 8-7 at the half, I think that Astralis have got to be feeling very good about their odds going into the second half.
I was gonna say, I think a 6th round. I think if it's 10-5, I mean, it's still totally winnable for Astralis, but I'd say Vitality they would have done a pretty damn good job if they could get up to 10 rounds here.
Oh yeah, that would be fantastic.
I'm still really confused about Device running up to that long corner, because if there is someone out there, then they'll hear you stepping, and they could, like, you're giving them, rather than it being just a random timing for them to throw the grenade, you're actually telling them, yeah, I'm right here, so they can just call it in from the CT spawn. A little bit confused about that, but otherwise, back into the B bomb side. Meg is pushing through the smoke that's thrown from CT spawn to block off that monster tunnel, and now he's just hoping that someone will forget about that and try and go and check it. So we'll see. Yeah, trying to get in a little bit early. They know that he's here now. He's still sticking around. Normally, if you fail that attempt, you probably will fall back, and he's gonna get overpowered by RPK. He's very, very insistent on trying to get that kill.
And again, nobody there to trade for Astralis. Device gets a beautiful headshot on RPK, though. though. Brings it back to a 4-on-4. So luckily for them, they're able to make that work. But now Shoxy, the heavy hitter for Vitality, has rotated onto the site. He's going to be ready for this. Waiting right around the corner. Could line them up. And here it is, the slaughter. Shoxy, what a beast. Dude, Shoxy's at 18 kills.
Yeah, he's gone way above and beyond.
To put in perspective, I mean, Zywoo was the dominant beast on Dust 2 for Vitality. He's at 8 kills right now. Shoxy is doubling him up.
I'm real confused about the fact that no one was checking this, because they actually had very good flashbangs to you know, Shoxy was ducking down, sure, but he still got flashed a bunch. And they saw, when Magus went for that fight, he saw 2 people at barrels, so even if Device gets 1, I would have assumed that Astralis would have still just checked it. They did not, and it cost them the round. So
I think they're telegraphing it a bit too much. Like, Vitality are starting to get the read on them. If Astralis just want to keep hitting B-side over and over again, Vitality are obliging them by stacking it. Shoxy Device face off. Must-win fight for Device. Absolutely critical that he survives that. Man advantage now for Astralis, and they don't have any more smokes. They have 2 flashes and a Molotov, Anders.
it's not a lot to work. And, you know, it's good that he won that fight, but again, he was running up to that fight. He's making so much noise. Not sure that that is the best idea. From Vitality's point of view, even being a man down, you're right, those grenades on Astralis, not that they know how many are left, but that should give them a decent shot. Cyril will take a kill, and he's trying to fall back. He's nearly getting caught. Instead, if that's what's on offer. He wanted Cyril, obviously. Now, actually, could be a little bit tricky. Apex is here, though, as well. So all 3 members of Vitality. Cyril going to continue to fight. Even low on health. Can he find one more kill? He can't. And now, up at the sniper spot, it's Apex doing his best to help out. But they do have him pinned down up here. And out in the open, he's going to fall to Dupree at the end. It will be 6 rounds in the first half in favor of Charles, but 9 to Vitality. And I think that is still pretty impressive for the French side. They need to win this map. They have to win it, or they're going to get... well, not to the grand final straight away at the very least. So we'll see what happens. Second half is coming up after the break.
Bro, these guys are fucking sweating, man. It's too early, dude. No, I'm kidding. Let's go.
Вот какая-то есть. Full day. Нифига себе. Привет.
Come play, come play. Oh my god. No.
Нормально. Только что покушал. У тебя как дела? У тебя как дела? Кирик, так, Кирик. Приятного аппетита, я только что покушал.
Bro, these guys are fucking sweating, man. It's too early, dude.
Я по поводу мувика. Что сделал мувик?
Leading into the second half, the score is 9-6 in favor of Vitality, which I think is a pretty damn fine job. This map was picked by Astralis, and they looked really well prepared. But I don't think everything went according to plan. They had that great sort of win streak in the
Тебе надо помочь.
first half where they went 5 in a row, and at that point it looked like they were about to sweep them away and just completely just leave them behind. But that didn't actually work out that way. Vitality came back into it. Shock's playing very well, so I don't know. I hope we see I really badly want a third map here.
Inferno would be amazing between these two teams, no doubt about it. But I mean, it's almost as if it's written in the contract where these guys, if you win one round, you have to proceed to win the next 4 to 5 rounds.
Yeah.
Before you give it back, right? You give the ball back so they can play it. So immediately here, no time wasted at all. And Vitality still a smoke on Misuda. Full Kevlar across the board from Astralis, though. These guys are not going to let a bomb plan happen.
Well, that is the plan at least. See how long that plan is actually going to be working out.
What even is the setup?
They're just in a position to go either A or B. They're so close to middle, they can go wherever they want. Need to. Masuta finding out there are a lot of people in here, and I'm in trouble. He's gonna get one, but there's no need to even call for backup. Bomb is now weirdly very far away, so they've pushed up. I think Masuta is meant to fall back and pick up the bomb in case something worked out. That's not going to be happening now, and I don't know. This is very awkward.
Через чат неудобно. Чё? Чё тебе надо?
Shox is going to get run down, and he sees it, making a bit of noise and shooting Dupree in the back of the head, but.
Sorry. Sorry, спасибо всем, кто сказал бы здорово. Бля, перец по входу попал в нос.
Now we get to see what they're capable of here on the CT side. They like Vitality. It's funny, they have identical win rates in terms of CT rounds on this map. So Vitality 70%, Astralis 70%. So now we have to see. They've got the pistol, or are they going to be able to start chaining rounds together? And they should be able to.
Спасибо.
A bit of a change in approach though. Device down on the B side, not floating mid, not floating long, as is characteristic, but we do have Zipmix and Dupree playing close connectors, so this is really just aggressive from Astralis, and it's a different strategy.
And Dupree, surely is going to keep going. He's so far in, just at this point, just to climb up the ladder and try and see if he can flank them. Sip is going to get some confirmation. Don't really have to fight here, even if you might actually lose the A-bomb site, which is possible at this point in time. The flank from Dupree and, that's some very, very good grenade throwing there from Magus. I mean, not necessarily mechanically, but just the timing of it was really important because otherwise...
Да, чё, вот видишь? Бот не принимает такое.
Absolutely tear him apart. Magus going down, so that is the A-bomb side lost, and the bomb should be planted here. Dupree on a flank from long, but it's happening...
Бот сразу осуждает на 5 секунд.
Will pick up Dupree, and now it's a 5-on-3. The bomb is already down. They're going to pick up that FAMAS on the ground. Sip is out here hiding in plain sight. They'll only get the 1 kill, and I'm not sure that's enough. Glaive, he gets traded right away, and now it's a 1 versus 3 for Sip. And even his internal logic will tell him it's not worth going for. He's going to get found, and Vitality has a massive round to win. Losing the first round in the series, and this is the comeback that they have right afterwards.
Just going long, where you wouldn't necessarily expect them to be. Astralis are setting up for close quarters combat. They're setting up where they would think the fight is going to happen because Vitality are on pistols, and so Vitality are probably going to want to be closer to you and take those fights up. So they're going connector, they're going B. Vitality are one step ahead though. They're like, all right, we're going to go long, the last place you expect us to be on the map, because you're going to have rifles, you're going to have the advantage, that's where we'll go. And it just works out perfectly. Astralis just got gamed hard, and that puts Vitality up on 10 rounds.
Maybe they also underestimated how aggressive Vitality would be in actually flashing their way into the A-bomb site. Because they must have been thinking, this is sort of a trap, you may be right outside of the A-bomb site, but we've got Dupree and Sip who are, pretty close to flanking you.
Yeah.
We just need you to be out there for another 5 seconds and it's all good. But they weren't. The flash there against Magus, that killed, because as soon as they get in there and they get the bomb down, they turn around, and now Dupree's flank isn't really so much a flank anymore. They're just running straight into him.
And he just gets long. Well, now, I mean, once again, going along where they have, again, the rifles. They have the rifles this time, so if Astralis peek them, you can see they get punished. Dupree getting tagged with that scout to start things off. Device holding close, however, in restrooms with the Deeg. There's the shot. He's got Glaive to back him up. RPK going to pick up the first. And they are just going to be able to back out of there, Astralis.
Yeah, a little bit scary. Could have been a quick double there. RPK. But Saru controlling the spray at a very long range with the MAC-10. That's all fine. Dupree out here sniping away. It's a bit of a tentative round right now. 30 seconds. They are still hanging out. I think they're just waiting to throw all of the smokes that they need to, and then they're going to try and go for this A site. So should be fine.
Holy shit.
More grenades, and I think the grenades are really the basis for which they can try and win this round.
Ну, не видел через молик, его видели. Круто.
I like seeing that. There could have been a moment there where they could have panicked and said, "Oh no, let's run back to B." You know, this is too.
Это самое обидное перестрел.
Tried to fight too much against the D. The fact that they didn't, they just calmly set up the standard smokes and molotovs and went for it. Sip is actually going to get a body shot in there against Saru, but it won't change the fact that he gets 3 kills with the MAC-10, which is kind of cool if you're the AWPer of the team.
Sure, but I'm thinking that Astralis right now need to be getting more kills. They need to be putting in some more damage because Vitality's economy is looking fantastic, and it's not going to get any easier here for Astralis as they are now going to be in a hard eco scenario. And they're trailing. They've still got guys who are on single-digit kills, Anders. Magus and Glaive right now struggling, 8 and 7. So, whereas everybody on Vitality are up in double digits. So, just in terms of firepower right now, Vitality are outclassing Astralis.
They are, and it shows, right? 11 to 7, probably going to be 12-7 here as it's just USPs, RPK. Yeah, realizing early on that there was a lot of aggression out here. He's taking care of all of it. Very smooth, no issues here. They know where Magus is. He's going to get the one shot there, but otherwise, I don't think there'll be any trouble. So 12 to 7 in favor of the French. They are 4 rounds away now from getting us that third map on Inferno. What a delicious treat that would be if we could just get there. And you're right, I mean, in terms of the kills, it's outrageous. Saru obviously leading the charge way ahead of everyone on Dust 2. They still lost the map, but Shock's here. 20 kills, Saru at 16, the rest 14 or 13. I mean, there's a very, very strong team effort coming out right here for Vitality.
It's kind of what we were talking about coming into this. Did Astralis game themselves? After all, Vitality were the #1 team on Overpass throughout 2020. 71.4% win rate on the map. So, you know, they didn't play it much towards the end of the year, and maybe Astralis were thinking this is how we change it up, but clearly, you know, Vitality's still comfortable on the map.
He's stuck in. I'm not even sure they're checking for this. They didn't hear him running, I think, because there was so much else going on. Device might be in a little bit of trouble, and he's going to get found, but Dupree still has a chance to play his hand here, and he'll at least take down Apex. He knows there's a MAC-10 out there somewhere, but a lot of trouble this time now for Vitality. They're in such a weird position. They almost just have to go straight to the B-bomb site.
Це походу буде третя катка.
Timing, yeah, I mean, you've got no other choice here.
Misuda and Shoxy are just going to have to play this together. Nice HE off Misuda. Shox, though, going to get the punish. Takes down Glaive, and now it's a 2-on-2 retake scenario. No kit picked up, but Magisk, if he gets these kills, plenty of time. 3 kills for Magisk. And, well, that's interesting. I mean, it's happening so quick, Anders. But coming into this, you're wondering, all right, we saw Astralis play against EG already this tournament. They played very aggressively. Device spent most of his time, you know, it was his birthday every day. You know, he's just eating cake and having a good time, pushed up mid all round long. So I just thought perhaps that's because they're playing against EG. They're not going to respect EG as much as they're going to respect Vitality. Apex's face says it all. Apex's face says it all. Like, oh no.
Немножко испугался.
Aggressive against us. They are going to push mid, push Fountain, Device, Dupree working together as the duo. This is what I was wondering if Astralis were going to pull. Were they going to be this aggressive, or was it just because they were up against EG and EG are not Vitality?
It certainly worked that time. We'll find out if they keep doing it, if Vitality just adjust. I mean, again, I expect it's going to be harder and harder to do every single round because eventually they're going to be more passive. Now, I do wonder about Glaive. I mean, throwing that grenade, fine, but he threw the grenade and just jumped straight in, and that was a 2-on-3. I would have loved for him to stay back and trust it in.
He may be forcing it. I mean, he's still sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard. Even Magisk is in double digits now with 11.
Because that's the kind of thing that can easily lose you a 2-on-3, right? Suddenly it's a 2-on-2, and you just need one mistake.
Well, now we're back to Device's second favorite spot on the map, outside of Long. Posted up, waiting. And, well, if to keep into this, it's going to be a sad time. Apex barely survives with 8 health. That's unbelievable. Shoxy's going to back him up as well. Magisk is taking down Misuda, though, in mid. But the pressure is on now. Device, he's got to get these kills.
He's gonna get one of the friendly flashbang right in his face. Somehow it actually still worked, because I think the enemy player out there, Shox, was also flashed. He's got the bomb. Oh, this is all over the place. Shox, the bomb has dropped out. That's a huge issue now. And Simon and RPK, how did they get in here? They have to take the site, then run out long and pick up the bomb and then get back to it? Sounds really unlikely.
Разобрали просто.
That was a really weird battle out there. The fact that Device went in to try and hunt down Apex, even that is obviously dangerous. That's a nice headshot. Maybe it's not done yet. 22 seconds. I mean, he's in a great position at Glaive to try and do something, but he's checking it. Another headshot to come through. Oh no! Bomb tapped once, and he's tempting him. He wants Sip to try and come for him. 10 seconds on the clock. He's just spraying through. Sip is right there, and he fakes it another time. Styro in a 1 versus 3.
Хорош. Просто развих.
At the end, and Vitality get to 13. That should never happen.
You know what's worse than a Zipnix? A Zywix. Dude, Eve knew it. This is how you survive the Zipnix clutch, is you just put the beast in front of him like that. That is such a big clutch to win. Astralis are going to be kicking themselves. Their setup worked perfectly. Support was there.
No.
Shot Vitality out. It's just
тут?
once again.
No.
Once again, when Vitality
Раз я себе на телеку
it's
через
like
YouTube
Excalibur
хлопнул.
showing up through the fog of war to save the day or
Да.
something. Zywoo shows up and gets an insane clutch to put them back into a half. Because they should, by all rights, lose that round. But that's the star potential. It's why Simple and Zywoo are up there in the top 2. Their ability to just do it all and come up with insane clutch rounds to save their teams. It's what sets them apart.
And worse still, to add to the miseries, the fact that Astralis don't have money to buy in this upcoming round. So not only
disaster.
Yeah, losing.
Зараз хорошо дотащил его.
Но поклипший игрок.
If at least you could buy into the following round and you just try to bring it right back, say, okay, fine, you got
Ліпший игрок
back in
20-го року.
That's looking unlikely. All right, very clean from Shox.
Редко играю, да.
In to wreck Device.
You may be getting your you know?
Ну все, чекать до последнего, пиздец.
Ну, блядь, та це типу 1-1 має бути туди, якщо Vitality виграють.
Ну.
Качество збавити, блядь, бо. 1080. Ну, життями.
Apex takes down Zipnix, and now it's 14-8. All right, let's see. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. This is still Astralis.
Що, блядь,
It's still
телефон
Astralis.
свій включати зараз. То
being
інтернет
down
перше.
six rounds.
Блядь, мусимося підключати до такого інтернету, блядь, мобільного, бом дограв. Паб.
And then Astralis proceeds to grind every round back in the half. So,
Вже все підключило.
let's bide our time here. Let's not get too excited.
No, definitely don't want to get ahead of ourselves. They do have a lot of money on the Vitality side. You know, there's a lot they have to chew through here. Astralis flash straight into B. They know they're weak. They know they're reeling a little bit, so they're just charging right in to try and take them down. Shox with the opening.
Дуже фейканув перше з бомбом, ні?
Так де дуже мощно.
Так, а не якийсь як Simple, блядь, забрав бомбу, як ніндзя роздефюзив. Не відність? Тоже дуже дав, пройобували раунд. Та теж на діглах, типа, не на пістолетах були, бо типа економіка не була хуйова. Та він стояв у церкві, то вони грали що? Там, де фонтан, то що, інферно, ні?
Фонтан, ну є.
Чекай, то на чому? Інферно маєш.
Та, там є церква.
А, я, то він там стояв за ящиками, типа, за церквою, задній, і типа, як задній заход, то заходиш на такось в гробу впираєш, типа, такий зігзаг.
Ну-ну.
Він там стояв, і його там ніхто не чекнув, лишилися були 3-4 майже, 4-5. Якраз типа тімейти йому кажуть, типа, що раз ти каже, чекай, каже, не раз, нігде каже, я може ніндзя роздефюжу, каже, якщо я не чекну. Та так його і не чекнули, блядь, і в нього одного були лише дефюз кіти, вони ся вже з'їбали з точки Б, і він пак туди пішов, і роздефюзив, ті аж ваху їбали, блядь, вони 4-3 майже лишили, 4-3 було, пак ось там побили. Бумача, це кого, це перфекто. То забрали раунд. А ні, сімпла так і були, забрали, але все одно забрав раунд. О, за нахуй, що за весон, пизд.
Алло.
Що, не чуєш, ні?
Я чую.
Блядь, то в мене той весь несе хуйня з інтернету єбучий. Це пряма трансляція, там не їбе, блядь. Пизда. 480 стало. Все равно нихуя, бля, я ебу. Треба так в YouTube заходити, сука. Чекай, з YouTube можеш виречі на телевізор?
Можна.
Параметри. А, то, бля, якісь параметри мені на. Які параметри в пизду?
Чё ты хочешь?
О, наконец-то.
Чё?
Так вот, я уже я доделал мувик тебе.
А, скинул?
Ну сейчас я скину. Блин, я сейчас слышу эхо. Сейчас Яндекс диск, ой, фу ты, Google диск, да? Диск. Сейчас зайду на Google диск и там я тебе уже скину ссылочку на этот Google диск. Вот, Untitled, я не знаю, как это читается. Надо ссылочку на драйв, то есть на Google драйв скинуть, верно?
На видео нажимаешь правой клавишей, дать ссылку, открыть доступ, кому кто может смотреть.
Нажал, далее
Открытый доступ и копировать ссылку.
Да блин, это эхо, ё-моё. Открыть доступ и копировать ссылку, да?
Да.
Копировать ссылку, все, я скопировал. Теперь я сейчас тебе в ЛС отправил, все. Я уже все. Блин, это эхо? Ладно, непривычно.
Нет.
Скорее всего из-за того, что я стрим еще на это зырил. Ну ладно. Кстати говоря, я тоже параллельно веду стрим. Прикольно. Я тоже веду стрим, поэтому ок. Мне норм.
Чё, скинул?
Да, я уже скинул. Я не знаю, сколько это занимает место, вот эту вот. Ну 200 мегабайт нормас.
Сколько?
200 мегабайт! Из 5...
Ебать, ты видел?
Не, ну что?
Ебать, ты сдал с диглом.
Девайс нормально с диглом играет.
Проти 4. Ты шо?
Ну, да, чекну полтора.
Да, ты нормально играет с диглом. У него все-таки девайс. Австралис.
Пиздец, здесь настрелял, я охуею.
Блин, у меня как обычно все лагает, потому что у меня стримлапс.
О.
Кстати говоря, у тебя еще немножечко и будет...
Це ще й...
1100
Це ще й він прострелом дав, блядь, бог. Єбать, у голову, прострелом у голову, ти шо?
Да, очень мощно.
Я уже думал 16-9 буде, бля.
Понятно.
Да ты гонишь.
Девайс говорит, фиг там тебе. Так говоря, насчет проблемы, которая у меня возникла. Так вот, у меня такая проблема, то что у меня такая маленькая закономерность. Когда я стримлю с твоего любимейшего приложения ОБС, у меня лагает стрим, но не лагает КС. Когда я со стримлапса ОБС стримлю, у меня лагает код, но не лагает стрим.
Эй, как дела? Нормально дела. Нету доступа, дай доступ.
Апекс против девайса. Доступ дай ему, малый.
Сейчас, подождите. Так, опять на Google диск, да, приходится заходить?
Да.
Хорошо. Мой диск. Далее Untitled. Открыть доступ. Да блин, окей. Копировать ссылку, потом добавьте пользователей или группы, да, мне не надо, готово. Походу надо было готово нажать. И далее заново эту ссылочку вставляю. Все. Это одна и та же ссылка все равно. Ну ладно.
Не.
Так, чего? Мне все еще не это. Так, смотри, сейчас я включу демку для того, чтобы ты убедился, то, что я все правильно делаю. Наверное. Вот, все. Видно?
Да. Видно.
Вот. Вот, смотри, я вот здесь в Google диске. Вот, нажимаю. Открыть доступ, верно?
Не на видео. Какое видео это?
Вот видео, Untitled.
Ну, нажми на нем правой клавишей.
Ну.
Открыть доступ. Добавь меня сюда почту, добавь пользователя или группу, видишь?
Хорошо. Так, где? Вот, а как? Ё-моё, сейчас.
Скопируй.
Ага, сейчас. Вот. Так, далее вот сюда, вот так. Да, ему. И далее ему отправить вот этот файл, да?
Да, отправь.
Отправить, все. Отправляется. А теперь надо... Ты переходишь по ссылочке, да?
Все есть, грузится.
Отлично. Знаешь, вот я сделал первый килл, и потом, когда я осознал то, что я сделал все не под бит, и через одно место.
How did you find a way to run from the city of the sun? You could have stayed, it's only
Надо музыку было тише сделать. Да, не слышно выстрела. Надо делать музыку так, чтобы слышно было выстрел.
В том-то и дело, то, что я вырубил выстрелы, потому что когда на замедлении я буду делать выстрелы, ну, то есть, ну, короче, будет замедленный звук перезарядки, когда там перезарядка. Из-за этого я вообще выключу звук. Не, конечно, мог бы сделать нарезку на 55 часов. Ну, сам понимаешь. Смотрим. Нормально такой, да? Ну, короче, быстрая нарезочка. Но я сразу говорю то, что в конце там там музыка все равно бы продолжалась. Из-за этого я сразу же обрезал.
Ну правильно. Ну, музыку надо было потише. Потому что это хорошо, когда слышно звук и выстрелы.
Я в том-то и дело удалил звуки выстрелов к фигам.
Не надо.
Окей, хорошо, я буду учитывать это.
Наоборот, надо делать музыку тише, когда выстрелы, потом можно делать музыку снова громче. Либо сделать музыку потише, чтобы остальные звуки все мутить, только выстрелы оставлять.
То есть просто музыку тише, а выстрелы громче, да?
Да.
Получается.
Ты музыку можешь ставить на 15%. Музыка постоянно громче играет, потому что лучшее качество записи. Там 320 килобит в секунду идет звук удара.
Кстати говоря, зайди на мой канал. Ну, ты, наверное, уже его знаешь. Вот кипяток, который...
Что ты стримишь?
Да, я стримлю. Да.
Что стримишь?
О, даже твой стрим здесь отображается. Значит,
Да.
это самые коронные стримы. Не. Да. О, ссылочка. А это мой спонсор.
Кто твой спонсор?
Спонсор наш это... Здрасте.
Кто?
Наш
Лох?
спонсор. Я это... я
Почему лох
спонсора.
пишет?
Кто? Кто где пишет?
У тебя на картинке на стриме лох.
Где? А, ну типа, чтобы здесь кто смотрел, типа это подтверждалось то, что те, кто смотрит на радар, тот, ну понятно.
Да.
Ну потому что есть некие стрим-снайперы, которые заходят ко мне специально в игру и стрим-снайпит.
Да.
Как бы это не очень, да. Палит всю инфу о тиммейтах. Не хочется выражаться как гитлайт, но это чё-то вы игроки. А я не знаю, кто их родил. Вот реально. Из-за этого вот, теперь вот такие вот книги будут. Кстати говоря, это оформление я делал сам.
Молодец.
Ну, угадай где?
Стримлабс.
В фотошопе. Даже в фотошопе можно сделать собственное оформление. Я ленился сделать свое собственное оформление несколько месяцев.
Молодец.
Я смотрю, как ты смотришь, как ты смотришь, как ты смотришь, как ты смотришь, как ты смотришь. Понимаю. Ой, в смысле 2? А нет, уже 1.
Перша карта яка була?
Перша карта... Даст.
Даст?
Угу.
О, Даст геймер. Забыл совсем про него.
Так, я иду курю.
Ок.
Покурить надо.
Окей, хорошо. А вот и Даст 2 геймера, у которого на аватарке Амуга. Я. И потом вижу, он стримил Ой, он делал видео по Майнкрафту, по Бравлу, по Стандофу, по Амунгасу, по CSGO. Я. Чего?
And you know, you make the argument sometimes when you have a 6-man roster. If a guy like Shox, you know, is being switched off the server after playing Dust 2 because he has
У него вак!
that argument goes out of the window, right?
Даст 2 геймера вак!
The experience he has and everything he's been through.
Прикольно.
He can reset himself
Прикольно.
and come back in a matchup like this. Without a doubt, the most influential
Чё,
player on the
ваки?
server in this
Ваки
matchup.
ловят.
Deserves a lot of credit for that performance.
Сейчас они ваки ловят. Прикольно.
had his right hand man alongside him. It was Zoe who were able to step in and deal the damage with it from start to finish, bringing out some more fun rounds for us to witness.
And it's always the same. It's the impact that
Даст 2 геймера. А здесь Амунгас. Прикольно. Ладно, я схожу бы. О, привет, можно оценочку каналу? Да! Без проблем. Безопасность, хорошо. Понял ты. Ютубик. Вот так. Безопасность. Все есть. Фильтры, каналы. И далее ищем этот зелененький канал. Находим этот зелененький канал и, ну, смотрю то, что, ну, вот это вот и вот это вот, ну, такое себе, типичное, так сказать. Ну, сейчас посмотрим видео, чё. Плохое качество сразу видно. Да.
The key moments for sure. Now we'll be moving on to Inferno. When we see these two teams face off against each other last time around, it was in Astralis' favor. Before that, it was to Vitality. But individually, it was very dominant from the team that won, and that's not
Blah, 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 blah.
Close game in our hands. There's nothing that suggests to me that this game is not going to go all the way. I think we've seen enough from Vitality to say that they're here to play today. For Astralis, I think there's two things I want to point out that worries me a little bit coming into Inferno. First and foremost, we haven't seen any of the players go off. We haven't seen a Saivu-like performance on Astralis. We haven't seen a Shocks-like performance on Astralis. They have to win as a team, and in itself, that can be a good thing, because that's probably where Astralis are the best. But when you have Shocks going off, you have Saivu going off, you know, Nivera is now coming into the server, playing well in those two as well. There's a lot of individual power from Vitality that can overshine Astralis. The second one is a very long the pistol round so far for Astralis in this tournament. They've only won 5 out of 16. That's simply not good enough. And the big problem is that you can make up for that if you're good at breaking the.
Зараз буду свалювати на сигарети.
Ну, что могу сказать? Безопасность.
Добре, буду поки що дивитися третю карту.
Ну,
Я, может, мало поникаю.
Безопасность. Слушай, тебе надо немножечко подправить видео, а именно качество, не с 360, а хотя бы до 480 пикселей. Ну, а во-вторых, надо уже нормальный голос подправлять, а не голос бота. Так, извините, извините, СК. Просто я сейчас с этого одного челика оценочку делал. Да.
For the opponents to just take it, knowing when to take it, how many people are going to be behind that smoke, when are the nades going to fly, when are the mollies going to fly. So that's a huge point now. If we talk about Vitality,
Streamlabs, OBS, Streamlabs, OBS. Кстати говоря, на спонсор-баннер надо уже кого-нибудь добавить. И что здесь надо делать?
И что ты разыгрываешь, раз у тебя спонсор?
А спонсор это имеется в виду тот, кого мы рекламируем на этом канале.
Да.
У меня был кастом-код. Я лучше дизейбл кастом-код. Я не понимаю, как эта штука работает.
Какая?
Да, просто у меня это Streamlabs OBS, и я не знаю, как эта штука работает. Здесь только Streamlabs. А, я нажал на Streamlabs. А, это фигня, понятно.
No, it was not looking too well against EG. I think most people remember how they lost that one. It was the first game of the tournament. They
Сейчас.
maybe we can
7 проблем, офигеть! 100% скипнутых фреймов, просто офигенно. 100% скипнутых фреймов. Да можно уже дебануться. Когда понимаю. Ладно, ребят, я отойду. Так, я отойду, пацаны.
So far in the tournament, 42 damage on average every single round. Guess who are the worst? Guess who are the worst in the entire tournament so far? That'll be the opponents from Vitality, only doing 17. So there's always a difference right here between 25 damage every single round. So in theory, it means that every single round starts with 500 HP for Astralis, but Vitality
Що добіро всьому?
175. So they're already softened up a little bit. So if that trend can continue in this game, that could make up for the pistol rounds that Astralis seemingly lose all the time.
That could be a huge difference maker in that. Now we've got to mention one thing as well. It is the substitution like you already spoke about. Maniac Shocks goes out of this one despite having a great overpass. They stick to their guns and what they do, right? They're not changing protocols here. And we get a Nivera in. But for me, now he has to really step it up a whole notch compared to what we saw on Dust 2.
I mean, it is still a never-ending trend of proving his position for Nivera.
Yeah.
Because even though he can perform well 1 game, 2 game, 3 games, we always are going to ask more from him. He always going to have to step up massively. We talk about Inferno. The last 2 times they played Inferno, it was either 16-5 for Vitality or 16-5 for Astralis. It has been hugely momentum-based, and more often than not, it was a team who won the second map who actually went on to win Inferno. So I don't know if there's a trend, that could be something, I'm not going to jump on it. I think these are professional players who can easily just reset. What scares me as a profound Vitality fan, everyone knows how biased I am, is that Astralis have showed poise, they've showed resilience in that series. I feel like the way they were winning some of these very tense rounds, and again, if it wasn't for Cyber Shocks, I feel like they had an absolute overpass. I think that can be a key element here, because the pressure is going to mount up, the temperature is going to go up, but I do believe that Astralis will remain calm at every single time.
And we know that's exactly what Astralis do. And we know we are in for one hell of an inferno coming your way. It's the third and final map. It's the upper bracket final. And one team will be marching on forward to that grand final spot. Will it be Vitality or will it be Astralis? Make sure you're back here after the break to find out.
Ну-ка, третья карта. Ну, есть.
Инферно маешь.
Угу. Подпишись на меня с 8 аккаунтов, я на тебя нет, 8 аккаунтов, дружище, ты чё? Какие 8 аккаунтов?
Да, а Инферно.
Угу.
Так, здравствуйте.
Чё?
Я пришел.
Где был?
Так сказать, я вернулся на YouTube. На YouTube. Так, надо уже нас менять. Это БРБ пользуюсь всегда. Кстати говоря, можешь еще с одной проблемой помочь?
Какой?
Я забыл свой пароль от Фейсита. Браво.
Поддержку пиши.
Угу. У меня была такая идея, но сейчас я думаю, это случайно не поддержка, поддержку не надо писать в ВК. Очень надеюсь, нет.
А через что заходил?
Так, я заходил на Faceit.
А.
Через браузер.
Какой?
Opera GX.
Ну, бы через почту какую?
Через почту электронную.
Ну, какая? Google, так уведи, вспомнить пароль.
Google почта, Gmail, то есть.
Ну, ты и все, вводишь, забыл пароль, вводишь почту и все. Там же пишет либо номер телефона.
Имя аккаунта. Так, мне надо опять БРБ, а то я забыл пароль. Угу. Так, вот это, нет, это не это. Это? Да блин, а где мой? Это Twitch, это не то. Это не то.
Так, короче, я походу ухожу на сигареты. Може дасть вообще до Жека на кальта и приду пак на Нави. Звоним дома.
Добре. То я туди ліваю раз із Дискорда.
Так и я тоже. Так и 6 раз звоним.
Йо. Давай.
Ладно.
Dupree will take two, but they should stop fighting and get the bomb down here. Vitality have already done enough to make this a very, very good round. a device will fall. So, nice, clean, nothing complicated, it just works.
Now, this is going to be so hard for Astralis. They've just made their lives so difficult because they want to go for that aggressive play because they know they need to get in here fighting. This is their favored side on CT side Inferno. This is the side where they would catch up if they didn't start here on this side.
Yes.
It's going to be the one that they really need to get as many rounds as possible on, and they just got beaten up on overpass. Glaive calls an aggressive strategy, hoping that that's going to work out, that they're going to be able to just take the fight to Vitality and establish themselves early, and it backfires immediately again. Nice shot there from Zippo, though.
Now,
You can never count him out.
One cool thing about I think taking that peek down middle on the CT side, I mean, it didn't work out, but part of I think the idea could also be you're not guessing where they're going at that point. You're actually just forcing it. You're saying, well, we are going to be fighting in middle, so let's do it. Otherwise, if you fall far back sometimes on the CT side, you know, you're just hoping that they all come A or all come B, and especially in those pistol rounds. So I think they were maybe trying to put that pressure on, but, you know, it doesn't work when you get shot in the face.
This is what I expect to see, though. I think Astralis are just going to be an utter nightmare. They've got to be so insanely frustrating to play against on T side because of the nade damage. Pimp was talking about that coming into this series, how absurdly high their average nade damage is per round, and I think a lot of that work gets done here on Overpass, on Inferno.
Oh, wait. They fell back from Arch way too quickly. Now, this is a mag 7 on Dupree, so he's going to be in, I think, oh, well, maybe not. He's maybe going to be fine. He gets one more kill. They're just headshots. It's a rare gun to see these days. Now, they'll pick up the kill and pit as well, but Dupree just got the double, and here's the flank coming in. Alone is Saiwu in a 1 versus 3, and he's going to get picked off. Astralis, they get the revenge. They've only won one pistol round so far in this series, but now they pick up the second round, and that is great news. I was actually about to make the opposite point. I was about to say, it's not so good having the mag 7 here, because you're going to be at sort of a medium range, and it's a lottery playing where you never know what's actually going to happen, but that was beautiful.
He saw Honda. You know, he watched Honda and got inspired.
Yeah.
It's like, if that guy can do it, so can I.
Who wasn't?
Watching Honda? Yeah.
Right. All right.
It's true. That is a big round, though. No bomb plant. This is going to be another headshot. Zaiwu with the headshot from bottom mid. Oh, and it's Glaive that gets sat down, too. Glaive had a rough one on Overpass. Not the best map for him. So we'll see if he can get his head up here going into Inferno. If he can start finding his form.
From memory, I mean, I haven't checked, but I remember Glaive as being a very good Inferno player, so I would expect for him to find a way to have a decent impact on this particular map. But I think everyone is going to be fine. In fact, I can't think of anyone that's not going to be interesting to look at here. It will be fun, though, is seeing whether or not Vitality can win this round, because then it swings right back in their favor. Dupree going for a fight, and that was against the AK, and it still comes out on top, so kind of good news. 3 versus 4, though.
Very nice. And now he's wrapped, and he's going to be able to support Device. Device currently posted up with the MP9, hoping that somebody's going to come close quarters. Dupree's going to peek. Nice flash setup. Oh, impeccable stuff. Zipnix with the flash allows Dupree to peek behind it. 2 kills, and now it's Zaiwu all by his lonesome. Again, Astralis' nade usage on this map is something to behold. It's art.
I mean, that flashbang landed, I think it hit their eyeballs. Is that accurate? And they really couldn't see anything. Really well done. Really important. Again, just think about it. Dupree is actually peeking that angle really low on health. So think of his trust. He's got 22 health, and he's trusting Sip to do that perfectly. That's real important.
Dude, I don't think I could ever get bored of that.
No, it's so good. It is so good. 4th round coming up. They've got an AK stolen, a Mac 10. They've got something to work with, and all they have on the Vitality side is a P250 to fight with. So this should be a much more relaxing round for Astralis, although they're trying their best to make it not so by pushing, and actually, Mac 10 kills.
There we go. I like it. Anti-eco stomp down. That's what you need to be doing. If you know they're hard ecoing, you need to be pushing them. You need to be getting the kills with the SMGs, and more so just beating up on them. Be the bully in the server, but be the bully.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. Make sure they can't spend the time talking, or, you know, just it's nice to take that away from them. Say you're right into the next round. You're not going to be waiting around. Although Navira is up here.
They're not giving me much time to do the talking, though, Anders, and that's the issue, because right now, I mean, it is worth pointing out that Astralis in 2020, thanks to HLTV, again with the stats, you know, they were the top team on Inferno. 77.5% win rate across 40 maps. That's no joke. Across the best, against the best teams in the world.
Yeah.
You're able to pull that kind of win rate off on this map. You can see why Astralis, when given the chance, they would pick this map as the final one to finish this series if it had to go to 3 maps.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? Actually got 4 kills in that round, Magus, with the MAC-10. That's a lot of money to make. 3-1 in their favor. Vitality have picked up AKs all across the board here, and they've got some smokes. Only the one Molotov. Molotovs on the T side are so useful, so it's a bit of a shame that they're lacking those, and I think they already threw it and just tossed it up to the top of Banana. And not much fight coming out. 4-man stack over at top mid, expecting for Vitality to show up, leaving Sip on his own. I mean, this is a big risk.
Wow. This is nuts. Zip alone with an MP9.
Yeah.
This is a hard read, and it is not working.
You know, Misuto, and, you know, not even any signaling here. They're not throwing smokes. They're walking all the way onto the bomb site, and Sip is falling down, right?
Dude, are you kidding?
It's going to be a full-on save for Astralis. They're not even going to go for it.
They're not even going to go for it. What kind of round is this? Anders, I mean,
don't
we're
think they
freaking
know
out
yet. I
about
mean,
Device with that Deagle quad, but I mean, this round is almost as unlikely.
Glaive actually comes back. So now they know. Oh, no. This could... yeah, they're going to fall back. I was going to say, the fact that they got that kill, sometimes if you get an early kill like this, you actually get fooled into going for the retake when you really shouldn't, and then you just throw everything away. But that didn't happen. They're fine. They back up. They realize it's not worth it.
What a weird round. I swear, this is almost as weird as Device's quad there. I mean, like, when do you see this? A stack, I mean, full stack, Zipix rotating out, the 5th man rotating out of the site. I mean, just all sorts of weird.
What's really, I mean, what makes it even more strange, and I think this is also what Astralis must be thinking too, is normally if you were going to go B, you'd have someone checking top mid from the T side. So I think they would have been happy, Astralis, you know, just getting a kill top mid and then, you know, just falling back from that position. But no one came to check, so they just went for it. Yeah, this is very strange indeed. But they get to hold on to their rifles. They have a very good economy still, Astralis. So even though it's a bit upsetting, it's still pretty much fine.
Even on loss bonus as well across both teams right now. So now it's all about figuring out what comes next here. And I'm very curious to see Astralis. They're not going to have 3 over towards Banana early this time around. I was curious to see what kind of nade protocol they would have set up here. And in fact, it's not going to be much of one. They're not going to give away too much here at the beginning. And the nade game, it's the game within the game here on this portion of the map.
They're a little bit delayed. They have one they can throw into the ceiling here, and it'll bounce back down. So they're waiting for that. Smoke goes up and running through just as it happens, taking down Glaive. That was really well timed. Zip trying to hold them back. He's going to flash himself in. Actually gets a kill, and if they didn't duck into that corner, he could have got the double. Now he's got backup, and there's a lot of backup out here. If he can stay alive for 5 more seconds, they're going to be here, but he's Molotov into the fight. They've got him out in the open, and he finally goes down. Device there with a refrag, though. Now it's a 3-on-3, and everyone is here from Astralis. They're in the right position. They catch Apex, and the bomb is on the ground, and this is trouble now. RPK, he's low on health. Saibu has to try and fight this one back. Vegas will get one, but they're all over him. He sprays through, and he nearly catches Device. He's up on that box, but he can't get it done. The Deagle coming out for the kill. I swear he almost shot him in the face with the smoke there. Wow, what a round.
I'm just grinning. I'm just grinning through and through this. I can't. I mean, this is amazing.
It's just 20 seconds of non-stop action. Once they go for Zip, it just doesn't end. They keep fighting.
But it's so beautiful that Zip, the way that Zip plays that situation, the way that he gets that one kill, doesn't overstay, doesn't force it, backs off, stays alive, buys even more time, allowing for the rotation in. It's so good. It's so good. And then, of course, Zaiwu is there to just make it so close.
And I think, I mean, this is something you'd have to go back and look for, but I think when Sip escapes the Molotov, the reason he doesn't die immediately when he steps out from the box is because I think his teammates have thrown a flash into yellow to stop anyone from peeking him. So there are just so many details in that moment. You can't catch all of it, but I mean, the level of coordination, it's so hard to deal with.
It's so sick. And Vitality, I mean, you can't even feel bad if you're Vitality, because, like, what more can you do in that situation? You're just getting sprayed through smoke, you're getting flashed in the face, you can't see anything, you're just getting whittled down.
And, I mean, just think about how that round starts, right? They get the fight at top Banana, they win that immediately, and they correctly know and guess that Sip is alone in B, so they actually have the right information. There's nothing wrong with the idea that they had going into that, but...
This is that brick wall, though, that Astralis are capable of putting up on the CT side, where you're just going to feel powerless. And add into that the nade damage, add into that all the pressure. Mega's getting pressure, speaking of, in front of Library. Now Glaive is going to get caught by Zywu. No, catches him looking the wrong way. Big opportunity there for Glaive. Finds that shot, and he's going to be able to rotate back over here. And this is where the action's going to be. RPK and Apex, they've got the bomb right outside of B.
Yeah, they wanted that to be B split, but Glaive walking in, they're inside of the smoke, and he still gets one. They must know Sip is in here. And Apex, 0 kills so far. He's going to be going down. Oh, man, or maybe the 1 kill actually now. But Nivira, 1 versus 3. He's boxed in. There's no time. This cannot be done. And not even if you're Device with a Deagle in a 1 versus 4. This is time is making this impossible. Dupree will take him down at the end. And Astralis will be 5-2. Really, really great beginning here. So far, in the 5 rounds they've won, there have been no bomb plants, so they're lacking a lot of funds vitality here. And I mean, this is the best possible start that the Danes could have hoped for.
Oh, absolutely. And not only that, the round that they lost out of this one,
yeah,
they all 5 stayed alive. So the money is just so good for Astralis. There is no pressure on these guys whatsoever, and they have fully embraced the AUG. No messing around. And okay, once again, bully. And this time Nivera's going to be ready for him. Hits the headshot on Magus, putting the pressure on here. Nivera doing a great job of staying alive. This is really drawing it out, making it way more expensive than Astralis were hoping for.
Zywu nearly burning alive. There comes the flank. A lot of aggression that's being thrown their way. Did look like it was about to blow up a bit.
Got a little scary there. I think that got a little bit too feisty for Astralis. That's not what they were hoping for.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, I still appreciate it. I like the idea of it, but if you throw something away now, I mean, like, don't, whatever you do, don't give vitality away to get back into this game for free. That is not a good idea. So just Zywu left. So, I mean, at this point, it feels like vitality, they're getting something that many teams on the T side of Inferno would love to have, which is banana control.
Sure.
The setup from there, I mean, there's so much that you... Wait, what?
Dude, Zywu, it's so broken.
Device is... It looked like he was caught sleeping. I'm so confused. He definitely had time to get that shot. I'm not sure what was happening. Sip will still catch him, but I mean, that's an extra kill on a bomb plant. That's really important.
It's weird because he's not even on land, so we can't say like, oh, he must have been looking at his teammate's monitor or something.
No, that's right. Maybe it was like dog or a cat or something. Who knows?
It's Ace. Yeah, it's his dog.
There we go.
Snipping at him.
He named his dog Ace.
Yeah, he did.
Well.
What's the matter with that, Anders?
Nothing, I'm just saying.
Is that shocking?
No, not really. Not really. Biting his own fingers. All right. It is like a meme off between Dupree and Apex at this point in time. Like,
I love it. More of that. But now we're going to get the 3 over towards Banana, and now I expect to see a bit more nade action. Zipnik's with that smoke down bottom, and now we're starting to come back into the wheelhouse, and Masuda's life is going to get very feisty here. Very difficult. He should be taking a lot of damage, and yep, sure enough, this is all over the place. The all-out battle in Banana, trading 1 for 1.
No one could see anything in that fight.
Yep.
So I guess it's only fair that it ends up 1 for 1 trade. The Device will also get dropped quite low, but he has the AWP, and he's going to go back and play a position you can actually very easily grenade, but I guess he's just banking on the fact that they maybe won't. Dupree trying to line up. He's going to get the 1 kill, swings even further, and almost catches RPK with a grenade, and finally they put an end to him. So 3 on 3, and Magisk down in the pit, and actually missing the spray, but Magisk is one of the best players in the world at playing this one. Double nade! He takes them down! Not exactly what I had in mind when I was saying that, but I guess it works. Zywu comes in. He just runs into the fight. Not even afraid. It drops Sip, and now he's got the health and the bomb as well. He's got every advantage right here. Only thing he doesn't know is exactly where Device is, but he's figuring that out 1 step at a time. Oh, man. Let's see. Can't walk too far away from the bomb, even if Device doesn't have a kit. There's no way for Zywu to know that. He's hiding inside of the smoke. He's hoping that he comes that way. Device, I don't know. Time is running out. Smoke is going to be fading. Device is right there, and Zywu's playing this so perfectly. There's nothing he could do to win this one. What a beautiful round. 3 kills, and once again, it's Zywu trying to save vitality. He's actually top fragging in the server.
No, it's
12 and 6.
It's another triple for Zywu. Runner-up on his team, Nivera has 4 kills. Zywu has 12 kills and an assist. But on the other side of things, Dupree, 11. So, I mean, that's the difference here is that Astralis, if they've got Dupree, if they've got Magisk, if they've got these guys who are actually fragging, unlike on Overpass where they just vanished, we didn't see anybody really stepping up and performing on an individual level for Astralis on that map. Here, we've got Dupree who's up there just getting those kills. Magisk and Glaive as well. Glaive actually awake this time. So, Astralis shouldn't be getting too frustrating. They just have to find a way to deal with the raid boss and you know, collect the loot.
Yeah.
Because Zaiwu right now, you know, he's got his minions around him, and he is just flailing around him with a gigantic, you know, hammer.
It's so outrageous, and I like that you say they just have to find a way to deal with Zaiwu. Like that was.
Yeah, it's like a mythic boss right now. You know, they just got to wipe and wipe and wipe and keep wiping until eventually, you know, they figure it out.
Well, eventually they're gonna run out of rounds to play with. Let's see. 6-3 right here. AK's back in the hands, and a lot of the money for Astralis is gone. So, I mean, there's a big window of opportunity right now for Vitality. There's something they can do with this. If they win this next round, maybe Astralis will try and go for a crazy force if they save some stuff, but they're going to be stretched really thin. So I think this is, not the entire first half is going to be settled on this round, but I think a fair bit of it, or the momentum is certainly going to be switched if Vitality can pick up a round here.
They've read this perfectly, Anders, though. They've really done a great job here, Astralis. They smashed Vitality so hard in Banana last round that they've correctly assumed that Vitality wanted to swing A. And so you have the 3 set up. Dupree and Magus, you know, focused on Palace. They totally had this. But now Vitality are getting cold feet. Again, Misuda just taking damage. No matter where this guy goes on the map, he's eating a cheese. Doesn't matter if it's Banana, A-side apartments. Like, the guy is he's just a shrapnel magnet right now.
I mean, I think what they wanted to do here was clear out Banana, then go for the 3-man push out of apps with flashes and grenades from middle, and it seems like they're actually holding on to that in spite of everything. So let's just see. Magus got a double nade last time. He still has a nade down there in pit. I don't know if he's going to throw it up into the apps, but if he does at the right time, it could be beautiful. 35 seconds, and here come the first line of grenades. They're going to be going right down. Magus caught completely blind, but it's a double hit setup, and Dupree, he only gets the one device inside. 25 seconds on the clock, and he can't keep it up. He wanted to go for that and just buy more time with the spray. Apex not winning the fight against Sip makes it really awkward. Now it's a 2-on-2. They do have a smoke. Yeah, that smoke from Nivea is going to be huge, and they have a follow-up Molotov even that they can put up there. So I don't know. This retake will be very tough, I think, for Astralis.
But Zaiwu's alive. Doesn't matter about the nades. The boss is still here, just roaring. And now Glaive having to work his way up short. He is going to be the one taking point, but Zaiwu is just going to do everything he can. His teammate's going to sell himself first. Nivera will be the first point of contact here. He draws attention to himself, and that sets it up for Zaiwu to just eliminate them. Glaive, though, with a beautiful shot. Whips around, puts the pressure on Nivera. Nivera has to come here and check, and Glaive is ready for it. Not connecting with the bullets, though, and this is going to go the way of Vitality. Nivera plays it impeccably. Does not survive the blast, but they get the round.
They do. Really important. Absolutely critical. It looked for just a second like maybe Glaive could have just held it and just kept, because he actually was a little bit further away. I mean, again, you're in that position. It's very, very hard to figure out. But 6-4, that's such an important round. Mostly because of that economy on the CT side. A tactical timeout being called now. Man.
And the bank is finally gone here from Astralis.
Yeah.
So with those 2 rounds in a row, Vitality have succeeded in actually putting Astralis on the back foot. Man, it's just obscene. Zaiwu's at 15 kills.
And Apex, I mean, he probably should have won that fight against Sip there, and Archie really caught him off guard. I think you can tell Apex individually is a little bit frustrated. And it is ridiculous looking at the scoreline. I mean, yeah, 15 and 7, you see your 140 ADR on Zaiwu, but again, the drop-off is still to Nivira at 6, then 3 on Masuta, then 2 on RPK, and 1 on Apex in kills.
But that's exactly it. Like, Zaiwu's just worth 3 guys right now.
But look at what Astralis have done.
Okay, then.
They have forced into this round.
What's this going to look like?
Actually think that's a little bit mad. I think this is a little bit crazy. Because if you just went for maybe like a couple of upgraded pistols, try to do the best that you could, so what? You get Vitality a 5th round, but this is Inferno. You're in 5, 6, it's not that bad. Then you have all of the, weaponry that you would possibly want on the CT side. The fact that they've done this, I'm so worried about this. Not sure this is the best call, but I'm happy to be proven wrong. It's looking good here. Could have easily been a double spray. Dupree down here, the max 7. He gets 1 and a follow-up. Absolutely exploding them. And that's the bomb up there. He wants more. Apex is right in front, and he's really not had a good game here so far. A little bit of help from Device inside of the bomb site. I'll eat my words happily. This force-up was absolutely fine. I take it all back.
I'm kissing, the tips of my fingers with how beautiful that was. How how delicious that round was right there. Okay, this is Dupree. This is this is him just annihilating them as they come through. The reason this works so well is that Astralis just baited them. They threw no nades at the start. Vitality have no information. They're thinking that, hey, okay, maybe this is just an eco round, just going to be some pistols we're dealing with. We can be aggressive. We can get in here.
Should have been.
And they're running into they're running into shotties. They're running into guns, and they just get completely mauled. They just got the wool pulled over their eyes. And now Apex, he's not having this again. He's charging top banana. He's like, okay, we're going to get up here. We're going to do it right. We're going to put the pressure on and force you to use some nades.
Yeah, or probably hoping to catch someone. Apex would love to get something done, even just for him personally. Over at mid, I mean, I think they wanted to swing back here, but the smoke will pretty much shut that down.
Man, that was so good. And now, well,
I mean, they have Cyber with an AK. That surely is what this round is about.
that HE again.
All the time.
Nivera, he just can't catch a break. Misuda too, like these guys are just getting pummeled. Astralis' utility damage at the end of this map is going to be off the charts. It's actually going to be disgusting.
Go. Counter Molotov coming out. Sip, yeah, he sees a couple of people out there. Only one of them with an AK. That's the real threat at the moment. Yeah, Cyber, he's going to get... Oh, actually, Masuta with a headshot there. Cyber trying through the smoke. And I think one of the tracers showed Magus will pick it up. So, Nivera, no bomb plant, and a 1 versus 3. And Astralis should be able to keep their cool here and just slowly overpower him. Yeah, not really fighting him too aggressively, and eventually they'll find the kill. So, no bomb plant.
The MP9 that gets the kill.
Yeah, of course. It's got to be. I think for a long time, especially during like the absolute prime Astralis,
Oh, okay.
might have just been, I need to run to the bathroom.
Maybe.
Possibly.
Yeah.
So, I think especially in their prime, I think Astralis was seeing as sort of like the most textbook team. Like they did everything that you would want to do if you had to teach other people how to play like the best version of Counter-Strike, but they weren't always like the most necessarily creative or wild. And for that reason, I think the fact that they forced in that previous round, that goes outside of that. You know, like that's the sort of stuff you would say, yeah, many other crazy teams might try and do that. Maybe not so much Astralis. And I just think that's really interesting and shows that, you know, even they are evolving their game, I think, to some extent.
Look at this. Dude, it's like every round they're doing 60 damage with an HE.
Yeah, you just can't escape it.
The argument there, Anders, or like the point to take away from that maybe is that it just makes it even more powerful when Astralis decide. Oh yeah, so you're just never expecting it, and then it's like, oh wait, hold on, they forced. You know, that's nicely done here. Good anti-eco round coming in from Astralis. 9-4 on the CT side, looking better and better, Astralis. Now we're going to get that full buy. Now we're going to get everything, and I expect to see the full protocol coming in on Banana here with the nades from Astralis at this point. Just obliterate Vitality. If Apex is going to try and keep pushing up here to make plays, it's a good time to get in here and just punish them, because we really haven't seen all that much activity. Banana. No, it's not that at all. Wait. No, Glaive is going mid. Okay.
It's just so interesting because you're right. The fact that they keep having this banana control and are allowed to get it this much. Ooh, but not this time. He tried to jump. The device will pick them right out. But normally you would love that on the T side. It would give you a lot of options to work with, and it's not what we're seeing flashed in. Sip was flashed as well, but I guess that doesn't even matter. Lining up the kill against RPK, who's also had a very, very tough map so far. Nivera gets tagged to the wall. This is looking so dominant for Astralis. Vitality. Imagine the mental reset that is going to be required for them to get back into the second half. Because by all rights, they should have at the very least had 5, maybe 6 rounds because of you know, that force-up situation. Oh man, it's so interesting.
Yes. I'm giggling because I'm looking at the utility damage. 200 for Glaive, 158 for Zipmix, 196 for Device, 100. The only guy who's slacking is Magus, 82. Come on, dude, pick up the pace a little bit.
Listen,
Except the top guy on Vitality has got 64. Misuda's got 3.
He got the double nade.
They've all got nothing on... There's no nade damage coming in from Vitality. Astralis don't even need to shoot you anymore. They can just blow you up with grenades.
It's very effective. Device covering the corner here. They have some smokes. I mean, they could try and block him out, but that'll also signal that they're coming. So it's, you know, there's no perfect way to do it at this point in time. You don't have the time for it. You certainly don't have the manpower. And there's another grenade. Cyber with our 1 versus 5, and he's going to go down 10-4 in favor of Astralis. What a painful... I mean, again, the fact that Vitality just absolutely beat them up on Overpass was so cool and so impressive. But Astralis just look completely unfazed. They don't care. They're back, ready to fight, ready to win, and get that spot in the grand final.
Yes, that's so worth mentioning, Ander. 600 grand for first place in this tournament, and you're one match away now. You're one half away, pretty much, Astralis from securing at least a chance at that in the grand finals. And those will be coming up tomorrow night.
I mean,
if you are tuning in,
either of these teams, right, would be considered a favorite going into the grand final. So whoever gets there, it's going to be real interesting. Ooh, Dupree trying to spray through, and Device. He was in middle, so everyone was focused on that balcony. As soon as that gunfight breaks out, it's unbelievable what's happening here. They are just picking them apart down the middle again. Reloading will finally get Dupree killed, but at this point, does it even really matter? 2 versus 4, Misutra and RPK. This has been just a world-class CT side out of Astralis. I'm very, very impressed.
I mean, it may be a bit early here, but Astralis just establishing themselves as a top team on Inferno in 2021 as well already.
They're making a very good case for it.
Just cut to the chase. Inferno is our map. And right now, I mean, they are just looking absolutely fantastic. Device, once again, holding arch side, got that lock. RPK can get in here. There's no flashes, though, to help, so they have to do it dry.
Device lining them up. Not quite a 2-for-1, but Masuta, he's forced into Megaskin. That will be 11-4 in the first half in favor of Astralis, who are now just 5 rounds away from taking this incredible series. We're going to have to see a hard mental reset for Vitality. They need to get back in here and fight in the second half. It's coming up after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. 11-4 in the first half in favor of Astralis' final map. And we are ready with that second half right about now.
And, you know, here it is, replay of Shoxy just trying to get in, giving a bit of support from the back line right now. And, you know, the one thing that is crossing my mind is why is Shoxy sitting on the bench after the poor performance he's given us on the first 2 maps of this series, 28 frags on Overpass, and then you bench him in favor of Nivera, in favor of Masuda, the young guns. But why aren't you swapping one of those guys out with one with the other? Why are you taking Shoxy out of the picture? If Vitality don't recover here in this half, that is going to be a question that the coaching staff is going to have to answer.
I'm so glad you brought that up. So I don't have a good answer. Right now, it doesn't look like it's the right move at all. Let's see what they could do right now. Saiwu has more kills than his entire team combined. Like the other 4 of them, he's outdoing all 4 of them at the moment, and that can't keep happening. They have to step up right now, or it's going to be Astralis straight into the grand finals here. They're 5 rounds away. First position, first prize there is $600,000. So you don't just want to give them that ticket right now. You've got to fight for Inferno. We know they can. We know they're going to be a good team on this map, but they need to step it up right here. And it looks like Astralis have cleared up Banana. Now they're back towards the middle. And Vitality have 3 men here, but if they lose one of these fights, this bomb site's going to get overwhelmed. They have to win the first battle, or I don't think there's going to be a chance of stopping all of the Glocks. So let's just see. Oh, there's Nivera with 1. He's going to get overwhelmed. And the spin. Dupree turning around. Double Glock kill. And that's the A bomb site completely gone.
And there's your answer to Zaiwu from Astralis is Dupree with 22 frags, 5 assists. And, I mean, getting those 2 shots right there, he sees that pinch coming as well.
Yeah.
He is so good. And he was doing a lot of the work as well on these maps. I mean, Dupree has been a standout player so far for Astralis. But now let's see if they can pull this off. Apex and Zaiwu, the raid boss is still alive, Anders.
I mean, there should be no way, but we keep saying that, and it keeps happening anyway. He's essentially walking into a 3-way crossfire. His teammate is dead on the other side. Apex got shut down, and they're just hiding from him out in the open, and he does not get the chance here. So, 12 on the side of Astralis.
Look at how careful they play around him, though, in that sort of scenario.
Oh, yeah.
Knowing that it's Zaiwu alive. Do you think that he has that same presence as Kenny in his prime did, where players are saying, like, I've never been scared of a player until I played against Kenny, and he scares me?
I'm sure that there is that feeling where, you know, you hope you should probably not check the scoreboard, but if you do anyway out of, you know, just a
and
reaction.
it's like, oh, it's Zaiwu, you know, just don't peek Zaiwu. Whatever you do, don't peek him.
I think there are a few players like that in the world where that is what happens. Now, I will say this, though, for the pistol round, that actually was not, it looked like maybe that was sort of a big margin win there, like Astralis would have always won that round.
Dude, this nade stuff is actually getting out of hand.
And it had to be Apex.
They have got this map so dialed in, Astralis, with their HEs, it's actually stupid.
But I just want to point out, if Nivera just gets the kill there on Arch, and he doesn't get caught if he falls back, this is a completely different round, and suddenly Astralis, because they're not going to chase him forever, and the 2 people at Arch that pushed in that got killed by Dupree don't have to do that. If Nivera's fallen back, it's all fine. They can fall back as well, and suddenly it's a 4 and 5, and everything is stabilized. So I think it's much closer than maybe that looked like. It was just, again, the trouble is they're so close when it breaks out that you just have to win so many fights. They're going to find an empty bomb site, which is fine.
Yep. Perfectly fine as far as Astralis are concerned. And Vitality, they went for that gamble. We've seen this as the new strategy. I mean, it's a common strategy, let's say. If you feel like it, you stack on one side, and you just try and save whatever utility you have, whatever you've invested into this round, try and save it for the next round. Dupree's not going to allow that, though. He is going to find Masuda in the open and take him down long range with that MAC-10.
Just keep being really annoying.
And, I mean, you know, if you're Astralis, it's really not worth risking too much here to take these guns off of them.
Yeah, kind of agree.
Don't lose the AK.
Definitely don't lose the AK, but this is also maybe a bit of a way to keep the pressure. I mean, this is, again, I probably agree. There's almost nothing being saved over here, and they could have definitely lost a little bit more there. But at the end of the day, they do take it all away.
Is that just bullying? You know, is that just actually just
could be?
You know, it's the anti-eco bully.
That could very well be.
You thought you were gonna save? You thought we're gonna let you get away with that? Dude, Astralis are fixing to have. Oh, okay. Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Anything is possible, but they are setting themselves up to have a 10-round lead.
Listen, after that Deagle madness on Overpass, I'm not getting ahead of myself on anything.
Exactly.
No more. Double nade top mid in case there was going to be a crazy rush. We have some Deagles in play, and a tower of them over here. They're going to get immediately pushed back. And yeah, Glaive not wanting to hang around, but realistically, barring anything mad, this should be 14-4, and then Vitality will have to go on something that feels like a 12-round in a row comeback, just not dropping anything, just completely clean. There's absolutely no evidence or nothing to suggest that that's going to be happening. You just don't see it in their play right now. So if it does happen, it'll be all the more surprising. We'll be excited to see it. Masuta getting a headshot there on Dupree. It's a pretty decent start, but he does end up alone as his teammates run down middle to get caught. The bomb is far away for no apparent reason.
How do you think Shoxy feels right now? Is it like validation? You know, this is what you get for benching me?
I actually think,
because I mean, obviously he wants his team to succeed, but at the same time,
you got your quota of kills, Sharks, you're out.
Right? Yeah, that's it. You bet your quota. Now it's time to.
It's in his contract.
Everybody gets a trophy. Everybody needs to get their kills. Shoxy, that's enough for you.
I actually think this is the closest thing you could do to sort of put Shox in a living hell. Because he's already a player. I know this from talking to him many years ago, that already, you know, whenever he's dead in a round, we'll look at his teammates and think, man, if only I could have played that scenario, you know, I could. Now that's what it's like for him all the time on this map. I can't even imagine. I mean, I wouldn't rule it out that Shox eventually is going to just, you know, push one of these guys out of their chair and just, you know, say, you know what? Forget what we've planned. Daddy's back. Yeah, so they're going to have, I mean,
yeah, look at the utility damage here. 285 from Device. I was wondering if somebody was going to crack 300. Like, that is so stupid.
Yeah. I don't even mind the Masutra and Nivira, you know, sort of the swap pairing between those two. I think is fine. I have no objection to it at all. But there's no doubt that it looks a little bit strange with Shox out of the mix. Nivira, that's a nice boost, a nice flick, taking down Device, and this is absolutely the last chance for Vitality to do anything in this series. We are going to have to do something great out of them. Masuta, the spray, it does not quite connect. Glaive stays alive for a second longer. Apex getting the roll in there. And RPK actually through the side of the building to take down Dupree. Now it's Megas can sip left. 2 versus 4. And they can just relax here. Vitality, this is where you wanna fall back to the fundamental stuff. Never give them a chance, especially with Sip alive. Just don't do it.
Well, there's a focus on the Shoxy discussion, obviously, but you know, Apex that's his 3rd kill, and that's RPK's 4th kill so far this map.
They've really been completely absent.
Yeah, it can't just be ZywOo, the driving engine, you know, making everything happen here for the team. ZywOo is ZywOo, but we need the rest of this team to wake up here on Vitality's side.
Megas is fighting out towards Banana. Apex, he's got the right idea, does crouch right under, but it's still fine. It's still just some good info. Megas gets the bomb, and he's making his way out there. So they're really far apart. It's going to be, you know, both the members of Vitality doing a lot here. And it comes to nothing. Cyber will take down Megas. That's a beautiful flashbang to set it up with. And there's nothing Sip can do. Again, they're going to go fight him. They don't really have to. They could just leave him alone here. So, yeah, 10 seconds. He's also boxed in, trying to make a bit of an escape. Ooh, he just gets down with the flashbang. They were looking at that from top mid, including the AWP there on Nivira, but he'll make it out. He'll save the AK. Good round, solid round. I love it from Vitality.
He can drop one for Megas Canal this round, and Glaive can drop for Dupree, and we have a fully bought up Astralis. So, actually, him backing off and saving that AK turns out to be a pretty big play on his part. It's still very early days right now from Vitality in terms of just saying like, oh, this is what they need to do. They kind of need to do everything right now. So it's a tough one. You know, they what's the meme? You know, they just need to improve their nades, their crosshair placement, their trigger switch. You know, like, just keep it and click heads.
Just do about 200% better in every department, and it's going to be good.
So early days, 1 round at a time. It is the mantra of every comeback. And we've seen crazy comebacks before, Anders. Worse ones than these. It is possible. It is always possible. And these are the top 2 teams in the world. So if any of them is going to be able to pull it off, it's going to be one of these 2 teams. Now, Vitality, they've got veteran players here. They should be capable of keeping their cool.
This is getting dangerous. They're actually right on the other side. They're going to push out. They wanted to surprise them. Cyber gets a double anyway. That could have been the end of the round right then and there. If he just gets traded, there's nothing they could do. Now, Apex, he's going to get smoked off. I don't know if he can catch anyone for the smoke. He's actually thinking about running through. He's got no backup here, and he still gets a kill. I mean, that hard to say if it's worth it or not, but certainly better than going straight down. So 2-on-2 for the afterplant, and Vitality should absolutely go for this. I mean, otherwise, you're never going to make it back here. They have a couple of grenades. They have a kit as well. Well, yeah, it might just all come down to this. They're not going to have a lot to fight with after it, so Astralis, Sip, and Dupree. What a battle. And the Molotov goes in. So now they can't even make it through. They've already been burned. This might actually, the retake might almost already be done with here. They've been slowed down. More grenades right on top. It's so disgusting, isn't it? And RPK, he can't do anything there. Double kill for Sip. 15 rounds for Astralis. A single round away from the grand finals.
I can't. It's actually outrageous, Anders, how good they are with grenades, Astralis. Those two are running in, and they take so much damage before they even see anybody. Incendiary, HE, just so much punishment. And yeah, the reaction there, the little eye blink from Misuda says it all. What can you do? You are getting battered. And this is the third map, match point, 10 of them for Astralis. 15-5, and they're sitting pretty.
More grenades. They ran right into that. That was, 150 damage or something across two players with just the HE.
This is a statement, Anders. I mean, Astralis coming. I mean, this is an incredible statement on a third map, Inferno, which is usually the 30-rounder, right, where you expect it to be a bloodbath going back and forth. Astralis are establishing themselves here as the #1 team in the world. They have just annihilated Vitality.
They have, but I would say if you replayed this particular, if you just replayed Inferno in 5 days, I would not rule it out that Vitality would, flip the sides and just shut them down. I just really think the rivalry between these two teams is one of the best we have in Global Offensive, and have, I think, almost ever had. I think there's such a high level team. Like, both of them are just such a high level. I really enjoy this, but Vitality definitely shocked to find exactly how good Astralis are on this map. Device with a nice clean flick to take down Apex. The only thing is the bomb is in second mid, so theoretically they could get caught and run out of time. It's not looking likely. They're all rotating through CT spawn. Forget the theory. 30 seconds on the clock and
just go away.
Sip is even. I think he heard them. He heard them run out. So yeah, they might.
You got 20 seconds, boys. Magisk is still sitting in B, but now they've actually made themselves this very difficult for them. Look at this. Device is going to get caught. RPK and Misuda are here. 15 seconds on the clock for Astralis.
Magisk is really deep in. They don't know that he's up this close. 9 seconds left, and there's no one to stop the bomb from going down. So, yeah, that looked really odd, but maybe it won't even matter at the end.
They were so confident. They were just like, we got this. It's fine.
Well, confidence. I mean, why would they not be? They've done everything right on this map. This has been such a power performance out of the Danish side. Misuta goes down. Nivira, the last one, and Astralis. They're going to be the first team in the grand final. Nivira going to be found 16-5. It took all 3 maps, but we have found our first finalist right here, and they definitely deserve it. Absolutely power performance coming out from them.
Apex showing it all there. Not happy one bit with the decision made here.
Listen, I respect that. There's no doubt about the passion coming out here from Vitality. They put their hearts and soul into this, and why would they not be upset that they can't find any way to get in on Inferno, really?
You're going to make some calls, and I think that's what's going on right now, and Apex cannot be happy with it, but I imagine there are calls made from the coaching staff on Vitality thinking this is what we've practiced, and this is what we're going to stick with, which is having Shoxy benched on Inferno and putting in, Misuda and Nivera, and it's not a knock on them. It's just perhaps it was a little bit too much change given Shoxy's form, certain decisions, and this is the sort of learning curve that Vitality are going to be in. They're a team that are actually trying to make the sub-model work.
Yeah.
And they're figuring it out. There are going to be some growing pains.
I completely agree, right? Because they made it work on Dust 2. They proved that, but you have, 6 other maps, and who knows what happens if you start messing with them. They don't know, obviously, and we don't know. And maybe one map, we can't say everything. Like, we have to need more data, basically, on the team to do that. But at this time, it looked rough, didn't it?
Well, Astralis are up 2-1 in the best of 3 of best of 3s.
Yeah.
So, but there's still a chance, because this was an upper bracket match.
I know.
They aren't out of this yet, Vitality. They can still go on to fight. And actually, that's Liquid versus Na'Vi.
Yeah, that is coming
who
up
they're going to play up against.
Yeah, that best of 3 is coming up right after the desk. You guys must have been loving this.
It wasn't all the rounds that we expected there. It wasn't the clash of the titans we were hoping for on Inferno, but it was a spectacular performance coming out from Astralis. Just absolute dedication to what they're known for, what they're good at, and Vitality, well, they had no way in.
Yeah, this map followed the trend that we were talking about in the series between Vitality and Astralis. It is more often than not that the third map is a landslide. And I don't really know if it's because of the amount of energy and focus both these teams put into the first two maps, and then whoever gets the slightest advantage on the third map just presses over and destroys with momentum. This time, unfortunately for Vitality, they were on the receiving end, but Astralis looked sovereign.
It's kind of weird, right? Because when you think of the map Inferno, you think that's a close map. It always goes back and forth. We've seen it so many times, even in major finals and all that kind of stuff, historically speaking. Well, even, when you have a team like Vitality taking on maybe the number 11 or 12 in the world, somehow, some way, Inferno always ends up as a close matchup. Not between these two teams, though. I think there was only one team on the server who deserved to win, no doubt about it. Astralis, they were miles ahead. Dupree had a fantastic game. Device had a fantastic game. And then Astralis as a whole, well, they were looking better than Vitality.
And this, right, scoreboard really does paint the picture here, because no one else other than Zoe were above 10 kills. That's just not heard of.
It was complicated for Vitality, and I'm going to say something that might sound a little bit controversial, but I almost feel like Vitality were close to break Astralis on the T side a couple of times. If you think about, and I believe I have a clip that's ready to showcase some of these moments where Dupree with the Max 7, 2 rounds actually, Dupree gets a double kill with a Max 7. They had Fama sometimes, they had MP9 sometimes. Look, right now, 0-1, right, that's when Astralis break Vitality right after the pistol round. There's going to be other rounds as well with low weapons. So Vitality, they started the good way. They got caught, they caught their foot in the what's it called? Actually, they tripped over. That's what I want to say. They tripped over in some of these rounds. Now it's 6-4. Look at this, 6-4. The score was still for the taking for Vitality. They could have ended up with a 9-6, but they lost these rounds. These key rounds where they could have pushed Astralis over the edge. Astralis stayed alive.
But I also felt with the Vitality side, they weren't just hitting the shots needed to at times, which allowed Astralis to do that. When we talked about the utility damage before we went into this matchup, and we need to be careful how we frame this, because it was heavily CT-sided, right, in terms of Astralis being on that and using that.
You say that, but together with the little clip guy out there, we actually found a lot of examples also from the T side, because we talked about utility damage coming into this matchup. You see here, well, a lot of utility damage, has already been displayed by Astralis. Now, there's a lot of clips coming in section of itself. Right here, you see again a nade coming up towards apartments. Good nade coming in from Magix. It's even late rounds, double kill with the nades. Right, we have another clip. Nade down banana, nade down middle. A lot of damage again. We have another one coming right here. Some more utility damage. It's on both sides. An apartment nade is coming in right here from Astralis, and right here Magix on the T side, well, doing a lot of damage as well. It's constantly pressure applied with the nades from Astralis on both the CT side and the T side. And I believe we do have a graphic as well that is coming after this little section of clips that's going to showcase you the difference in terms of utility damage in the game overall. Astralis are not only leading, they're leading by far. I'm not saying that is the main factor as to why Astralis are winning and winning as big as they were against Vitality, but it's definitely one of the main factors as to why Astralis are so consistently good on a map like Inferno. Look at that, 1157 to 222. It's not even fair.
Not even close. I think that's a big problem we have here for Vitality, especially on a map like Inferno.
Yes, I think Vitality, Astralis, in general, really are the master at understanding the timings and the positions where nades are needed in different rounds. Jacob showcased in the clip, when they are facing a force buy, they know that mid is most likely going to get picked by a scout, double nade. Whenever Magiskis is pushed down pit, double nade as well. They find these moments when they have to use the nades, and they were probably the first ones to do it on Inferno.
They really have been the first ones, right? And they continue to do it in a very good standard. Now it's time for us to talk to Mr. Zip, who's standing by. He's got a big smile on his face because he's had a phenomenal series. Zip, after that game, you guys must be feeling super confident. First of all, being the first team to the grand final, but just the way you dealt with Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, we shut them down pretty quickly on Inferno, I feel like. And I also think that our preparation was mainly on Inferno, actually. So, yeah, we kind of knew what they were doing and what they were trying to come with on Inferno, particularly.
And how are you feeling right now? Because we're seeing it, right? We're getting the old Zip back in fields. We feel like you're back in form. Would you say you're at 100% now?
Can always be better, right? But yeah, I feel like I'm back. I think I also showed that today. I also feel like I got my clutching abilities back, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, it's good to see the clutch minister back in action. Andreas, it's not a secret that at least to my understanding, you didn't play as well as you would have liked to when you came back to the server, but that makes sense after such a long break. Is there anything in particular you've done to gain back that level? Is it more deathmatch? Is it more FPL? Or are you just working as you normally do?
think that I played more deathmatch at least, but it's also that we put more energy into the team. Like we just play a lot more, both individually, all the team. It also makes it easier when everyone is on point and everyone contributes, right? So it's not just because I play better that we do good. It's actually the whole team doing better.
And your team is doing better. Now, recently you changed from Magix being the in-game leader to Glaive again. Has that changed anything within the team? Does it feel like you're back to your old self, or is it, you know, a smaller detail in terms of your success?
I feel when Glaive is calling, he understands the game much deeper. Like it's not that Magix isn't a great caller or anything, but when Glaive has the control, I think he also becomes a better player himself.
Sure.
Because he reads the game and he likes to take initiatives and stuff like that. So it's easier for him to also play by himself because he has plans in his set, right? So yeah, I actually think that it's made a huge difference that Glaive is back to calling.
Zip, I want to take you back to Dust 2 for a second because you had a great comeback on that map. And from my perspective, I felt that you guys hit that moment where nothing could go wrong. You had all the reads, all the timing, all the duels. First of all, do you also feel that as a member of the team? And how do you explain that?
I don't think I felt that, to be honest. You were talking about those 2 rounds.
Yeah, exactly. You know, the way you were all winning these rounds, very tight rounds, but you always had like the great call.
I don't think we, for example, went into, or were almost running into a stack B, right? Like they were 3 on B and it was 5 on 3. But Maggie died and he called that they were 3 on B, so we went towards A. So it's not like, I don't think we knew what they were doing, but we know that they like to reaggress and have info. That's their whole game plan. So if we can shut that down and try and surprise them and wait for them, that's how we will win against Vitality.
Now, Zip, you're in the grand final. I've got one more question for you. Would you like a rematch against Vitality to come on through, or would you like to face someone else for that final spot?
Who's left?
You got Team Liquid, Na'Vi, or Vitality again?
Would be cool with Liquid, right?
Oh, yes. There you go. That's one we would want to see. That's one the fans would want to see for sure. But I'm going to let you get on and get going. Congratulations once again.
Thank you. Bye.
He's so chill. Who's left again?
It's just like, it doesn't matter.
Playing again?
No, it doesn't matter who's there. It could be any team in there. They'll be able to deal with it. But Zip is back in form, right? We've praised it heavily throughout this tournament. Remember, we go back to full series and we weren't too sure. It was a bit of a slow start for him at times, not feeling so good. But he's definitely back in the groove now.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, both Glaive and Zip had tedious beginnings when they came back onto the server. Glaive took it a bit of time to activate. Same for Zip. I tweeted that they are using the AUG as well, and maybe that suits his style. I'm not exactly sure. I'm going to have to wait and see a little bit, but he talked about it. The clutching abilities, he didn't forget about that with the AK or a different weapon. and I do believe it's a big factor. Of course, in the interview, he's not going to say, yeah, we won because of me, because he's got that attitude, you know, but I think he was a key aspect here.
And I think that's the most important factor, that he finds impact, especially on the T side now. When he came back from the break, we still saw him clutching. We still saw him, you know, winning 1 versus 1s and 1 versus 2s and 1 versus 3s for that matter. But he couldn't find impact in the rounds, you know, in the normal rounds when he had to rotate around. So he looked a little bit sad on the scoreboard. He's found that impact again, and he's back to, I wouldn't say at 100% as he said himself, but he's back to a level where you can start to count on siblings to deliver every single time. And I think that gives a lot of calmness when it comes to the Astralis camp.
And it brings a lot of confidence to the Astralis camp as well, like we saw today. But next up, we've got one more game for you to decide who will march on forward to face Vitality. Team Liquid versus Na'Vi is coming up next, as Astralis have already grabbed that grand final spot. We're heading to a break, and when we come back, we get to dive in deeper to Team Liquid taking on Na'Vi.
7, 8, played on a local LAN in Denmark. And I came up with the idea that we had to make a war cry as we were rushing out hot on nuke. There was no noise cancelling headsets at that point. And you know how important it is when you're playing on nuke that the sound is correct. And you were sitting across your enemies, they're right in front of us, like 1 meter away, right? So if you're making high sound outside the game, that's definitely gonna throw them off. So I started doing like war cry like this, really loud. And 4 of my teammates rushing out hot, and they didn't hear anything because they got unfocused. And I was just staying and doing war cry until they actually got out and killed the guys. But I think losing to something so stupid like that was probably pretty annoying. We were laughing, having fun, but I can imagine they didn't have fun times because that was like kind of frustrating for them.
Liquid is the surprise that we wanted. Yeah. It's the hero we didn't know we deserved.
They're gonna go for the split. They're gonna go for launch. This is big. Oh, it is there with a collab through the smoke.
They convinced me that if they can continue this level, we could have another Katowice on our hands.
The boost onto the boxes. He's gonna have to hit a slick flick.
Oh, of course he does.
He's creeping and crawling, and sure enough, it's Kenny who's about to get shanked. Boomich just executes him into the double peak. Perfectly played. It is the rematch between Liquid and Na'Vi, and one that shocked many of us in what Liquid were able to offer. And that's what I want to start with here, because Liquid have pleasantly surprised us in every way. We talk about honeymoon periods, but all of their wins have been very legit. The games they've had have been strong.
You're right, and I do want to say that even though some individuals are shining a lot, maybe more because of the honeymoon period, i.e. NAF, I still believe that the premise for Liquid coming into this tournament was that they were not going to be ready. That was the narrative. Yes, this fallen move can work. I personally think it can work for the future, but let's give them some time. They're going to be rusty. The details are not going to be here. It's actually not the truth. I think they have a very polished game plan already. The strategies they use are quite refined. They play the clutches well. The communication is on point.
Yep.
This is a Liquid that doesn't look like they just made a change.
Exactly, and that's the scary thing, right? Grim was a new addition towards the end of the year. First time playing Tier 1. He's impressing. Fallen's now come along and seems to bring this element of respect that they needed.
The scary thing about Liquid to me is that, as you said, we have Natfly back in form, we have Grim finding impact, as you pointed out, James. You have Fallen with the experience, the calmness on the lineup as well. Elise, so far in this tournament, have not had a good tournament. It's been very under par with what he normally produces in terms of stats. So there's still so much potential untapped within Team Liquid. That is insane in itself. You have Stu 2K as well. Right now, he's the in-game leader, and that's probably going to stay for that, for the next couple of months. But as we spoke about already, we do believe that Fallen will will take over at some point. So if you can activate Stewie 2K, you can get at least back on the level he were at, last year and the year before that. There's still so much untapped potential within Team Liquid, and already now, as you said, they're playing at a very high level. So sure, as of right now, hitting into this matchup, there's a chance they could win, but for the future, it's looking very, very bright for Liquid.
Well, we've been talking about Nasty Naf quite a lot here, right? And what he's been able to deliver, what he's been able to achieve. This man has been able to, I'd say push the limits again to what we normally see from him. And I don't know the full reasons as to why just yet.
We're not exactly sure. I think one side of it can be that Twister's role, some of them fit very well for Naf. I have the A-Apps position on Inferno, for example, where a player like Naf, with his game sense, can activate into the later stages of the round, which is what he likes. But I just want to point out for a second that Naf has one of the most complete skill set that we can have in Counter-Strike. When you think about it, right? He can play with the pistol. He's very good with the rifle. He is skilled. He is clever. He can clutch. He can close the rounds. He can play with the legal, as we see. So when he's activated, that's not always the case. But when he is, he's one of the scariest player we can find.
He is one of the scariest players we can find. And like you said, he's a complete player for sure. And one you can always rely on to at least get a few kills. But now he's been getting a lot more. So maybe Stewie can tell us some more about what's gone on with this man.
I also wanted to ask about Naf as well, because in your latest matchup versus Evil Geniuses, he looked absolutely stellar as a player. So he said that he was just playing with a little bit more confidence, but has there been anything else that the team have been doing to kind of set him up for this success? Do you feel like he's been given a little bit more room in the team now?
To be honest, I don't think anything's changed for Naf. I know he swapped a couple positions here and there, but I think Naf is just a player who he doesn't speak as much, but he knows how to play off his teammates really well. So if you have an idea on what you want to do, he can plug it in very quickly. And I think now that we have, a lot of players that know what to do individually and how to compensate for the teammates, I think he just feels a lot more comfortable and he doesn't feel that pressure where he needs to help his teammates all the time.
Now, of course, we're going to be coming into a rematch as you go up against Na'Vi, who you've already beaten once this tournament, but it seems like they found a little bit more momentum coming into the later stages. So what are you thinking of their form that they've shown lately at the Global Finals?
I guess when they played against us the first time, they didn't know what to expect just because we had fallen and we had a different game plan. So I think they were just kind of feeling it out in the match, and I think they had a very slow start in the series, so we kind of took advantage of that, but we're pretty sure that this time around they're going to come with a little more force, but at the same time, we're not really underestimating them. We're going to try to prepare the best we can, and we're just going to play our game, and hopefully it goes our way.
And I think that's key there, Stewie, to make sure you don't underestimate a Na'Vi who can quickly change the tempo at any given moment.
You never underestimate Na'Vi. That is not a good idea. It can end up horribly wrong. I just want to bounce back on a point that Stewie made during the interview, right? The fact that Naf has the ability to take a call from his teammate and act on it, right? Yeah. Get the information and find a plan. I think that could be a byproduct of Fallen coming into the communication as well, because we had a couple of examples during the event where the communication was very clear, very strict by Fallen. Look, let's do this. I'll give you a smoke, dot there. And then I think that Naf has the ability to hear that information and act on it, find the kill, and find the movement.
Well, that's one thing he needs to do when he's going up against the Na'Vi, who quickly turned back into the Na'Vi we love to see, but we just don't often see it enough, Pim.
No, it was fantastic yesterday, let's be honest. What Na'Vi produced in terms of level of Counter-Strike yesterday was some of the greatest Na'Vi we've seen in 21, I guess. And it's quite a short year.
The whole year.
It makes sense,
Whoa,
right?
so much time.
So much time. They started out relatively slow, as Stewie 2K also alerted to in this interview, that they were not looking good in the first game. They were not even looking good in the second game. But yesterday, they were playing hearts out. Some of the best Counter-Strike Na'Vi can play. Gave me a little bit of the vibe of Katowice last year, when they also all of a sudden turned up in the group stages, went through the playoff, and looked like the best team to ever play Counter-Strike. Boomich is playing well right now. Flamey had impact yesterday. Electronic is out there. Symbol, of course, is out there. And Perfecto found impact. So I just mentioned all 5 players from Na'Vi. And when you have a unit like that, where you can compare them to Astralis, you can compare them to Vitality. If Na'Vi can find some sort of, I hate to say it, consistency within their lineup, right?
Wow, really?
Consistency within the gameplay, then Na'Vi can be the best team in the world. As you said, James, we don't see it often.
Look, you talk about Boomich, and I'm going to say something that's going to sound strange, but hear me out.
Okay.
In a world where Simple always performs, I feel like Na'Vi could be Boomich dependent right now. That's what we are. That's what's happening in front of our own eyes during this event. Boomich has a 1.43 rating in entry kill. He's made a whole lot of difference against G2. He was very impactful. Now, if you look at Na'Vi, you look at their CT side, they're 4v5, 13% win rate. 13% win rate of their 4v5, which basically means if they get the first loss, first death, they are in a world of trouble. So if that's the case, and you have Boomich finding all these entry kills, he's the man to make the difference. Because granted, Simple's always going to be great. That's part of having the second or one of the best players in the world in your team. But if Boomich doesn't show up, could be a bit empty.
Well, that stat line also tells me, right, you said 13% is the fact that they're not good at fighting from behind. They don't have that team play like Vitality, like Astralis, maybe even like Liquid, right? It's very tough for Simple and Electronic, even though they're some of the best players in the world, to fight back from being 4 against 5. So that's a problem. I think you're right. They ride or die with Boomich, they ride or die with the opening duels.
Well, let's see what Boomich is thinking about this one, because we know a rematch is always one that you want to get revenge on, but is it going to be possible?
Of course, it is going to be a rematch going up against Team Liquid today. As you said, you weren't too sure what Fallen would be bringing to the table the first time you faced them. So what were the biggest learnings for you coming off that loss against Liquid?
We have more information right now after first game, how they're playing and what Fallen brings to the team. So today we feel more prepared. So we will see how it works now.
Can you let me know the biggest change that we're going to see from Na'Vi coming up to face Liquid again to make sure that you don't take another loss from them?
Today we're really hungry for this game because we want to do the revenge, and like I said before, we have more information how they're playing because now we can watch demos. So I think we can easily destroy them right now.
We can easily destroy them with a little laugh at the end. That's some boomer boomer yay we want to see. Whether we're going to get it is a whole nother thing.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what boomer boomer yeah is, James, to be quite honest. But if he continues to play,
how do you not know the meme?
I don't know, James. I'm just not that much into the CIS region as you are. We've seen that in the green room. We see it all the time. You guys should go follow him on VK, I believe it is. You're all over the place.
You learned him, pimp.
But let's be honest, right? If Boomich is having a great game today, Na'Vi, they have a great shot at running over Team Liquid. Because I think there's a point to be made here, as Boomich also alert to. They didn't really know what came with Team Liquid when Fallen, and they played them the first time. Now they can be somewhat ready, right? There's still some wiggle room in terms of the veto. Maybe it's going to be a different map set this time around. We don't know yet. But if you're Boomich, if you're Na'Vi, you're more prepared now than you were last time. And as we would know with Na'Vi, they always get better game by game by game.
Especially on one of these lower bracket runs. Now, getting into this veto, we saw Inferno, Nuke, and Dust 2, but we never got to Dust 2 last time. Maniac, what do you expect this time?
I mean, it could be the same maps. I think the first ban wave is going to be exactly the same. It's going to be Train, and it should be Vertigo being removed exactly now. When it comes to picks, I think Liquid have a little bit more wiggle room. They could go for Inferno or Mirage. I think both these maps make sense. If they pick a different one, that would be a surprise for me. These are maps that are at the bottom of the pit for Na'Vi in general. So again, I'd say Mirage or Inferno. They're going to stick with Inferno. Then for Na'Vi, it's either or. Either they stay with Nuke, which has been their most picked map during the event, and we have seen live in front of our eyes, it was a huge clash with Liquid, but they stick to their gun with Nuke, or they change things up and they go for a map that we don't really see coming. They're going to stick with the Nuke pick. I'm not going to go on a Wild Rift. It's going to be Nuke again, so the maps are being the same. And as for the third map, I mean, Overpass, Dust 2 are two maps where they could handshake on it. That's our middle of the pack. So now it's actually Na'Vi who's got a choice. Do you want a Dust 2 or one Overpass? Do you try and push Liquid onto a more tactical map, or do you use the wild individuals you have?
I think they'd be happy with Dust 2. I think Na'Vi, knowing their history as well, they used to be one of the teams picking Dust 2 all the time. They should be fairly comfortable with a Dust 2. So we get the exact same map pool again. It makes sense. Also, when you consider how the first matchup played out, right? Because Liquid and Nuke, they got off to a 10-0 start, but it was still a 16-14 game. Without that insane start from Team Liquid, Na'Vi would most likely have won that map. So if you're Na'Vi, you feel relatively comfortable with this map pool. I don't think there was a big change for them to change the map pool, to be honest. Whereas for Liquid, as you said, there was 2 routes to go, but they stick to the same map. So they want to play the same game once again and beat Na'Vi for 2 times in a row.
Now, when it comes to this, though, right, when it comes to Inferno, last time it did not go so strong for him. Na'Vi again will feel bit, who hasn't hit them numbers that we normally like to see him hit.
Yes, you're right, James, and I hate to really bag on like a new kid on the block and be too harsh on him. But the truth is, he hasn't been enough. He hasn't been sufficient for the highest level so far. Granted, he's had a couple of flashy plays, and you could feel that mechanically speaking, he's interesting, he's promising. But for the top level, that just might be too much. But think about the caliber of opponents he got to go against. We're talking about the Astralis, we're talking about the Vitality, we're talking about Liquid. Come on, let's give him a break. Like, ease him into the top level.
He has had a trial by fire, to say the least, for sure. But one thing here is, this Na'Vi have still been able to take wins on Inferno with him.
Yeah, because I don't think he's that influential in the sense that he's not going to be a liability. As long as he just plays somewhat decent, he's going to be good enough to let Simple, Electronic, and Boomage for that matter do their job. And that's always been the case with Navi, right? These stats you see on your screen right here, they're not good enough. And I want to be completely honest with you out there as well. It's not that we want to back on him. It's not that we want to say that he's bad. He could be for the future a star. We don't know. But as of right now, he's simply not performing well enough. That is also a testament to the concept, right, of having a six-man player. Even though he's not performing, even though the Flame is probably sitting out there thinking, I could do better right now on Inferno, they've been practicing with Bit on Inferno, so you don't change. You simply can't change.
Yeah.
I heard Anders and Semler discuss, after the Shocks game with Vitality. Well, there's a conversation to be had. At what point do you bring out Bit and bring back in Flamey? Well, you can do that, but only in an off period, only when you get to practice with Flamey again. So for now, Bit will have to step it up. Otherwise, Navi could be in trouble.
Well, let's see if Navi are going to be in trouble. It's time for you to go and get your popcorn ready because the rematch is on the cards. It's Navi taking on Team Liquid, and it may have been 2-0 last time, but this Navi has been looking stronger. Can Liquid pull it off again? You'll be finding out with Scrawny and Launders in just a few moments.
the second best of 3 here. It's elimination. Unlike Vitality versus Astralis, which was for a spot in the lower bracket, Launders, somebody in this one goes home. Liquid and Navi, and it kicks off on Inferno. I love this map pool. The fact that we get to go back to Nuke no matter what. You know, if we go the distance and Dust 2 comes around, so be it. But Inferno and Nuke, this is where I want to start the day.
I hate this map pool. I'm going to be crying about Navi playing their CT side badly on this map. Liquid.
Oh, Inferno, right? Yeah, okay, that's fair.
Or they play well. Now, the thing is, based on what we saw yesterday, if Navi are playing that good, they made G2. They had, when I was streaming, everyone was just like, what do you think is wrong with G2? All this stuff. You have to give credit to how damn well Navi were playing. I felt like yesterday they could have made any team look bad. That's how good they were playing. They were hitting all of their shots. Boomich was top fragging, top rated player. As the guy who's just supposed to be sacrificial on some of these rounds, he was getting 2K entries. He was staying alive the whole time. So if we get that Navi, Liquid don't stand a chance. If we get a relatively like evened out Navi, like some good spots but not like that brilliant, then I think it's a much closer match and probably Liquid can take Inferno. But that'll be what's interesting, at least for this rematch. We'll get to see maybe a Navi that's improved throughout the tournament and a rematch on Inferno.
That's it. Is it going to be this consistent uptrend from Navi where the improvements yesterday are going to be indicative of how they play for the rest of the event? Or do we just kind of get the hot tap turned back off and we're right back to what we've seen for the majority of the event from Navi? And that's, you know, that's kind of the beauty of what Navi is, right? It's you got to wait until the day. You got to jump into the server. You got to try shooting at them to see whether or not they shoot back.
Never bet against Navi and never bet on Navi.
Yeah,
right? That's how the saying goes.
Yeah, exactly that right there. So, you know, this is one of those games that until the pistol round goes live, I don't know what we get to expect. But at least on the side of Liquid, hence why I think, you know, they were my choice for today, is we get a level of consistency. They've looked good throughout all of this
mean that much, Connor. Based on what we've seen.
You know, yesterday I picked the EG over Liquid game. I thought EG, you know, they had a good head-to-head. I need to make up some points, man. I needed to make up some points. I got to catch up to the rest of the pack. I'm all the way at the bottom with the likes of Pimp, for Christ's sake.
Hey, he's above you. He was in there. He was in the green room making fun of you.
I felt pretty bad about my loss. I got home, got back to the apartment, opened up my phone. Oh, message. Who? Moses? I opened the message, and it was just a picture of my pick.
EG pick. We both picked it. It's a regret. Maybe I should have just waited to see what you picked, so I could have picked opposite. But yeah, they had a good head-to-head. It's definitely an improved Liquid, and I think definitely Liquid's Inferno improved. I think what we're about to see is two teams who think they're good at Inferno, but they're not.
Okay, that's fair.
And even Fallen, okay, on MIBR, they were never that good on Inferno. They just thought they were. They always picked it, but they can't really take down like Vitality or Astralis on this map. Even though like they can come close, they do come close, but they just don't. They can never take it over the line. They're just not good enough.
What's wild about Navi's failures on Inferno, I feel like, is that almost like everybody on the outside can kind of see the weaknesses.
Yeah.
But for whatever reason, we haven't seen them adapt to that.
I addressed Boomich directly in my video today. I said, Boomich, because he actually apparently watched my videos, or like one or two of them or something. I said, Boomich, you're watching this, man? Get info on CT side of Inferno. I said it. And I think it's one of those things that's just like, you could have that game plan coming into the map, and the reason that you can't pull it into fruition is obviously it's harder than it looks when you start to zone in on your certain spot and you don't think about the entire map, and the fact that the B players have to do their job and the A players have to do their job, and there's lots of communication that goes on, and the easiest thing to do is to not communicate and to not try something and to just sit back, and that's why it always happens. So from that perspective, I understand. But of course, Navi, you got to hold them to a high standard. That's all it is. They're just really high up there. Now, the other problem for Navi is that Bit has not been implemented well at all. He's not been performing well. I don't want to blame that on Bit, because I feel like I don't even know what position he plays on this map. It's not as clean cut as it was with Navera, for example, who slotted in nicely. You knew he was always on Arch. Like, with Bit, it feels like he's in a new spot every single round, and I don't even know if they're helping him integrate into the team. So we haven't seen great stats from him. He's rocking like a 54 ADR with like a 10 kill average and like all of the maps they played.
Rough stuff.
It's not great, and I don't want to blame him for it.
Well, this is an interesting position. Elige was up on the railing, and Boomich gets a little bit closer, finds him, takes him down. 5v4 for Navi. Comes back at it, and sure enough, gets the fadeaway headshot into Grim. So this is good. He sees another. Gonna take a couple more shots. The problem with the CZ is that it runs out of bullets pretty quick. He's got 3 bullets left for this entire round.
Tough. Yeah, this is great. Doubling up with his teammate to
But he
get
can go grab
info.
that other weapon. Yeah, they're gonna go get it together. Minimize the risk and also maximize the chance at grabbing yet another kill.
Quiet, right? Oh, he'll pick it up. They heard this.
For sure, but Simple, well, he peeks out perfectly from library. It's actually Perfecto with the headshot in that engagement, and somehow Team Liquid, they've just scrambled into the A site. Maybe they can go for this desperate bomb plant, but Electronic's gonna focus in on Stewie and stop that bomb. Na'Vi, no bomb plant given over, and only a single death by Boomich, who picked up those opening 2.
Without looking at the stats, the first time around they played against Liquid, the one thing that stood out the most, well, first, the 2 things with Boomich and Electronic had a really bad map on Inferno. Electronic was really bad in the pit, and, you know, we're talking about top 5 rifler, consistent throughout 2020, you know, first map entering the new year, and just, like, really, really bad start. So, but then after that, Electronic has really stepped up overall. On the desk, they called Boomich maybe the most impactful player on Na'Vi at this whole event, right? So that's a huge step up as well, because you can look at how high the stats have risen. So we already seen a good start here for Boomich. Simple spotting on the archway. They've got the crossfire and they are crushing. So once again, it looks like it's one of those positions where I'm like, where does Bit go, right? Like sometimes he's arch, sometimes he's lane. Pistol round, he was on B. But he can't be that good that he can do all of that.
Right.
In fact, we've seen the opposite.
Yeah. He's not the everywhere man.
Yeah.
But obviously, poor Team Liquid gets smothered in that one. No kills back the other direction. This leaves Na'Vi in a weird spot. 3 MP9s and an ump. FAMAS, the most powerful of weapons for Na'Vi in this one.
Yeah, this is a round where you want to take over halls, you want to take banana. You've got all the nades you want, and you don't have the ability to keep distance with anyone. You're not winning any. You're not going to win any round by retaking with guns like these. So the only issue is that because Liquid know they have these guns, you want to try to be inconspicuous about what kind of round you bring to the table. So they could delay some of this aggression, but ultimately, you know, playing back and trying to trade with just MP9s isn't going to be too good. So they've stuck Bit here inside of Cubby. Simple on guard, and Boomich is spotting on banana. And Liquid know that this round should be free, but it could also be such a tragedy if, like, SMGs get 5 kills here. Like, build the money up.
Could be a really bad warning sign of things to potentially come if you're on the side of Liquid. But still no contact. Na'Vi have not shown anything here in the 3rd round. Not offering a peek in the least. Solo B defender, however, for Na'Vi, and sure enough, Team Liquid start heading this direction with heavy numbers. We get that rotate back by Boomich. Now, Perfecto still has 1 smoke, and that would have to be thrown from CT. Team Liquid, they made that compromise. Only 1 AK, tons of Galils, but tons of grenades with it. So let's see if that makes the difference as they come in and commit with the full hit. Boomich, him and Perfecto combining well enough for 3 MP9 kills off of the side of the smoke. That gives the man advantage over. Good bank grenade drops fall into 58, and 2 CTs around through construction.
Well, could be kind of even. In fact, I mean, tipping towards the CT on the retake. Well, T's have spots. We'll see what happens.
Both in the back of the site. Elige tries to peek around, damaging Simple to 16. And Simple just sticks into the corner, gives Bit a chance to bail him out, but neither of those kills are going to work. Elige, very strong position, very strong shots, and Team Liquid follow through. They just had to get past that initial crossfire of MP9s, and it's smooth sailing.
Yeah, they beat the odds here. Elige somehow doesn't take any damage, though. Neither Bit or Simple even hit him. And that's it. I mean, stays a quad. It's such an important part of the post plant, and with the good guns, they're in a strong spot. But it's still majority deaths. It's still 3 kills that go to the MP9s. There's still a bye here for Na'Vi, so it's a semi-successful bonus round. It's a win for Team Liquid, but it comes at a cost. You have the Galils in play. There's a save on the horizon if they lose. They've got to be very careful here. And the only thing that they have that's a really nice advantage is the amount of grenades, just the sheer amount of grenades, right? We still have Simple, who doesn't have any. That might give them an edge if the round goes on a little bit longer. Potentially a free frag. That was definitely a peek in by Stewie. Simple falls off all too quickly, thinking that he's playing on lane. for Team Liquid.
Wild to think that the analyst desk, have as a valid point in arguing that Boomich could have been the most impactful. We have seen a few maps where Simple wasn't necessarily needed, or for whatever reason, didn't kind of hit that star-studded form.
Yeah.
But obviously, everybody knows he can. It's just a matter of if tonight's one of those days. Time will tell. As Liquid start to round the long corners, Boomich is posted.
Interesting. I mean, they're going to know about the smoke.
Electronic's going to try to test the side of it. And Stewie's just been left on his own. That's going to be perfect for Electronic. Nobody watching that as Stewie goes for the spam. Now, there is going to be pressure here on Bit and Simple. First off shot strong. And Bit not extending dangerously yet, but Electronic gets killed. Bit will take 2 kills as Boomich finds one over their shoulders. Navi locking down this A site.
What I think is most important to point out here is, like, look at Electronic. He's sitting on Arch, waiting for that smoke to come up, but he can't actually do this if he has to worry about CT spawn. So if Boomich doesn't rotate over from B, he doesn't have the ability to just sit and wait and see what happens on the smoke. He's got to make sure his teammates are safe, that CT doesn't get overrun by T's going through Archway. And so the fact that Boomich makes that rotation and tries to gamble over towards A is really what tips the scales and makes that look so easy.
Boomich is going to get a face full of Liquid. And it's Elish and Fallen. Wow. Combining for 2 kills over on this B site, that is not how the plan is meant to be. Now, the one saving grace was that bomb got dropped back on ramp, and sure enough, it gets stopped a second time. That is the critical turning point, because if not, that B site's open, Fallen used the weapon to get the additional kill. That's everything. Now, Simple, he's still standing. Nice adjustment with that flick. Fallen, he could die to the grenade straight up. It's chip damage on both. Elysian Fallen, the 2 players that combined with lackluster guns to get this round started, have to finish it as well. But they're met by smoke, and that slows things down.
I think they heard that there was 2 players now, but with the time coming off, Fallen's going to make the rotation around. I think this is a threat that they wanted to have in a little bit earlier for Team Liquid, but there is still enough time in the clock to kind of do whatever. So he will make that marathon rotation around through Arch, and Bits just cross to the best spot possible to really hold here. Might be kind of a 50-50, but he has the advantage of the smoke for now. Simple's here watching the flank, and he has got his back covered as well. So that's a punish on Fallen, and yeah, a Hail Mary situation, a perfect 2v4, really. I mean, whoever took leadership in that moment deserves a lot of credit, because they were deliberate, got to their positions fast, and, like, all picked great spots.
Yeah, as Elysian Fallen are coming through with this.
This is insane. These are 2 Glock kills.
Yep.
Yeah,
And it's off of that push that we see Bit and Simple go immediately down middle.
Yeah.
I believe it was Bit who picked up the first kill on the bomb carrier.
Yeah.
And then Simple just joins forces through middle. That definitely could have been a way for Liquid to kickstart a mini comeback.
Yeah.
But they've got a gun round now ahead of them. Still, a 4th round secured by Navi. Surviving a frantic engagement. Stewie versus Boomich. A battle of the IGLs, and it's the North American to walk away with it. Headshot into Boomich, and an easy 5v4.
This is interesting. I think they try to make it a bait setup so that if he gets 1 kill, then they whatever, but they're trying to lure him into B, because they have 2 people already rotated, sitting on site.
Perfecto lowered to half his health. So far, this is Stewie's round. He's done everything.
This is interesting. They are coming back here, and Simple, honestly, when Simple rotates, like, usually he's, like, 100% correct. He's so good at figuring out where to stack, and I think he really just moves of his own volition. They're going to try to punish this peak, but we'll see if they can.
Changed to the frag. A bit of bad timing. Stewie has survived like 4 fistfights at this point. Down to 12 health, now down to 8. Constantly being peppered as they boost Perfecto upwards. Grim's gonna die to that one for free. Now we're equal. Bit could come in big. Sprays for 2 kills. And Elige now over top of Orange. Simple out through smoke. Tapping with the Tech 9. Clears the board and keeps Navi rolling. He is 9-1. And like you said, his own entity throws himself at the B site, and that's the proper call. And then Bit. This was crucial. Takes 2 players who aren't even really fighting back with him.
Yeah.
but those were critical kills to allow for Simple to go for a risk like pushing through the coffin smoke.
That's excitement right there. That's Boomich dying early on in the round, and again, that does encourage Liquid to come forward into B. It's a little bit later on, but they stuck to the stack and even reinforced it with Simple. And you know when they go down 4v5, they're willing to take the gamble. So very strong start here. Now, there are narrow margins, though. It feels like Liquid could have won a few of these rounds, so it's not something where you want to say that Na'Vi are out of the water. And actually, you know, the more excited you get, it's because the more kind of like fortunate you feel in some of these situations. So I'm sure the Na'Vi guys are not feeling comfortable just yet. Now, all this being said, it has been amazing to watch, like, Liquid and Fallen feel like he's adding so much value already to the team, like providing the op, the extra nades, the extra leadership. It feels like it's been just the right amount.
A good addition of clutch factor as well. He's won some rounds in their series. Electronic from the graveyard stairs, not going to be too concerned with anything elsewhere, just focusing on balcony. Pops up, sees Fallen, confirms him on short. 7 bullets is enough to finish the job.
Yeah, this is about as good of a start that you'll ever see from Na'Vi on this map. Did you say Bit is 9-1?
No, Simple.
Okay.
Settle down now, but Bit's actually 9-2.
Okay.
After that last round.
That's definitely his best start so far on the team. For those who don't know, he's only playing on Inferno for now. Gestation period. This is the first time that Na'Vi have ever tried a 6-man lineup, and they kind of just asked Flamey what map he prefers the least, and that was the one that where the substitution happened. But yeah, so far, I mean, yeah, I've been focusing a lot on like what Na'Vi have been doing, but the calls for Liquid are good. They're getting away with a lot of map control. They're not really losing the opening kill too easily. In fact, Stewie's had some success in terms of picking the sites. It's good. They're giving a lot of love to both Bracket and Top Banana. But it feels like Na'Vi are really trusting the reads in a way that's quite dangerous here. They're actually correct again about what might be coming in their direction.
Simple's right on the cusp of a peak. Do it. Imagine. Throws a frag in response to the smoke, and it's on Grim's head. Not the most fashionable hat.
He didn't see anyone right at the corner, but Simple is staying inside of the B site, but Boomich is now turning the corner down B. However, Grim is right here on the left.
Not checked.
Yeah.
That's a big pickup from Grim, especially at the 30-second mark. Creates a little bit of ambiguity.
That's a bit confusing, though, if you're a T. You're like the time versus rotating back.
Is it worth? And then Electronic, well, he wastes no time getting aggressive on short side. Bit drops bomb, dies to Grim. And then Perfecto cuts out with a crucial kill on Stewie. But Elige uses the verticality of the balcony to find the follow-up frag. And that's a big one to get because it keeps the man advantage. We have Simple in a clutch.
Actually drops the op and spawn.
Plays the AUG instead. Simple's the reason Grim's on 45 HP. And this smoke blocks off the pit player. So if Grim doesn't go for a peek here, it's going to take Simple a long time to go digging in those corners. And that flash, perfectly timed. Still Simple gets a bit more damage, but that's a big round from Grim.
Oh man, shout out to it.
Eating a grenade at the start to getting 3 kills by the end.
Oh, totally. Speaks to his composure completely. Really nicely done. I actually think that it's actually so rare to see people leave someone on logs these days, or anyone at the bottom banana on an A hit. I mean, usually people are pulling 5 to try to get their entries. What's up?
This out Bit with a notebook.
Yeah, interesting. I wonder what we've got in there. It'd be cool to get to see. What if it's just doodles? No, that is really cool to see. Okay, we've got Blade calling up something to go over what they should do potentially next. But here, finally, you know, the grind pays off for Liquid. They were already doing pretty well. They just had to remind themselves that, like, the rounds did look good. And then finally they win a round. It's like standard. They go for B control. They go for top A control. No one dies. Then they have to make a decision. They make the right one. They find the entries. So that's good. And yeah, they punish as well with Grim, who ends up being a really important part of the end of the round.
Yeah, getting the kill on Boomich, and then really crucially, I think, wasting no time running over to the A site to trade out that second short kill. Because it looked like it was just going to fizzle out. Maybe Bit falls into the bomb site, but Grim comes sprinting through mid, and ensures that that one goes punished. Makes a difference in the end, or else we would have had a simple versus a Liege 1v1. Incendiary at the feet of Stewie forces him back to logs alongside Grim.
There's a lot of pressure from both sides. No one likes eating late grenades, you know? So as soon as it goes quiet, you can tell people get very nervous. The T's are a little bit more willing to sponge some of this damage if it means like they could get a peek or keep information, which always makes them a scary force to fight with. And now I think they've got kind of let's see what this means for the round. Bit checked his notes. Off into the cubby setup. This time Simple's not on Arch with him. He's over in pit. But they are coming in his direction. Wow, quietly. Very quietly.
Elish goes to check it. Bit can't manage for the second kill, but still, it's an opening. Elish goes to hard clear it. With the lesser weapon, that's a big duel to pick up.
I personally would like to be. Yeah, I'd like to be the CTs here after that kill. Even though it's 4-4.
20 seconds.
Yeah, the time.
Electronic now has vision as the smoke's faded, and Stewie, it didn't even look like he wanted to commit to it. But he gets wrecked, and then Simple inside of the pit is ready for any kind of utility they may throw at him. Electronic's just going to throw himself inside of the site where Grim has a chance to plant.
Oh, he can
Simple's still alive, and Naf hunts from above. Oh, Simple predicts it, goes for the second peek and misses his shot, but Nafly sure won't. Now it's on Boomich and Perfecto. An even retake. Naf's got a smoke over towards the pit. Boomich runs in. There's Perfecto's impact off the Fomus. But Naf, he's got that bomb somewhat planted for him in the headshot. Through the box. Wide swing. And the clutch from the Canadian. It's Team Liquid to a third.
That's dirty. That's the 1v2. Yeah, that's the one to wake you up. Oh, that's a beautiful round from Nafly. And this kill on is Simple as well. He, Simple misses the peek back in right here. There's where the punish was supposed to be. You can see he slightly displaced it when he saw Simple go for the shoulder. And leave it to Naf to pull this off. That's beautiful stuff.
Ooh.
Of course, you know, you want to make them think that you're not going to peek, and then you peek when they're strafing out to their next piece of cover. Does that so well. Just pistols. That one breaks the economy of Na'Vi. Now
really important round.
Yeah, now we've got a real game on our hands.
You can see it too. Liquid Camp, a bit of a pop-off on that. They know they've got an opening here. Two smokes still left for Na'Vi. Turns out Elish is an MP5 user.
Does that change your opinion of him?
I mean, it's Elish. It's hard not to give the man credit. We'll see. We'll see. Versus unarmored players, MP5's pretty slick. Sounds nice.
I hate it too.
Well, P250 gets the better of it. Not that poor Elish ever had a chance.
Wouldn't have happened to an MP7.
Right. Nobody else at this A site as well for Na'Vi, so matter of time. As long as Liquid follow through here with their hunch, they've got this fourth round in the bag.
Yeah, they claw one back. You know, that's a close one. Like, they need the clutch. They need the Nafly clutch. But, like, overall, like, they look pretty good this half, right? Like, you can see, it's hard to say where the half will go necessarily. Na'Vi's still definitely not playing perfect. So we'll see what the rest of the half has to offer. And yeah, Fall on the T side, he's got the op for the next round. It's a situation where the op on T side, it's huge when you're in post plant. Before the post plant, it can almost be an Achilles heel. Before the post plant, it can slow you down on your executes. It can really like make it hard to refrag in certain positions. It can be a thing that just burns time off the clock as you're waiting, holding an angle that no one peeks. It's not often that anybody goes for a car peek on CT side. Like, when's the last time you've seen that at this level? It just doesn't happen. So for an op, it can really be a hindrance. But in the post plant, you get the op on quad, or you get the op on pit, or you know, wherever it is, either site, pretty much, and it suddenly just swings the odds so heavily in your favor. So that can be a benefit of it. It also comes down to how Simple will play, but he himself cannot afford one. They've got all the utility that they want, but just rifles for Na'Vi. win here means it's still a very respectable lead, despite a small misstep. Boomich, he's in his favored position, but they are taking so much damage for this exchange.
Yeah, and that frag grenade from Boomich, which had enough punch to kill either Grim or Stewie, kind of misses the mark. They left so fast, has to get away from that.
Yeah, this one's hard to call as well. Looking somewhat happy to gamble. Like, here's a spot where, you know, Navi would benefit greatly from at least trying to get info. Grim could be the guy to punish them one more time, but with an A hit oncoming, you know, certainly they're going to be scared.
These mid-round mid-walk-ups from Liquid.
Oh, bomb comes back.
Been a consistency. There will be no peek for Fallen to punish on that side of the A site. Navi having a faster rotate towards B if needed. Boomich gonna lay down the smoke.
Still 35 seconds, but
they flash through. Perfect flashbang. Stewie still able to get the better of it. That flash lasted so long from Naf.
Two. I think he might have thrown a second one. He threw one. Stewie shot. A second one came as he stayed peaked and then just totally punished for that.
Because he ate that thing.
That was wicked.
Full white. Perfectly timed. Team Liquid now going to be within one.
Maybe we could double check. It looked like Stewie held his attention for another flash to come in. He definitely ate both, but yeah, that was definitely sick on the way in. Yeah, but here's a spot where, you know, it would have been really beneficial to try to get some more damage off earlier, like find something from. And here's the double stack inside the Molotov.
Fifth round, 4 alive. Liquid very much now sitting in a comfortable position on the T side. Counter-terrorists still reeling back economically from these round losses. So, how the tables have turned.
Yeah, that is the one right there. This is the one that it does them in again. They invest something. I mean, okay, they just level off. And now it's just kind of a scary half-buy situation for Navi. They've got a couple of rifles, utility and pistols.
Ooh, disrespect. Simple's going to stick this M4 down middle. And he's almost got a Liege in the body bag, but then he knows he has to do something. And Fallen's going to keep him locked in. Fallen's really good at kind of getting those punishing kills.
Yeah, though, he had to get the first kill, and then he could make a sequence in ult, but after that, he's just screwed. Like, he knows he can't peek lane at bottom stairs like that. And that's when the op actually helps a lot.
Of course, Electronic, the other M4. And that one's sitting here on the B site with 3 players of Navi. Team Liquid, a very tempered pace this evening.
They have been slow, yeah.
Nice and slow.
Sure, for sure.
Do you think that kind of stuff punishes a team like Navi?
I don't know, because Navi just gamble. So, like here's a round where they're supposed to gamble, but it's always scary on the T side. So the fog of war, you got to make a choice. You can't really get info without sacrificing a player. So that's something that always slows them down. But so far, they haven't been coming to timeout. Hey, like, they've been executing with enough time to spare. We'll see if another comes in right now. So he's got to clear this. And he does get the memo, but Boomich gets a kill and some damage off. There's another player in the site.
Yeah, Grim's on full HP. Perfecto back behind new box. CZ's not going to get that kill, but here's Electronic. Double kill and the third. We get a Liege back with a little bit of an answer. Let's see it, Bit. No armor, P250, but a single bullet could get the job done. A Liege not quite sure where to look, and with 8 seconds, he tries to commit to this bomb plant. Bit doesn't peek. At least not until that bomb is planted, just barely after the commitment to it. We do have Navi with a robbery of a round, but big play from Electronic. Coming out from coffins, gunning down the first 2 players to his left, and then finishing off what was the damage from Perfecto.
Yeah, he did play it a little bit scared. He played it a little bit scared, but at the same time, he got the clock down to 5 seconds, so that there was no way Elise could recommit. Made sure that he would have definitely put the bomb down again if he had faked it, and just guaranteed the round. So that's it. So that's well done.
It still peaked him before Elish had time to pull his gun out. So at the end of the day, with the commitment, sure, the money slides through. But the money's not the issue. Na'Vi just need these rounds. So they'll take one away. We get Simple immediately back into the op. Double AUG set up here for Na'Vi. 3 rounds left to play here in the first half of the first map. Elise challenging within middle. Flashbang blinds him. Bit peeks wide. Could get a second, but instead decides to fall back.
Nice disengage.
Yep. Good discipline. Still plays around with the peek, just trying to gather that information. And he'll have to reposition, but yet again, we get this kind of setup where Boomich moves over into the arches as well. We saw it between Electronic and Boomich, where he was able to take this risk out from Arch, which is exactly what unfolds off the flashbang. 5v3 advantage here for Na'Vi. Naf traded immediately, but such a sickening kill from him. We've got to get that one on the replay. Unfortunately for Naf, it gets shut down right off of the bat, and he is therefore stuck on a single kill. 4 versus 2, 50 seconds up, and Boomich gonna play this close smoke. Sees the legs have fallen, and the wild spray gives him Grim at an 8th for Na'Vi.
Yeah, scary when coming to the second half. You know, what kind of form that Na'Vi can bring. We'll see. Still not over. It feels like an 8-7 game, but the score is not representing that for now. So, a couple of chances here. I think, I like how Liquid are using their entry fraggers. It feels like they're getting off a lot of flash kills. They're able to turn a lot of corners, like Stewie getting his way into B a lot of the times. He's getting the max amount of distance right before the flash comes in, and then is usually successful at getting the frag. Here they finally stop him with a counter flash and a little bit of discipline, as you mentioned, from Bit to fall back. So that's a nice sign for them. But yeah, this Stewie and Elige finding opening kills. It's making a big difference.
Sketchy moment here where if Liquid commit all of this utility, double molly the backside, it's not going to burn anybody out, but they're going to be confidently running with a protocol. And I mean, it's no stretch of the imagination to see a way where Boomich eats a flash, dies, and then an AK's given over. He's feeling the heat, lines up 2 players, only gets 1. Perfecto doubles back as opposed to sticking to coffins. So looking to prime his team for a retake. At least they've controlled the weapon, so Team Liquid haven't gotten away with an AK to put that as an anchor back sight. Na'Vi absolutely have the edge in this retake. Just a matter of making it work and making sure nobody goes big from Liquid. Their post plant has fallen, moved back, and Elige hits a pretty quick D as he's burned into the open. Oh, this is getting scary. Simple and Perfecto combined for that peak. Clear close corner. Naf only gets himself 1. Again, these T-pistols, 1 kill after 1 kill. Let's see if Fallen can come in big with a clutch. And no, not going to happen. Still enough time for the defuse. Na'Vi with a 9th.
I think your fear was totally warranted. Like, we saw them play a similar setup where they've let players in. You know, eco or not, if you don't play with info, you're always at risk. It's not even just an Inferno thing. You do this on the A side of Overpass, for example. You let them too close. Okay. you let them too close to the goal line, and they can just trip over. They can get a lucky Tech 9 kill. They can get 1 kill that tumbles on, and it's very, very, very scary. And Boomich does eat that flash. He falls back. He luckily gets away this time. But yeah, it rests on fine margins. Now we're into the 15th round of the half. I don't know how to call this one. We'll see what happens.
Boomich up close. Almost a second for Stu, but Bit on damage control. Very costly, however. I mean, he's barely alive.
And Bit's playing
very well.
So well. Yeah, he's definitely playing so much better than we've seen him play.
Top of the scoreboard.
Straight up top of the scoreboard.
He is 16-5.
We've spectated the impact. He hasn't just flown by and gotten these kills quietly.
I don't know what's written in that book.
Yeah,
maybe some kind of devilish incantations.
I want to see these hieroglyphics.
Damn wizards. But listen, we've seen kind of glimpses of brilliance from both teams in this half. We've seen moments where there could have been rounds robbed away for either team as well. So we're just getting a good action-packed adventure so far in the first half of Inferno. It's going to end, though. This is it. 15th round. It's either double digits for Na'Vi or a relatively comfortable 6-9 half from Liquid. 30 seconds remain.
They're shut out on Arch. That bomb is walking into spawn, and we've got Perfecto. Or we got one player on tree is gonna hear this.
Yeah, but that's bit with the 3 HP. So I mean, a single bullet drops him, and he's gonna get hard cleared. Here's Perfecto, no trade frag. Electronic gets the better of Fallen, and Perfecto peeks into 2 players not prepared. Gets the head of Grim. A 2v2 ensues with enough time for the bomb plant guaranteed. Now the utility here for the retake, single frag on simple, but look at the players we're talking about for Navi. These are top 5 players of 2020 versus Elysian Naf. Some of NA's best. One over there towards the new box. Naf looking for a chance to peek out. That flash comes out from Elige, but Naf can't make the most of it, and now Simple's crossed over to the barbecue. Naf doubling in from Coffin, good headshot. And now the time becomes a big problem. Electronic's just gonna have to run at this and hope he sticks the landing. If not, Liquid with a 6th. And sure enough, there it is for the North Americans. A 3K from Naf to put him at the top of the scoreboard and leave us wanting more.
No! That was my life. You stole it. You didn't kill me.
What? I just went right in front. I'm out of bullets. Yeah.
Sasha's camping in the room. Got him. Oh, this is your spot. That's your spot.
He's camping. What? He's camping underneath us. Oh, he's camping there.
Yep.
I got him. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead.
Well.
Oh. Where am I? No.
No! That was my life. You stole it. You didn't kill me.
Where am I?
Okay. Damn. Yeah, now, well.
Oh, no. Why did I shoot?
Okay. Where did I get shot from?
I got no knife kill and no box kill. I'm disappointed.
Oh my god.
No, Simple saving everybody. I'm saving.
I need those kills.
No.
What the hell?
Oh, it's GG.
There's no chance for a knife kill anymore.
Couple multi-kills sprinkled here and there, but all in all, a pretty par for the course first half. Mohan, concerns, criticisms, takeaways of the first 15?
I wanted to ask, like, did you notice, like, how ambitious Bit's role is on this map? Yeah. He's literally everywhere. He's up Banana, Lane, Arch. They had him doing, like, the hardest job possible. No wonder he needed a notebook.
Yeah.
And he actually worked it out. He's finally found the rhythm. He's figured out literally 3 different spots and how to play them well. And he's put together a really strong half, and now we see why Navi has picked him up.
Yeah.
That was my main takeaway. A real standout game from Bit, finally.
I guess if you're only playing one map, you better know how to play every position.
Yeah, fair enough.
And it seems as though that's worked for the first 15. Let's see what happens once he takes to the offense. We've got a fight down here in Boiler, and they're worried about the mid-peak, but it's Elige with 2 kills. A potential 7th round for Liquid early. They've kept 2 incendiaries, 2 flashbangs, and they've got 4 bodies stacked up towards this A site. Simple's going to go on a bit of a solo adventure, Indiana Jones mode. Trying to find something on Arch, but in the meantime, Elige walks away. Naf hears this. Doesn't want to be the reason that the A site unravels, so he takes it back into the bomb site. There comes one of those incendiaries, Simple, walking away from Arch as Elige looked to get back into position. 35 seconds, and they could still leave for B.
Did he see him? I couldn't tell by his movements.
Simples? Yeah, I'm not sure either.
He's like running away from
right when he jumped, if he saw Elige in the Arch.
But I guess
maybe yes.
Either
maybe
way,
no.
yeah. I mean, it's got Elige going back.
Fallen inside of the graveyard stairs, gets cracked, and Naf inside sight. Oh, he gets there, knives out, and Simple, he's got himself yet another kill. Switching to the USP with 15 seconds. Oh, maybe, just maybe, had he sprinkled some magic on it, but Elige, he's going to finish this with a 3K of his own. That's how Naf finished the first half. It's how Elige begins the second, and Team Liquid trail by 2.
I mean, you send Electronic and Bit in the halls to get 1 kill, they better get one, you know? Elige taking out the laundry. Here, he's done both of them in, got away, final kill as well. And, yeah, it's on Simple, no less. Bomb got stuck up on Cold. Unfortunate for that, but okay, brings the game closer. 2 rounds to go to tie up, which makes this very, very interesting. I was I was given this one to Liquid before a game starts, like just kind of a free one. Or their Inferno looked good last time. Definitely made some improvements. Fallen has definitely improved their Inferno in some ways, and we've got Naflight taking over some of Twist spots, you know, working halls and stuff, which has actually made a lot of sense when you think about the players, and I think that's worked out quite nicely as well. And now we're in a situation where Na'Vi have a small lead, and we don't know what their T side has to offer, but at least we get the tie up.
Maybe trying to draw players into Stewie.
How are you feeling?
How am I feeling?
Liquid pick.
Man,
confidence meter.
I just chose Liquid so that Moses wouldn't bully me again.
Got bullied by that bald fraud.
Elige ready to hold the Arch angle, and that works out wonderfully for him. A little bit of chip damage onto Simple as well. I'm feeling pretty par for the course. I mean, the fact that Bit is so high up the scoreboard kind of still feels like an anomaly. And we haven't seen that from the CT side, so I don't know once this T side gets rolling what to really expect. That's why I'm just going to kind of pause for a second before I feel too strongly either way. But nicely done, Stewie. 3 kills off of the ump. Makes it look easy. 25 shots for 3 kills. That's a bargain.
Okay, but yeah, but he learned it from Boomich.
Yeah,
okay,
fair enough.
Give credit where credit's due. No one does it better. Honestly, spectated this from third person. Hide the kill feed. Everyone would have said that was Boomich. All right. Well, what do we have in this rifle round? Enough for AKs, and looks like a Galil as well. A pause is going to be called
Tech.
Tech? Okay.
Tech pause.
You got the FPS bug today? I got it today.
I did get it. Yeah, we played a couple of games. 2 games today, early this morning. It was the broadcast team, myself, Launders, Maniac, Pimp, and Banks, versus the Blast production crew.
Talent versus production.
Talent versus production.
We're all friends here.
We are. We had to put our friendliness aside for a few of those rounds. Our producer, Martin. He's a bit of a
Tournament
gem.
director.
Tournament director, man. He's got all the titles. He wears many hats, all at the same time. He was in a 1 versus 3 at the end of one of our games, and we thought, let's knife Martin. Well, we should have expected better. 2 players run at him with the knives out, he dies. Then it's me versus Martin 1v1. The guy outplays me perfectly. Tons of utility. He's got this elaborate rotate. I get wrecked, okay? I'm feeling bad about it all day. I get up to work late. I show up into the green room. I'm sitting there enjoying a meal. Martin walks in the room. Doesn't even make eye contact with me. Walks by and under his breath goes, "Couldn't find me."
Here's the scenario. Connor's sitting in the kitchen in B. Oh no, okay, we're into the game. All right, we'll save it for another tech pause. Hopefully something goes wrong. We know the FPS bug still exists, Valve.
Can't hide from us.
Yeah.
Can't find anything through these deep smokes. Liquid throws them down banana. We see the spam go out from Na'Vi. Nothing netted from it. 3 players up close here on middle. Most notably is Naf with that ump on the wall.
Does that help?
An attempted body block on the smoke. Fallen just trying to peer. Maybe if you squint hard enough, you'll be able to find something through it. Let's see, because they're about to challenge. Naf actually activates. We've got Grim up on top of the roof. And damage done here, but Electronic picks up 2 kills. And that bodes very well for Na'Vi. Although, low health on both Electronic and Bid.
They're trying to get the...
This kill's important. This kill's a big one. A huge one, because Stewie is the only player left for Liquid with real HP. And now he's put his team in a mirrored situation of Na'Vi's. But Elige, trying to find this kill towards ult, just let Bit slip by. Stewie buys time.
He got
Rotate comes over, 20 seconds to spare. And these T's have a bit of utility still to use.
Elige about to turn the corner.
Oh, perfectly timed flashbang. That shaves Simple down low, and sure enough, Elige just trying to sprint into the action. 1, almost 2, but with 10 seconds left, he's scurried them enough, splits them up, and means that Liquid tie this game at 8.
Oh man, what was that? What was that? It was all because this push that Stewie pulled off at the top of Banana. This is perfecto. It looked like he was trying to bait this push in, but then reloaded out in the open. Wanted to maintain vision, I guess, and got punished for it. Stewie finds that timing. It was that play that Liquid absolutely needed because Electronic went 2 for 1 on the trades at top mid. And honestly, that's another situation that's like Liquid favored. They had Fallen come through with that like slight body block with a player in front of it, plus another player on lane, and they only go 1 for 2 on trades. They were already losing from that moment. And Na'Vi the whole time kept their options open at B with Perfecto there. So, yeah, just a very, very close round. It's pretty messy, and it's a bit about the individual plays that came out. But with Na'Vi taking that one, they've got another save out for Na'Vi. Sorry, with Liquid taking that one, they've got a save out for Na'Vi, and they're now burgeoning on max loss.
Pistols trickle in. Bit buying a smoke grenade late. Incendiary that pops in the sky.
Well, that's never good.
Not the intended purpose. Liquid not going to challenge Banana at all. A few pieces of utility, but they seem confident to just sit in sight.
Yeah, it's the same rule applies, right? For Na'Vi, it can get scary in this spot. They have enough utility to extinguish his Molotov, run through it. Plus, they're so close to the bomb plant zone, and there's only 2 CTs here. No one's peeking lane or anything. So this is the right strat from Na'Vi.
Not even a close rotate. We'll see if Fallen comes sprinting over. Incendiary goes out. That's a good lineup from Naf. 2 kills off of the FAMAS. Puts out the fire. Stewie's worried about a wraparound, and he should be. Simple, oh! Gets snapped back on. That 90-degree flick from Stewie to deny him what could have been a crucial kill to crack open the B site, but that FAMAS goes dry. Fallen through smoke, finds the op shot, and I mean, Electronic, he's got so little to work with. And the frag grenade's fantastic. Fallen finds him, and Team Liquid find 10.
This one's definitely a little messy. I mean, did you feel like that guy was going to turn on Simple?
A little bit.
It did feel like, because like, you know, you're always like worried about someone coming through CT, especially got the front side smoke that was on here. I guess Simple, if he had a few more seconds, I guess he could have lined up second oranges and that guy, and then would have been the whole round in the bag, but they almost could have won with that kill alone. So either way, nice spray down from Naf from quad, stayed alive for as long as he needed to. The molly came down late on him, he took advantage of that.
And then Fallen full damage.
It might not have touched him too. Depends on, you know, which one they throw.
Gets a kill through the smoke and kicks this one off with a beauty of a headshot versus the buy round. 5v4 for Liquid straight out the gate. They fade away. Hunker on A. Na'Vi's disadvantage on full display as the smoke falls in front of them.
You just needed to have that rhyme.
Slip it in.
I liked it. It was a good one, though. Wasn't bad. I would have just said, okay.
What do we got next? What's in store for us, Navi? We've got a player here behind the smoke and a leash. Boomage seems ready for him. Who's going to win this duel? There's a chance that Fallen lends a helping hand. Alish doesn't have to peek off anything, and Fallen just easy pickup. Now Alish primed to swing out and really hammer down the damage. Sure enough, bomb on the ground. Grim worried that maybe they try to take the site in the meantime, but without that bomb, Navi have zero chance of really doing damage here. 30 seconds left over. They've been completely wrapped down from Banana, so this is save mode from Navi. Looking to hold on to 2 of these AKs. So far, so good, but Bit's still in a predicament. And Stewie gets the better of him. Perfecto 15 health, or Liquid really run away with this.
Yeah, unfortunately. Probably the most disappointing round so far for Navi in terms of output. They get the 1 kill, but like, it's a trade that doesn't have an impact, and oh no. Hey! Oh, he could die still. Yeah, that's still after time. I mean, it counts for something. It knocks off important utility, or important economy for Liquid. Doesn't actually matter, but what's his money like now?
His money's down to $1,100.
You can buy armor if you'd like. Maybe just a full set of nades.
The fact that Fallen gets that first kill so clean is why, of course, Simple's not expecting the corner, because he's just drawn over towards Fallen. So good by Fallen there to make sure he gets it quick and walks away. And then also, this is how the round began, right? Electronic up into the balcony room, gets a face full of lead.
That round was a bit too easy for Liquid, the kills that came in. But, you know, the new challenge, of course, for Navi playing Liquid again is understanding how Fallen will op on the team.
Am I crazy? Or have we had a change in seating positions for Liquid? Because I believe Stewie has moved 1 seat closer to Naf on the end, which puts Fallen in the center.
Oh, okay. No. You're not allowed to say that Fallen's calling.
I'm not saying Fallen's calling.
You're not allowed to say that Fallen's calling. Moses does not want you to say that Fallen's calling.
I'm saying Fallen's in the center. I don't know if he's been there the whole time, and I just didn't notice.
For those who may be uninformed, historically, the IGLs, they sit in the middle.
But Fallen isn't calling.
Fallen's not calling.
He's just sitting in the center.
Just helping out. He's opping sometimes. He's helping Stewie, you know.
Maybe he's always been there, and I'm a real nut job. The detectives will figure it out. Let us know.
Let's ask Anders.
We don't need to dig that deep.
It was like your Anders theory about this. They probably have something to do with FNS. Probably go all the way back there somehow.
3 smokes for Navi to try and maybe game some rotations before the pistols commit to something. Bits cooled off. Mind you, all of Navi have cooled off. But I think he's sitting in like 1 kill this half so far. We are 5 rounds deep. Still not a single bomb plant for Navi either on this T side. Maybe this is the round.
Could be this round. Both these ecos so far, like, Liquid haven't done anything too interesting, so they're kind of always in a dangerous spot. Okay, leg shot comes in.
Ooh, and a miss.
Wow, he's just kind of re-peeking this, but they're not regaining any control of the A site.
That's a big risk.
All about Alish here.
Oh. Yeah, he walks forward. Simple's gonna hit him, but I mean, by the time Simple gets his hand on the op, everybody's dead. And Stewie, through smoke, finds that final nail in the coffin for round 21.
Let's relive Alish's frags. Okay, he's kind of like electronic in this spot, right? Because, like, in these eco rounds where they get way too close, I guess Grim can also be that guy. By the way, really love that Grim is playing A. Been saying this. I mean, he was doing great on B too, but just seems like such a strong pit anchor by nature. It's actually a very, very scary A site right now. And then you've got like their mega carry, Nafly playing B, who's had an unbelievable tournament so far.
The Megafauna Sloth.
Megafauna Sloth. I've never heard that before. The Giga Sloth?
Oh boy. 3-round lead. Empty-handed T side.
Fauna like greenery?
Nothing. Oh yeah. Sorry, I always forget which one's Megafauna, which one's Megaflora.
Oh, okay.
Big animal.
Okay, big animal. Perfecto. He's an animal. He's coming around like a Mack truck at the top of Banana, but Stewie is prepared for this. He takes some damage. And yeah, no kill, no refrag potential for Simple as he gets naded as well as smoked to a player who jumps out to safety. Big success in this round for Stewie. And now we've got the doorman, Alige, sitting on the archway. I don't think a flash is coming here. We'll see if it comes over, but I don't know if anyone's in position to throw one. Going off of the dry peep, but that's enough. Rotations are slow.
Fallen's getting curious, though. He wants to walk forward with this. He's got Grim by his side, so a balcony play would be perfect. But Simple, he gets that off shot, and, well, Grim, his back's turned to bit. Stewie's trying to come in from Library and find impact again, but too difficult at this point. Fallen, he had the shadow of Simple coming around the corner, but Simple a little quicker to the trigger. And so we've got Na'Vi puncturing through the A site at last. 6 rounds in a row for the CTs. They doubled their round count at the start of this CT side, and now it's Na'Vi's turn to try and take this back.
My God, this is getting boring for a second. Some life in Na'Vi. Very nice trade from Bit, too, to jump up like that after Simple gets his kill. And I was going to say also, like, Fallen, I mean, he loses here, but we've seen him, I mean, the cool part about bringing him onto the roster, like, provided he does get back into the form that he was, like, right before everything really blew up on MIBR, first half of 2020, something like that, he can out-op anyone. He can, right, on his best day. At least you have that potential with him, so that's nice. Based on his interview, he seems totally confident he can get back to that level.
And we've seen it.
Yeah.
That's the thing, is like, you know, I when we saw that interview and we saw what he aspired to achieve,
yeah,
I think the big question was like, but can you?
Sure.
And now we're starting to see glimpses of it. He's had some really nice shots, really good scout play as well. So just overall, his scoped weapons are on point.
For the record, I believed him. I said until like it shows otherwise, I don't see why he couldn't. Because right before MIBR did blow up, he brought his rating on HLTV up like mad.
Yeah.
So it was looking like he was going to have a really fantastic year, if not for everything in the team going south.
Lesson, by the way, megafauna is big animals.
Big animals? Okay.
Megaflora, big
flowers?
Yeah, plants, mushrooms.
I did not know fauna was animals.
Yeah.
Huh.
Look at that.
Cool.
You're not the only coach, Lau.
I am the only Coach Lau, though.
Flashbangs to the top of middle, and we're getting an op peak. Trying to get it again, right? Simple. He got a taste of Fallen last round. He wants second servings. And Stewie will kill Boomich, but Perfecto is deep in T-spawn, so that's a trade right back.
Yeah.
How bad off is Liquid because of that?
That's actually... Are they... I don't know. They got some info, but they do split up like so evenly. Arch is what's open, but it's hard for Na'Vi to read into this. And they're so committed to the halls. Another very strange round, but 2 players left in pit, ready to be attacked, pounced upon. And the attack is definitely coming. If Liquid want to go and get some info on B, it's already too late. They're going to need to make a gamble rotation, and they don't seem like they're in a position to do so.
So let's see it. Double pit anchor falling on the off watching short. Now it's all on Grim. Player falls right into him. He comes back with a second headshot, dropping the bomb, but there's Electronic to get him as his head is turned.
That was...
Still, 2 kills from Grim makes this one doable. 6 seconds. Simple just onto the site. Now he has to commit to this. It's Naf versus Simple. Kid on Naf. Up on Simple. 13 HP, all he needs.
Cue that replay up. Let's watch the trade and include Simple wall banging pit for no reason, because that allowed Electronic to drop into pit and get that frag without anybody watching him. This is through the wall into Fallen's head.
Damn. And this is Simple getting dinked, but not missing the shot.
And when he took that shot into pit, that's when that pit player got killed. He had the drop off on a balcony. That came down to just the smallest, most important decisions possible.
Ooh,
such a good combo between him and Electronic.
Now we got Na'Vi on the full buy, Liquid with the lesser weapons. This is kind of like the same story we had in the first 15. Ooh, Stewie goes for the jump in mag 7. Does a little bit of damage. Perfecto's going to punish him for the peak. And that leaves Liquid in an awkward spot.
It's a bit too good of a map for map 1. Wait, Fallen's 9 and 18? I thought he was playing well. I saw some good shots.
It's all subjective. Bit using the incendiary gets his head taken clean off. Elige sets up the barber shop. Puts us to the 4v4. Team Liquid single smoke on Grim. And he's all the way around in the apartments. Grim, oh, he made sound. He made sound. Was he heard?
On land, they don't hear that.
Yeah, I think, yeah, the way Simple reacts, or does he? Grim's gonna get the headshot onto Perfecto. That drops bomb. 30 seconds, but there was a big, crucial kill coming in from Electronic on the A site. For just a second, things look scary for Na'Vi, but they recover, and they recover strong. They get that bomb onto A. Simple just juggling weapons. That's a very ambitious shotgun shot.
Yeah.
Maybe the P250 hits him. No, sir. Electronic coming back, so Na'Vi all tied this game at 12 rounds apiece.
I'm not sure. I said on LAN, they wouldn't hear that. Online, I did expect also, like you said, that he heard that. But when he ran by, I was like, what? Not exactly sure. Fine margins again, man. This is one of those games where there's just too many rounds where, like, too many rambunctious things happen that it's too hard to be like, you know, analytically speaking, like, this is the most proper way they could have played this. There's so many ridiculous kills and, like, close rotations that have come through.
There's no point in analyzing a mosh pit.
Well said.
You just follow the flow.
Well said.
Flail your arms around and enjoy yourselves, folks.
This is a really good start for Na'Vi. We'll see if the retake comes in, but they've avoided all the grenades.
Ooh, except for Boomich. Oh, the fire starts to creep to his feet. He's right on the corner of this. Stewie's gonna eat the flash. Boomich gets the headshot. That's a matter of milliseconds, and Elige gets punished by the off. Now it's on to Nafly. He too taken down with just a single kill. I can't believe Boomich survives all that. And of course, Simple using those bodies in front of him to just send shots over the bow, sink ships to the B site, plant bomb, and give Na'Vi a lead back.
Yo, there's so much chaos right now, it's hard to see, but Simple is literally chewing grass on the top of the mountain at the moment. He's in mountain goat mode because he's been getting these insane trades. He's been getting these insane trades with his AWP on A and B site in very close moments where there could be, like, nuclear spray downs from Liquid. It's an AWP that got that kill in CT spawn. Elige tried to P. He got the trade. It looks like a rifler's getting the trade. It's Simple in the back getting the trade. He's quietly creeped up to 23 and 14.
Oy. And Grim goes down.
Can you do the goat noise again? Here's the trade in spawn. And then this one. He goes over his teammate's head. Watch, he crouches. Perfect. Like synchronized swimmers.
Simple's in GOAT mode, which means we could see him really start soaring up the scoreboard. He's 23 and 14 now, putting a bit of distance between his teammates. Bit maybe forgot the notebook for T-side, because Electronics now surpassed him as well.
Probably ran out of pages with the amount of stuff he had to write down just for CT side.
Double nade. Bada boom.
Things a little bit more comfy.
Especially as they're looking to secure a 14th round off of the back of this one.
Yeah, true.
It's been quite some time since we had that spree of 6 CT round wins with no bomb plant for Liquid.
Being so frisky here at top mid. Ooh, all these pistols coming close. Bit doesn't need an adult. He is just fine by himself. Electronic will find another, and all down. Yeah, like a stack of dominoes.
5v4 off of the double frag grenade, shifting back over to the opposite side of the map, clearing corners, solo, and apartments. Na'Vi are on fire.
In the power position. They're on fire, 2-round lead, winning most recent rounds, of course. Yeah, that's, wow, how'd they come back into this? It was looking very, like...
With 5 rounds straight.
An interesting match.
That crucial 1v1 clutch as well.
And with those 5 rounds, they built up a decent amount of money. Simple's lived the most, so he's touching 10K. Electronic with just about 6. And that means that there's not going to be an easy road to match point. They've got to win 2 rounds in a row versus rifle rounds that is Liquid. Whereas Liquid themselves, they're going for broke right here and now. This could be the whole game in a round if Na'Vi win this. I'm not going to rule OT out based on what we've seen so far. So if Liquid win this, even though it's hard to get back, and Na'Vi will still have money, I think it's entirely possible.
24 and 14, Simple. This A-site setup does not instill confidence for me.
It does look a little bit frail. They're missing a player. They've got a player behind a smoke at Arch. They're finally going to rotate over. And see, Fallen has eyes down B, but will he be able to get a kill? He is getting pretty frisky with it. Perfecto's chilling. This is interesting. I mean, it doesn't feel like Perfecto's going to turn the corner based on how he's playing this, but they're starting to come back to B now.
Yeah, this could be such a turning point. Ooh, Fallen gets the one, jumps, and even dives into the cover. Because Perfecto can't get that trade kill, we could still watch Na'Vi commit to the A site, but that's the stack. We have Stewie move back closer towards B, Fallen deep in the site itself.
They got to pick. They can actually...
Here it comes. Commitment onto the B site. Stewie's going to get flashed off of this. Fallen can't quite find a target. Perfecto, he could go over, and Fallen scoped in. He hears the movement inside of the site, gets the kill. Simple finding Fallen right back, and the bomb's planted, but Elijah's smoke spam's good. Simple's going deep. We've got Elijah already crossing over. He hits that flick and pushes his team one little bit closer. Just a bit. It's still the man advantage. Naf still makes the difference, but there goes Grim, and Bit with a double to give Na'Vi their 6th round in a row, and 15 to the scoreboard. CT economy in shambles.
He is forging diamonds with coal. This is so nuts from Simple. This refrag, every single kill so far has been insane, and he even gets the tag on the jumping player back in spawn. He's shrouded by his teammates that take some attention away from him because it's not all been in the clutch. But if you're really watching the context of these rounds, he's alone in these moments. If he misses his shots, he dies. If he doesn't get these kills, there's no guarantee that his team wins. He's on a special level and somehow fitting into the core on the attack every single round. He's a hard guy to get to. This is... Yeah, this is definitely like peak performance.
Нави, так сложно.
Well, I think playing is a bit of an X.
Если что, я уже здесь.
You know, a project that definitely had justified question marks around it. How long they were going to keep trying to get Bit into position on Inferno, into all the positions it seems. He gets 2 kills to close out that last round, pushes himself to the 2nd highest fragger on Na'Vi.
Man, I can't believe how much how much impact he's having T-side opping on Inferno.
Of course, Liquid, the silver lining is, even though it's not a great buy, there's still tools to work with here. Utility strong from Liquid, but look at this commitment. Boomich is going to try and challenge into the B site. Naf is so close, and he gets the better of it with the FAMAS. Flashes continuously being thrown over top, and Electronic looking to hone in for the refrag. Naf still in position. A little bit of shots coming from the ump on the left. Electronic, he's in a bit of a pickle, but oh, even blind! He gets that headshot, denies Stewie, and maybe Elige picks up these pieces. Maybe Na'Vi just redirect.
Oh, there's too much chaos. They're rotating off of the A site. The bomb comes back through lane. This is Grim alone, and he's about to leave.
Oh, he throws himself into the site. Elige slowing things at B. Big moment for Grim. He came to Europe and succeeded alongside Liquid. Gets the first kill to Bit. Jumps up. Tons of damage, but Simple still has the better of him. And Fallen's frag grenade flies forward. On the mark, but not on the money. Simple's got a slight gap, and that's all he needs. Fallen's taking it down to the 2v2 now that he's removed. And Simple's coming at it from a completely different angle. Misses that shot, and it's going to cost him. Perfecto's inside of the pit, swings, and it's Elige with the 2K, Liquid with a 13th, and they are still fighting for OT.
Finally, he gets granted a lifeline. Elige throws one out for Liquid. I mean, that was so damn close. It felt like Simple was going to do it one more time in a row and literally bring this to 16. kind of despite both teams clearly playing perfectly, right? There's just so much chaos, and Simple's just driving in it right now, but at least they keep up. Nafly, such a confusing position for him at the first. Oranges gets the kill on Boomich, knows that Electronic comes out. He gets spammed down at the oranges from Pool. Teammate tries to remove that threat, pushing in with a deagle. He's spamming back, just trying to stay alive. And then Navi make that really interesting move back to the A site. It's the correct one. They've convinced Liquid that it is going to be a commitment to B site, and they end up being wrong about it, but they still survive. And this is why I don't want to rule out the possibility of OT. We've got Fallen back on his off. Everybody's got the nades they want to. They finally win a round. And now there's not going to be any fatigue, you know, just 2 more, and we can go to overtime. Simple looking for 30.
Comes in with that massive 2K last round. He is, of course, still taking to the top of Liquid's side. 24 kills to the 29 of Simple. Tension's thick in this 29th round. Got a little bit of a boost going on. Oh, excuse me. No. That's just Grim back by Balk getting aggressive. Oh, he's starting to clear these corners, but Bit. We've seen Bit in these delayed
Shot.
peaks. He's sure enough right to Grim's left.
Хуя. Ти що?
Першим Дмій прийшов та позирав Наві. Ти позираєш?
Уграли, но 16-13.
А в мене ще ні, в мене трансляція мала на секунду була промотана, бо я колись як момент та промотував назад.
А, то золото.
А, це типа...
16-13 забрали. Блять, угравали 15-12, дали хуйовий такий байбел усіх у ліквіда. Забрали їх все-таки, блядь. Но першу половину заграли 9-6. Типа, Наві вигравали першу половину за КТшників. А потім 6 подряд взяли Ліквід 12-9 і потім пак до якого? До 14-12 вже пак Наві брали. Дев'ять таких от 5 потім подряд взяли. Далі один Ліквід та один пак Наві. Ну, це вже мій камбек, це вже мало мене забрали.
А що, Simple там тільки нахуярив кілів? А ну назад. 31 кіл. Electronic 22, B 22. 14 перфекто.
Біт ішов ліпше, типа даже Сімпла, дальше Сімпла просто на себе бачити. По 3, по 2 залапи. Начав ліпше стріляти. А Біт ішов добре, Біт ішов першу половину не дав. Яких от 15... А, 15 раундів Біт. Чи 16 кілів у нього було в першу половину. Типа кожний раунд кіл у нього був. Добре, Зарата. То ти перескавіля?
Ні, я перший ж прийшов, мало май. Не скажу, до підтоля, одно друге ще. Мало щось ще в душу завер.
Відео, то ти перескавіля. Висучи пока.
Ні, не бай.
Давай. Ясно. Видиш, блядь, все догадалось. Можеш і все на телеку через YouTube включити.
Я купив тільки булдей карта якраз є. Вся з КС 1.6, типа, що тепер розмінку бавлять, видиш, типа? Ти не кажеш?
А я никав на руську.
А от тільки реклама, типа, Зайву, Тарік, Ніко між собою все перестрілюють. А карта за 1.6 пулдей типа туалета.
На американському, да, показують, я вчора никав. Навіть на американському сервакові. типа, ну, ютубчик, ну, американський,
Мгм.
а не через руську трансляцію. Та да, там указували, як 4 і Simple був, і біт. Не біт, а коротше ще є з 4 команд. Коротше, з кожної команди 4 чоловіка. Бо...
Двоє між двоє, це типа дрімхак. Чи що це?
Всяко кілька кілів набере, типа, нам між собою просто стріляти. Показували, як прийде определену карту з розпришками, з спреєм, точністю. Там бумач теж з яким ще ком-то бумач. Типа пізніше прийшов, но ліпше. По очках. Бля, теж вчора указували. Це через кілько тепер ця карта почне.
Минута пише.
Аналітика минута. Йду я ся закурю, та зараз подойду.
Не, типа, десь карта майдовше буде, там ще докить судять, як стріляв, кіли поуказують.
Ну, що, в принципі, потім. Так все одно я ся йду закурю, то я зараз прийду.
Я йду сюди закурдутить.
Close affair with Liquid battling back with all they've got, but Na'Vi managed to take it over the line on Inferno. We get to see the simple show to a degree once again, but Electronic alongside him with Bit were able to help out from start to finish. And I think that is where we should start this discussion, guys, because we literally just spoke about Bit not really being that one to have a huge impact. He looked like a different guy.
Yeah, it might have been the most achieved performance from Bit that we had the chance to witness with Navi on Inferno so far. Londers talked about it on the CT side. He was very versatile. He was switching up his positions quite a lot. And to be fair, all of the challenges he had to fulfill, he did. I mean, he was, like I said, switching things up, having different positions, different fights, and he was finding most of them and having success. So hats off to Bit. He played a good map of Inferno. That's great for him and his stock. And obviously it was a part of the reason why Navi won.
I want to follow up with our Boomage conversation as well, because in this game he didn't have the most pristine presentation, let's call it that, the most pristine performance, but for Boomage to be involved in 13 opening duels in a game against Liquid, he created a lot of space for Bit and for Simple to thrive. So sure, Boomage didn't find the same amount of opening kill success that he's had up until this point, as Matthew talked about coming into the game, but he still went for it. He still stick to the game plan, and Bit, he was allowed again to shine. I will say against Simple, when he's playing at this level, you need someone from Liquid to shut him down. Elish had a decent game, Nafly had a decent game, but there was no one who stood out for Team Liquid. So when you face Simple in this performance, when you face Bit that all of a sudden chimes in as well, we come back to the conversation point we always find ourselves talking about. When Simple is performance, when Electronic is fine, we just need one of Flamey, one of Perfecto, or one of Bit to do a good job. This time around, it was Bit. So if they can continue this path, Navi are looking dangerous.
And one thing we got to touch on when it comes to Simple, what you just mentioned there is exactly what we get to see from him sometimes, where he just feels so confident. You watch his movement, and it's almost like perfection. It's fluid.
Oh yeah, he's fully activated, and this victory for Navi was a very much Navi's signature style when they were running down the clock. And I have a clip that we can actually bring to the table. When it's about 20 seconds left, you will see when that B hits come to shove. It's a 4v5, so Navi have nothing really going on for them. Fallen is very cleverly playing behind that smoke. He's waiting from Coin, finds the first shot. The trade from Simple is absolutely quick, is lightning quick, right? But then now 2v4. Simple realizing he needs to make a difference, goes in for the fast scope. He's gonna hit that shot, I guarantee you. That's it. He tags Naf, but he's just so activated. He's moving he's moving around the map, sorry. He's always repositioning. He's one step ahead of everything. He's one step ahead of the game. This Simple right here, combined with Bit, who we talked about, they dug Navi out of some complicated situations. Yeah. They were running down the clock, but it just seemed like the last 15 seconds, nothing could go wrong.
And it really wasn't going wrong for them, right? Even when there was advantageous situations like you guys spoke about before, Liquid couldn't get it converted this time around. The positive sign, though, like you already mentioned, was Elite was there. He was back to what we normally see.
He had 7 multi-kills. I believe he finished at 24 kills.
Окей, что там бавится, папка, что не бавится.
Elish, but I find it hard hard to digest this game, right? Because I felt Liquid, they were about to win. I felt Liquid were in control in the beginning of second half. They won a couple of rounds in a row, and they looked good on that TT side. But sometimes all it takes to rattle a team is simple, right? You face a guy that is feeling it, as you just described, Matthew. He's here, there, and everywhere on the map. He's winning some clutches. There was the 1-on-1 against Nefly as well, when Nefly actually did everything he could. Put Simple down to, I believe, 4 or 5 HP, but Simple just hit the instant flick with the AWP. Sometimes you just need that player who can shut down a player like Simple, and Liquid this time around, they didn't have the answer.
I mean, Simple had a huge impact in this game. We should not downplay his performance. I agree that Bit did have a good performance. I agree that Electronic, at the beginning of the CT side, was playing well, but this was Simple saving Navi in some of these situations. The amount of key trick frags he found when the round could just unravel if he hadn't. That example I brought, that one, that's the one I'm talking about. The way he trades onto Fallen, it's a huge, huge difference. Fallen gets the kill, stays alive, it's a completely different round. And Simple found so many of these. Again here, key trade, combat style AWP, being part of the attack, part of the group, and trading efficiently. Again, he just picks up the AK and finishes off. So Simple was a huge factor in this game.
And we saw Liquid go onto their CT side, right? They picked up the pistol and they went 6 rounds in a row, and you're thinking, oh, they're going to do it again. I was fully believing Liquid had this game in their hands, and then it was just a quick switch around, and we just saw it become the Na'Vi show.
Yeah, it became the Simple show, let's be honest. 10 multi-kills, and as Matthew said, he was just here, there, and everywhere. I think Simple, at this level, Simple backs against the wall. I think he has a point to prove. He's looking towards Vitality, he's looking towards Saivu. He was probably watching the game coming into this one as well, and thinking, okay, if I want to be the best player of 2021, I got to step it up, right? I got to match Saivu and be even better. So I feel like you got to find a special way to elevate Simple, to motivate Simple. And right now, I think the best motivation Simple has doesn't come from within, doesn't come from his team, comes from Saivu and Vitality, the way he's playing right now.
Is this about kicking him down to lower bracket early on, and then he just activates himself from start to finish? I don't know, it's almost like a meme at this point, right? Because they do just start to play better. They start to play as a team, and that's the big difference here.
Well, just as much as I want to agree with you, I strongly believe Simple saved Na'Vi in that one. So I'm not going to put too much into that comeback, because to me it truly was individual brilliance, and I'm waiting to see a little bit more. But I do agree that it does feel like push needs to come to shove for Na'Vi to step up. They need to have that threat, thinking about we might be eliminated. So maybe they should just start every tournament in the lower bracket. From the get-go.
Play on hard mode, right?
Perfect run.
Why not?
Yeah, I just want to say I beg to disagree just a tiny bit right here. I think it was about the Simple show, and it was the final nail in the coffin. But you look towards the stats of the players, there's 3 players with 20 frags plus, right? And you have Electronic doing a good job as well. Boomich involved in 13 opening duels. He had 14 frags, I believe, so he was in the bottom of the board. And then you have a guy like Perfecto. Sure, he finished with 15 or 16, but he had 10 assists and one of the highest ADRs of Na'Vi. So everyone within Na'Vi was activated in this game. For them to win, they needed Simple to be the X factor, and he were.
Yeah, that's the feeling I have. I agree with you. I don't think that Simple was alone in that game. That would be wrong to say. But when Liquid was starting to take control of that game in the second half, I feel like Simple was the difference maker. Once things started to look a little bit shaky, a little bit scary, Liquid were finding their groove and their moves. That was Simple that just said, no, we're going to win this map and move on to Nuke.
That's the beauty, and I guess that's the luck of your Na'Vi, to have someone like Simple on the roster. Now we're going to Nuke, though, and this is going into Na'Vi's pick. And last time around, it was such an incredible, amazing game, and it was Fallen bailing Liquid out time and time again.
He was good. He was good with AWP, especially towards Yard. I think he did a fantastic job. He was being aggressive as well. You see him play behind smokes. You see him play behind red. You see him go for a duel up towards Silo. He seemed animated. He seemed ready to play. The problem for Liquid is that I often refer to this as when you have a new team going up against an experienced team that's been together for a long time. Now, Liquid, they've shown us everything they got on Nuke. And if you remember, on that T side, their inner execute was basically what killed Na'Vi in that game, right? That's what was working. So if you're Na'Vi, that's the one thing you prepare for. If Liquid and their inner execute is not working, every time they try to walk outside, they face Simple, and then Simple, he also rotated to ramp, so when they were in ramp, Simple was also there to shut it down. So if you're Liquid right now, you gotta come up with a new plan, or you gotta come up with a different variation of the inner execute, or at least a different way of approaching the game, so you can rattle Na'Vi a little bit. And when you've only been a team with Fallen for a month and a half, that's not gonna be an easy task for them. You need more time, you need more experience. So the point is, if Liquid's plan A is not working, they don't really have a strong plan B or plan C, whereas for Na'Vi, they have more strings to play off.
Nico, які вакансії лежать, аж мені інтересно.
Ніч інтересного, ні.
Типу, той офіс-менеджер, робота з клієнтами, ПК. І ПК, типу, зарплата 8 до 14 тисяч, бля. Типу, по землі. Неповний робочий день з 19 до 17, понеділок, п'ятниця, робота в офісі з ПК. Робота з клієнтами, 1 місяць стажування. Ми пропонуємо офіційне працевлаштування, справедлива зарплата за системою обсяга роботи, зарплата, щорічна премія, комфорт, офіс в центрі міста, можливості навчатися в нашій команді, чай, кава, вкусняшки. Якщо тебе зацікавила вакансія, то телефонуй для співбесіди за номером телефону. Павло. Треба буде подзвонити. Шеф-повар. Ніхрена собі Жека. Рестобар. От 24 тисяч до 30 тисяч. Полная занятость, опыт, работа от 5 лет. Середня спеціальність, образування, вимоги, досвід, роботи, шеф-повара, знання європейської та української кухні. Керівник магазину. Зіна. Стоматолог. Треба подзвонити за землю. З комп'ютером робити з 9 до 4 годин. Понеділок, п'ятниця, субота, неділя, вихідний, 14 тисяч, нормально.
Та-да.
Там?
Кажу, та-да.
Не, ну повар нормально, що? Там заимку пишите 654. Небо. Блин. Небо.
Блять, в мене інвентаря на 7150 рублів.
7150 рублів?
Угу.
У мене було на кількось тисяч гривень, я не пам'ятаю, зараз зайду на КС, а не можу.
Та не тую гривнях, я через телефон якраз сижу.
У мене в гривнях вказує.
На 78 євро.
Блин. У мене в гривнях вказує. У мене тепер канал на кійку. На 4000 гривень.
А це я ще не авторизував, в смислі не авторизував, бля. Блять, юспік, блять, на скільки? На 7. На 7 євро, блять, дешевше є кавап. Вивоз средств, скор. Транзакції.
Не, ну.
Транзакції. Магазин.
Привет, можно оценку? Да, дружище, можно оценку. Подписочка, лайкос под последние видосы делаем. Оценочку.
Що можеш, блядь, за 78 євро купити? Трековська.
Ну-ка.
Що я звуки збавив чи? Збавлення звуки. А це еліт білд, елітне снаряження. То, блядь, ну така дорога, ніхуя собі. 67, 68.
ongoing. Hope you're about your party
Хуйовий
pants.
такий інтернет.
Baby.
I'm having a pants party. You're invited.
Oh my. Well, hopefully. So are Liquid, because I
Ого, даже можеш точкові ножі купити.
at the tail end of Inferno there. A little
Статреку
back and forth
скидаєш.
there. We got into those final 5 rounds needed. And now it's game time. We got Flamey in the server. We've got the Navi. Full Navi.
It always seems to happen like right after the guy who has a great first
Ножик
map that
можеш
gets substituted.
купити.
It's happening in these vitality games, happening here. Flamey, I mean, he's been stepping up. He's been good on ramp. Unless I think Bit has been worse on Inferno than
Все начал.
Flamey has been.
Оп.
Had a really great
Ага, це не повний робочий день з 9 до...
he hasn't died yet. Okay, he finally will. Very patient shooting between Grim and Stewie.
Да, не помню, ти що думав?
Там хер знає, до який має бути повний.
Cheese string in the microwave.
Так не повною, ну, в тому випадку, блядь, віддзвонять, ти приходиш, це плаваючий графік, тобто ти можеш бути вдома, тобі подзвонять, що треба йти на роботу, ти збереш і йдеш на роботу.
Ну да.
Was that a last bullet kill from the CZ of Stewie? Yeah, there it is.
Блядь, інтернет тут такий хуйовий, сука.
How does the CZ still have bullets after the mag's gone?
Блядь, то ся підключать до Wi-Fi, а то до мобільного, блядь, зато і не можу нормально повтикати.
And then it has 12 more.
No.
Oh no?
No, the 12 that it gets are the ones in the front. The gun only has 2
Уже,
magazines.
блядь, 1-0 пройобують карту, то що навіть пікнули.
Oh, there's 2 mags on it right
Мгм.
away.
There's one in it.
One in it? Okay.
І вже
Sorry, I'm confused.
флеймі полетіти та перфектно.
I don't know anything
А,
about
да,
how
ви.
this works.
У мене, блядь, пецесь інтернет єбаний.
Don't you worry your pretty little head about it.
So it's like everybody in real life.
Дзвони Тарасові.
Не за ним.
Don't you know that the M4 fires 5.56 caliber?
А, телефон, ну правда, ще має більше екран затухло, блядь, піду. Видав до пішпита, покладу все обратно китайське.
You had an inventory of like 8 different types of ammo.
У нього буде.
Ні, та не закат.
Oh man, Seaman Tarkov, dude. That's a brain tumor.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's been another quick one.
Вау, я тащивий. То-то. Лопну.
Fallen Scout, I kind of alluded to it on Inferno, as he's been pretty consistent with the damage. On Nuke specifically is where I've been most convinced by it.
Блядь,
You know, like
пізда.
everybody knows Searson's the best
Єбучий
scout player in the
інтернет.
world.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
It's fair. I think he's just got that title now. We give it to him
At least for
sake
the
of
year
giving
or
it to him.
something.
Yeah. Fallen so far in 2021 is making an argument for it.
Yeah, he's been
Треба ту якось добити до 8 числа. Сука, були ж ми продовжили карантин, ябаний. Локдаун. Ці словаки дебільні.
True. No right click for simple.
First gun round of Navi.
Okay, let's see how Liquid established. Cause they got Elish pushing outside, right around red.
Сука, який ти в них інтернет кончений. Давай тепер всі дома та сидять.
Я єбу.
3-0.
Угу.
Throws himself up close and personal.
А 2-2 лишилися.
Our players coming to hunt him, and sure enough, we've got Navi right back to the 3 versus 3.
А, Наві за терорів почали.
Угу.
Fallen answers.
Блядь, я не вижу в мене інтернет. То є, то не є, то є, то не
Immediately
є.
repositions over towards Mini, but he's not going too fast. It gives time for Navi
Проєбали
to plant that bomb. Again, the top
СГшці
5
та й
players
Фамасові.
in electronic and simple are
Я не знаю.
kicking. Fallen's dropping some utility here inside of Mini. Just kind of pounding
А, не 3-0 чи 2-0?
2-0.
into the action, but electronics behind
Так,
those bombs.
Кося ще лишив.
А, все, один.
Again, this is low HP
Елік.
and a bit chipped off electronic.
Алло.
Fallen goes
Здорово.
all the way back to join him. Now Fallen's just gonna play the bait and switch.
Слухайте, така проблема. Є в когось аккаунт з праймом на один вечір?
Що?
Є в когось аккаунт з праймом на один вечір?
Ну.
Можна позичити?
Він навіщо вареник?
Ні, Андрію, ми просто хочемо фул прайм, а в нього там одного прайма тільки нема. Він типа верне, все нормально. Нічого не
Да,
станеться.
пиздиш.
Ну ти що?
Бля, я не помню пароль точно.
А, якщо не хочеш, то ні, просто.
Так я можу дати, але я не пам'ятаю пароль, я зараз не буду просто виходити з Стіма і по почтах лізати, воспоминати його. Я можу написати тобі, та на, якщо він зайде, то зайде.
Добре, давай. Він верне, там нічого не станеться, типу, все нормально буде, просто на праймі хочемо покатати.
Ще подивлюсь.
А ти не в пабзі? Ось.
Йдемо в паб грати?
Ну да, тільки на трошки.
Чо?
На трошки, я потім відпочину.
Скільки на одну катку йдеш чи на дві?
На одну чи на дві.
А відпочивай, та потім пограємо.
Так я не буду до 3. Я взагалі буду десь максимум до часу.
Подожди, ще я попробую скинути варенику.
Післязавтра мені в школу. Думаю. Настя!
So they're going to be scared because they don't know if he's going to wait to get a kill, but they're going to hear the door swing open. They can try to double peek. He can go anywhere. He'll take it back in. They don't know if this is just to close the door and find the first kill, and he could potentially leave as well.
Right there, though. A little bit of spacing left between Grim and Elish.
Що ти, Вася, стрімиш?
Grim hits the damage. Electronic just slips that
Так,
headshot.
хай да.
One survivor here for Liquid to take their third round win. I think 6 kills on Electronic.
Ладно,
I
ще
think
прийду.
what was recognized there was just the perfect bait. Right? Because if they're too close together, Electronic's on full alert to try to like spray transfer or just stay there and shoot again.
Вася,
But then
Чо?
because
я
Lee's
тобі
just
заходжу
waiting
там в
second,
конфу,
he
а ти
looks
цього
to
так що
think about
згадаєш,
going
то
back to the outside
скинь
site, but
цей.
doesn't
Якщо
notice
не
anyone
скинеш, то не
pushed in.
скинеш.
So he's like, alright, I'm in the best.
Ще я пробував вийти. Я просто не пам'ятав, який я ж до нього недавно не заходив.
Та якщо не зайнятий, то цього не парься.
Да я не зайнятий.
Yes, round saved. However, the bomb plan has had its impact, right? The amount of nades being bought here, the rifles, it's meaningful. That nades just drop to clear out all the closed positions.
Ooh. It's a long range fight.
Логін такий.
The Galil is still able-bodied.
Well, Electronic, I mean, he's just going to follow forward in a secret. It looks like he has no intention of turning around whatsoever. He's not
Блять,
spotted
Наві
on the
пікали
cross.
карту свою, блять, і вони її
And a
пройобують.
good amount of controls
Ти
being
про нюк?
given. Nafly's been super solid as a ramp player, to be
Який
honest.
же рахунок?
А пароль, блядь.
The way he plays these angles kind of out in the open. So he plays for a lot of info, but he plays with tons of confidence. But here it's just
А ну пускай попробує так.
control. Looks like Electronic will try to catch rotators, get in the mix late. However,
Або так, я не пам'ятаю.
gets one again. This confident position.
Добре, Вась, спасибо, я не кину зараз, хай попробує.
Та якщо б зайде, то там зайде, то я скину йому цей код.
Добре, добре, зараз я йому там скажу, що... Спасибо, зараз я тобі напишу, якщо що.
Угу. То логін, а остальні паролі два.
Він вже вийшов.
Strong. He does this so much now, and it's kind of in a way that no one else is playing. Like sometimes I like to think, like if you were in a match and you're playing ramp,
Бля, що
and you
за
know
качество?
all you have to
240, та
do to
ти що
clock in and out
йобнутий
for work
нахуй?
and still get your
І
pay is to
240,
just drop
360,
down as soon as
блять,
you see
больно
someone. You
позирати, не
might
в
do that,
240.
but Nafly's willing to take that risk and stand up there because he knows he's going to win the first duel, and he's just fine taking the second and third fight as well. And he's had so much success.
5-1.
Perfect grenades, perfect
Cool.
call out. A nearly non-existent anti-eco. It's almost like this round has been erased from the history books.
Sure. So close to over already.
Perfecto and Flamier, the two people left to try to tell us it actually happened. Nobody believes them.
No, they're outnumbered. Again, playing for a lot of info here. Naf just out in the open.
Та ти, сука, йобнута хуйня, блять.
But he'll lose his head to Stewie, and we've got Liquid with a very strong CT start. 5-1 the lead.
It really has piqued my curiosity the way that Nafly's been playing ramp.
Хаєшка які.
Opposite to the way that you're supposed to.
Ти видів?
Да, видів.
Пиздец.
Успів ти завести.
People conflate that all the time.
Алло, Вась, там зайшло, другий пароль правильний. Дасиш код?
Да, зайшло?
Да, зайшло. Другий пароль.
Based on the idea that like a team is gonna just run the clock out versus them.
На, я тобі скину код, це ти йому відправиш.
There might be a new way to approach positions like this.
Fallen. Cutting it close with the headshot.
А ну, потім скажи, зайшов чи ні. Слышиш?
Добре, 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 зараз я зайду до вас на соцсети.
And they're coming at us consistently in the favor of Liquid.
No, totally. So for Navi, I feel like if there's
Спасибо,
anything
Вася.
that defines
Окей.
it's their upper A attack.
Дуже
I think
велике
they've
тобі
got some of
спасибо,
the best in the whole game.
виручив.
Да, пожалуйста, чё ты.
Entries,
О, спасибо, удачних вам каток.
being one of them.
Давай.
And I think it's just something that they don't like to use too much because it can be anticipated.
Well, Grim's met by a Molotov. He's got to dive back behind the bomb site. Simple takes his teammate off of this, and Perfecto's trying to combine from the hut point. Grim getting aggressive. I like that. Takes the initiative on his own terms. Gets the man advantage back from Liquid. We've got a little bit of movement downstairs, but Perfecto's patience pays off. He waited inside of that hut for Grim to extend his head into the crosshair. 3v3.
Oh man. Okay, our lower player needs to find a way to have an impact on the round because it's still 3v3. Oh, okay, so they're actually dropping down to him, but Naf still exists.
And he's got the bomb out. Electronic taking a huge risk. Swings that open with a bomb in hand, and this round disintegrates for Navi.
They had a turncoat. Inside man.
Блять, єбучий інтернет, сука, ненавижу щось так позирати. То футбол, блять, 2 секунди указує, блять, минуту грузить. 2 секунди указує, минуту грузить.
Здорово, фан, здорово. О, взаимку с 32 аккаунтов. Ты чё, откуда у вас столько аккаунтов, народ? Го взаимку. Лев, давай взаимку. Себе подписка и лайкос под последний мой мувик. Один аккаунт, да, один аккаунт. Меня нету аккаунтов.
Are we concerned for Navi's T side yet?
You know, I think we'll see. What I was wondering is if there was going to be a correlation between, you know, how much success Boomich is having as an entry and how clear-headed the calling is. I think that is a problem with a lot of IGL.
In 2 right now, alongside Elish, who's 10 and 3. Remember that we just
Поставил лайкос под последний мувик мой.
And when that happened, Team Liquid took a 10.
Тебя лайкос под последний мувик, вот.
Closing the game 16-14 as Navi's defense was also stellar thanks to
Го в КС. Не играй в КС. Там вот я дал аккаунт сейчас с КС-ки. Вареник пошел играть. Глеб, с тебя лайкос под это видео. И я подписываюсь на тебя. Хорошо?
Я ебу, бля.
Есть лайкос?
Goes for a duel on ramp, but Nafly's been stellar on the ramp. Elish has been so good at winning duels outside.
Напиши сейчас в чате слово канал либо пиар, Глеб, чтобы бот кинул ссылку на твой канал. Я подпишусь на тебя. А зачем отдал? Надо, просил и прайм аккаунт, я отдал свой второй аккаунт ему. Да, поставил. Кинь, напиши в чате слово канал либо пиар, чтобы бот кинул ссылку на твой канал. Это ты? Напишите эти слова канал либо пиар. Это ты или не ты? Напиши в чате слово канал либо пиар.
If I'm Navi and calling the upstairs hit right now, to upstairs. Big round from Perfecto to get all of these kills. Actually insane that he gets this third one with all of the wallbang damage and everything. He was such low HP.
Глеб, напиши в чате.
For Team Liquid to go over things. I mean, technically they don't have that much to be worried about, but they
Напиши щось в чаті, ні?
Напиши в чате слово канал, либо пиар, и все, и бот кинет ссылку на твой канал. А вот ты.
Some of them want to take that 50-50 to the top of hut. They want to fight to heaven in the back of the site. They want to fight the mini guy, and they also have the ability to rotate down if things get really sketchy. So it's such a cool spot to be on the T side. And Liquid in these late rounds just kind of like leaving that area a little bit open. Don't want to like drop any kills that way.
Все, нашел.
But you know, with the amount of rounds that they have, like they're still, I think they're still chilling. I don't know what they want to change.
Глеб, с тебя пиар, дружище, пропиарь, пожалуйста. Что ты хочешь за пиар, Глеб? Привет. А4 лучше. Можно пиар, друзья, пиар бесплатный. Подписывайтесь на меня. Ставите лайкос под мой ролик последний. И просто в чате пишите слово канал, либо пиар, и бот кидает ссылочку на ваш YouTube канал. Пожалуйста. С вас лайкосик под это видео. И можете писать в чате слово пиар, либо канал. Глеб, пропиарь, пожалуйста, на канале в себя. Я тебя пиарю, тебе 10к подписчиков. Ты просишь у меня пиар, а ты меня пропиаришь? Я болею ковидом. Дружище, выздоравливай, нельзя болеть. И чё? Друзья,
3000 людей сейчас дают.
подписываемся. Ставим видосик. Под этот видосик лайкосики, пишем в чате слово канал и пиар. Скільки дається, Серый?
73 тисячі на американському.
74 250.
Ну, я тепер просто закрив. Блять, лайно интернет, сука, ненавижу, блядь.
Я подписался.
Сука, хуета. Сейчас обратно я можу через телефон це все позирати. Нет на телеку подивитися.
Давайте добьем народ 1100 сабов. Океан тут? Океан, походу, уснул. 75 тысяч уже.
Я вже, короче, на телефоні, блядь, буду утик. А, блядь, качество, дай май нормальне, ти підаре, блядь, і на 360.
Two players beneath Boomich now start coming outdoors to try and wrap around into mini. Navi, they find that timing. They get into the upper site, but Boomich forfeits control of head. He's the ball carrier. And these CTs now coming in from a bunch of directions. If Naf and Elish
Чёп твою, що дав сімплою в голову. А де?
Сука,
Бля.
ёбаный интернет. Ах,
Хорош. Хорош! Что затащил? Оу! Кто я, народ? Делайте заимочку, подписываемся на меня и делайте подписочки друг на друга. Делайте заимки. Ставим под это видео лайкосик, что я кидаю ссылочку. Подписываемся на меня и делайте заимочки. Пишите просто в чате слово канал, либо пиар, и бот кидает ссылку на ваш YouTube канал. Бля, красавчик затащил.
Пиздуй с интернет конченый, блядь.
It looked like Simple was doing a little bit too much there, peeking into heaven, getting dinged, fighting Mini as well. He had a teammate from opposite fence covering that, but it worked out in the end.
4,7, блін. Но качество 144, блядь. Пизда у квадратики. Дивитися, даже лиця не видно, ж типа хто грає.
Не дає графіку?
Та де вообще інтернет на тільки галімий, блядь, що вообще пиздец. Ну, маю думати.
With Boomich trying to wrap heaven fast, I'm sure Liquid are going to be aware of this coming in. We'll see if the flash comes through from the back of Big Garage, or if he's going to peek it dry. He's turning, and they've actually dropped that ahead. They got to take lobby control, I think, and this comes down to Flamey holding. So they'll go for Hut, but the CTs, it's not going to be a surprise what's happening at this moment, but they're receding quite heavily. We'll see if Navi can punish.
Океан. Ти не прийшов? Падла.
Like a hot knife cuts into Hut, opens up the A site, but Nap, he's got that bomb carrier dead to rights. And Elige, well, he's all the way over towards lobby, so Nap, he's fighting on his own, and he almost gets 2 more kills, but it has to just be the one. 15 seconds to spare. Navi, no clue as to where Elige is at, but they're going to need a bomb plant, and he is in a prime position to start this. He is locked in. He gets the kill in the front, but not that second. Perfecto, barely alive. And yet Navi now have 5.
Oh my god, he drops from the sky, and that was so close. Elige perfectly, almost lined that up, but what does it come down to?
Молодці.
That was very nice as well, and again, just so much impact from him, even on the lost rounds, for what it's worth. But
this trio frags,
man, he just cracks a whip on this third guy. Look at this.
Flamey тут прийняв 3 нормас.
That's the scary part, right? Because they take heaven control, there's no response from the CTs, and then they're telling Flamey, like, no one's here. We know what they're going to try to do.
Oh, and the reward here is lesser weapons yet again, but sure enough, just like last time, with Nap and Fallen, there's some damage output from Nap's going to get the deagle inside of the lobby. Navi, they just want to eject. Get the hell
Все, быстро, правильно, на Б.
through smoke, through a wall. How does Fallen pick up these kills in rounds like
Хоть
this?
бомбу класти, блядь, ну.
Там інфа же, що всі.
Well, we have to watch this 2v4 unfold. Boomich making a bunch of noise, and Elige down now. We've got an AK, a MAC-10, and a Scout for Liquid's retake. None of them have armor, none of them have kits, and yet Flamey still lowered.
Вони кітів ще не мають, каже, да?
Угу.
Да, кітів нема, не армора, ніхуя. Тобто можеш тащити стаун.
This could be his moment to come alive, and he gets that first kill, snaps to Fallen, still he gets pinched, and Liquid, well,
Не встигають.
Час є?
Ні. А ні, є, походу.
Успівають.
Встигаю.
Пиздец, там чуть-чуть. Секунд. Блядь, ну максимум 2 секунди.
Привет. Рисовка. И т.д.
Блядь, електроніка.
Boomich did such a good job of jumping into control room to bait that, to get that first fight and then win and then leave, but then he drew attention.
Подписалась. Спасибо большое за подписочку.
Not realizing, and either in terms of communication.
Автор, заимку делаешь. Друзья, делайте заимки, подписывайтесь на меня, делайте заимку между собой в чате. Просто пишите слово канал, либо пиар, и бот кидает ссылки на ваш канал. Хорош Boomich. Просто в чате пишите слово про пиар, друзья, подписывайтесь. Подписываемся на меня, ставим лайкосик под этот видео, что я кидаю ссылку. И пишите в чате слово канал, либо пиар, и бот кидает ссылку на ваш канал. И все.
Knowing that the only play the CT has, you know, pushing ramp, pushing lobby, and heaven can.
Просто пиши в чате. Рисовка, просто в чате пиши пиар. Слово, одно слово пиар, либо канал, и бот кидает ссылку на ваш канал. Вот, видишь, вот ссылка на твой канал. Бот кидает на ваш ссылку.
Who is 16-6, alongside the newcomer of Team Liquid, Fallen, on the op. Do they really take this chance? Flashbang goes to the deep of the site. Fallen still hasn't been able to find any contact bomb.
Треба ще один раунд, і добре. Хорош, вибив авік, найс. Бая не буде нормального. Там, ні, там 3000 по 3900. 4000 максимум вроді би.
Да, нормальный бай, хуй. Я його забайтив зверху, блядь. Перфект.
А, вийшли. Ніхрена, вийшла авапа. Ага, авапу купили дігли М-ка. І все. Аж без бая буде нормально.
Ну, треба сесть брати ще раунд, на 8.
Хорош, он не прострілив його. Не вбило, то есть.
16 хп оставив. Піздець, то хто? Бумач це так подстав. Бумач дуже щось страшно. 6 кілів всього на всього у нього.
Сімпла не більше.
Ну, Сімпл потім наганяється.
Поки що перфекто в флаймі тащить. Ну і там не дуже по кілах, там 9, 10, 7, 9, 7. Рівний счет.
Чо, 16-15 кілів. У цього в Нафа 16, у Еліджа 15, у Гріма 11.
Ага, там я не добре поник. Я на смерті поник.
Еліджа вбили ще, Нафа треба брати. Оп, Бумач пошов. На флеймі, блядь, красний. Бумач дуже пушити любить. Опа.
Хорош, молік.
І молік.
І лоу хп, найс.
Добре.
Ці троє там були, о, ще молік залетів топ. Маська, який то тусканчик в флеймі.
Ну такой, якби обіжений був.
Угу.
Hello everybody.
CS Money Dream Skins.
Dream Skins.
We're gonna go off the cuff today. We're gonna go off the beaten path, the Galil skins. And who other than Flamey from Navi? I need to know, first and foremost, you know, are you a big skins guy? Are you into Counter-Strike skins? Are they important to you?
Yeah, I would say yes. I'm tired of getting used to same gun and same skin for a long time.
Okay, so you've
Flame знає англійську.
changes is what you were telling me.
I'm making changes like one time per month or per 2 per 3 months.
I'm gonna ask you just a couple basic questions, try to get your
Там так показує якось.
So, when it comes to Counter-Strike skins, do you like bright colors, or are you more into like the darker and like gray stuff?
I'm usually doing the skins for with the glows, you know. So I'm picking the glows and I'm trying to adapt the skin color for these glows. Latest two Galils which I used, it was Galil Cerberus, one of the best Galils in the game, and the Galil Shatterbox, and the third one Phoenix.
Damn man, I've got to say, you basically took the ideas right out of my brain. We'll go through those three skins. I'll pick your brains about what you do like and what you don't like about them. First and foremost, you said the Cerberus, right? Are you normally a stat track kind of guy?
Ого, прикольний.
Now when you get to the Chatterbox, you said you talk
Це
about
прикольний скін.
Chatterbox is one of those interesting skins that
Це уйобічний.
doesn't have a factory new.
Why did they did this? It's strange.
Вовк одночний був.
То та, я це дуже уйобічний скелетик, жовтий.
КГМ-ка.
I think that because it's just a new one.
КГМ-ка, ні?
Tell me what you think about this one. Crimson Tsunami.
Та що?
I like the skin.
And the other one I want to show you is the
Lайно.
Ryzen collection Aqua Terrace.
Yeah, it's a just basic black. It's looking like even more like M4, you know, and you can we can put some stickers, you know.
That we can, man. Let's work with the Aqua Terrace today. What about this Noble sticker?
Noble.
This is from Halo Reach.
Let's put Tariq. He's like the best player from Galil, I think.
There, man, that works. That looks clean, right? The white with the white, the blue with the blue.
Yeah, and we can put like my sticker.
Ось як низько Кеніса вибрали Авапу.
We've got two Tariq from Flamey.
Що?
Видиш, наклейки кладуть і будуть розігрувати, типа.
Galil, Aqua Terrace,
Можливо.
a Tariq.
Низько як Кеніса клали Авапу.
Nice and clean. Thank you
Да.
for joining me here on
Мгм.
PS Money Dream Skins. I appreciate your time, Flamey.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The first 15 split down the middle, and Team Liquid sitting on a one-round lead. They take to the T side of their own map pick, a map that they won over Na'Vi.
Ніч, навіть треба брати цю карту, блядь, аби їм вернули 2-0.
This is where we saw Team Liquid kind of kick
Та з
off their
Астралісом у
season
фіналі будуть.
in terms of map picks, and now it's the map that may be sending them home.
Блядь, ця хуйня дальше тупить.
Boomich?
Definitely Boomich.
Blade.
Honestly, very impressed with that first half and like the last couple of matches with Boomich. And most impressed with this map because he started out really bad and it felt like, okay, he could fall into that hole of like not playing well and then the calling starts to slow down and like he can't make something happen for his team. So then
Який
nothing
мошок у
really
Бумича?
happened, but
Мгм.
let that happen. He was holding W just as hard. He was getting all the info. He was making really good calls and reads and brought his scoreline way up and actually allowed Na'Vi to get back into this half in a big way.
А навіть зараз за КТшників, а?
Да, защита. Океан! Падла, блядь, где попал? Уснул там.
Тріс?
О!
З якої поставив?
Оу, найс.
Або забрав все-таки.
Та похуй.
Кажу, все-таки забрав Флеймі ще одного.
Мгм.
Проти двох там є бос.
Добре, добре. Це для них дуже важна пістолетка була. Тепер них буде дуже фаст пуш. Тепер головне, аби прийняли. Що, ну, Дігл. Одна М-ка, ФАМАС, МП9. Нормальний бай. Та буде фаст пуш. Потім це нікого не закупував. А, нет. Не пікай, Флемі. Це його точка. Він тут такий ейсбол зробив раз Галіла, що ладе.
Я знав.
Пам'ятаєш? ССГшка.
Хорош.
О, М-ка оця всім пуха.
Це дуже крута М-ка.
Цей Дігл, ні?
Дуже ця М-ка любить.
Ну, а я з ним грав, я пам'ятаю, когось був подобрав, був за мною в тому. В мемі. Нас так...
Типу
типа не статрековська, саме кончене качество, та щось почти 2 штуки гривні.
Закляне в боях?
Угу.
Найс, лоу хпшно лиш.
Даже там плюнути в нього.
Рихте.
Хорошо. Ну і забралися і сразу.
Угу.
But there's no bomb in possession. So they're just on the hunt to try to find some kills if possible. We'll see if that's going to be possible. They at least get the singular.
They walk right back into another MP9.
СМ-ку так круто переливать, що капець.
Дуже мені скін файний.
Щоб кіцяку авапу добавлять, то... А, де, на Б стоїте дуже.
Нам дуже...
Дігл дорогий.
М-ку можеш чекнути, скільки вона зараз стоїть. Кажу, 6700 чи 1800 гривень. Типа, треба половину скинів продати, блядь, або купити. Блядь, перестріляла, згаліла, сука.
Так або двоє по ньому.
There's not too much info to be gained. He can call yard as clear for the meantime. And Stewie, you know, maybe has fallen off. But they don't know if it's going to be re-aggressed upon. At this moment, Flamey's still checking lower. And Electronic still has info outside because they haven't smoked. So technically they don't have to move. But this is a good time to try to threaten this. Yeah, this is actually really smart by Team Liquid. But Electronic will try to disrespect that information. But he gets minimal information. And Perfecto is the one. From above, I think, to get the kill.
Over here towards ramp. Oh, and that's a good grenade to damage Grim to 53. Flamey prime to take a couple kills.
Ой, блядь, я го чекну. Блядь, пацани, вам треба брати ще цей раунд обов'язково. Ви слышите без бая, блядь. Блядь, так міг пропустити. Хорош ще. Ооо. Хорош.
Дуже йому завісив.
А де ж йому дав? Ще кіти подобрав і калаш. Бумич. Що? Ти бачиш, як дав? Перфекто.
Я се аж перемотав.
А, де?
Єбай.
Йошо радий, що як затащив сить, бо тактика. Там якраз паузу взяли. Дуже був дав перфектно.
I think what they did made a lot of sense, right? Because once they got that kill outside, Stewie traded, they used minimal smokes because they recognized that there was no one else pushed up. So like, why waste? And they tried to get Electronic out of the picture, but then Perfecto, he gets that key frag, right? Out in the middle of the open, making sure they cannot cross the secret.
AWP.
AWP.
The English. The AWP. The AWP and AWP.
Якась плуха нова апа. Ця нова.
Угу. І тут у нього охуєнна.
Ігнуар чи як, типа, гіпренція.
Еще смоки на металле, бля.
Wait, how are they doubled up right now?
Inside a garage.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Got electronic in the corner and simple kind of floating in the open.
Та що не відколо?
Of the garage floor, that is. Wall of smokes goes up. This is going to be
І быстро на А.
but it's all a ruse. Liquid actually looking to sink their teeth into ramp by the looks of it.
And look at how Simple has rotated over.
Який розкид.
Not even. This is looking like just a straight up A hit. There's going to be a molly dropping down.
Думаешь, разметал бы.
Красавчик.
As they try to puncture their way out squeaky door. And now he can throw the Molotov the other direction. That's going to force Grim to desperately sprint.
Хо-хо-хо! Як у смок.
Gets 2 kills in the middle of it, but that's Boomich going big.
Yeah, consistently taking unfair fights, coming in at the side of each of his opponents, shooting them as they come out of the smokes.
Якийсь, блядь, невзрячний псись. Перфекто, блядь, і флеймі.
Чому?
Ей, вони якісь такі дуже жорстко сосредоточені.
Team Liquid on the pistols. They have some utility. They might have some ideas. The long range weapons to complement it. But you've always got a chance.
Та що вони з пістиками, блядь.
Та що, блядь, то може точити, не йдуть на Б, розкидка 100% на Б.
Ну, блядь.
Уже відходив, іди Сімпл. Ну я аж промотав цей момент.
Так му завісив.
То в цьому мишка залежить. Як це швидко свалює. Ого, Флеймі! Главное би бомбу.
Еліго убив.
Флеймі там двох. Прийняв нормік.
3. Флеймі 3 забрав. Ще й бомбу обив. Сесня кумарить білий підарний. Астраліса.
Как, ку, дружище, здорово, Артфат, привет. Флеймі, видиш, раз, два.
Моя прелість.
3, добре я казав.
3 ти казав 2.
Ай? А я сказав, вроді би 3 ти кажеш 2. Типа чи Елі, не тупив Еліка, я кажу, може 2.
Флеймі 3 забрав, та й бомбу обив.
Давно не был меня здесь, да. Давно тебе надо лайкосики поставить под моим мувики. Что я сделал? На. Вот, посмотри, фраг-муви, поставь лайкос. Давай, а то мне надо часы набрать, чтобы подключить монетизацию в ютубе.
So scary on that round. This round should make it, you know, more or less obvious who's really in the driver's seat. If Liquid win this round, make it 9-12, you know, they might, maybe they wouldn't be that worried. They still got rounds to play with. They know they have ideas on T side. They've already beat.
Что, не видел?
Блядь. Что тайминга? Вот это зараз допрыгать. Все сделал, брат. Спасибо, Артфан, большое. Ло. Що, дав інфу? Видиш, двоє сіті, дав інфу, не стрільнув, не раз не спалився, дав інфу, все. Що Сімпл зробив просто? Інфу, 100% дав, двоє сіті. Розкид. Кстати, вчера был мировой рекорд в КС. Какой? Типа не спалився вистрілом, все. Спокійно дочекав свій кіл, що мав і зробити. Зробив.
Ножик. На нож. Йо, бля. Populous
down to
save.
3 HP, and he still comes back to shave some more off Grim. Simple. What are you gonna do from here? What are you gonna give him? Electronic actually gets the kill, and Simple misses his shot. This would be a big moment for Grim, but I mean, it's unthinkable.
Какой мировой рекорд был в КС?
So he's gone, and that's a 13th round for Navi.
The instant save, that's it. Yeah, oh my god. I can't believe we actually just watched that.
Чел убил першого з АВП, а другой он был уже майже закритий, он з АВМ резко розвернувся вліво і його вбив. Мой батя говорил, что у него реакция у мангуста. А кто это сделал? А ну скинь ссылку. Где это было? У кого это реакция? Что за момент? Есть ссылка? Либо название видео скинь. Чат. Название видео, либо... Название видео лучше скинь.
Deflating situation for Liquid.
Man, such an even performance from Navi. Negative on this map. You know, he's got 13 kills. Tied with Boomish, you know, for the lowest, but the impact is there. We see it from Boomish.
Single kill off the AK, just the pistols left over now. Did he make enough space? Flamey lines up
Нормально вообще.
and takes that man advantage. Electronics got to tuck his head back down as Team Liquid have a little bit of space to work with. Now both these players have gotten their paws on AKs. They've got their bomb plant and Nap is directly beneath heaven. Alicia's gonna move a little bit further away. Putting himself into the hut. What are his options?
Живи, блядь.
Towards Squeaky, which is exactly what he does. Now effectively cutting off Boomich, but Boomich gets the kill first. Now Alij looking for the
Та
second.
ти йобнутий. Він красний був, сука, не дали інфушу, він красний.
Simple comes off the bomb, off in hand, misses the shot, and Alij is gonna clutch. Liquid
З юспіком буває, бля, забрав обов його на.
That's it. 20 to keep Liquid alive. No, it wasn't for the whole game, but
21
man, did
хп.
they need it for their confidence. This is actually such a perfectly coordinated attack from Navi. You know, with the mini pressure, Napli on the back of the site, he didn't know how deep he could stand. Eventually, mini peeks him with the Heaven player flashing in, but them not challenging directly. And then it's so easy from that point on. Alij alone and Squeaky. Bomb's not even planted for him, but they can't stake the plant. Simple misses his shot. 2 other players die before him. Liquid stay alive.
Ooh, and a very quick opening. CZ next to Red. Sees what he wants, but can't quite catch it. 5 versus 3 in a comfortable spot for Liquid. Now just minimize losses. Build up money. Build up confidence. Rack up rounds. And Nuke is still very much alive.
Definitely. Oh, they have some good ideas.
Десь терор як порвуть, то економіка у мінтів жорстко паде. Да скинь ссылку, название видео, я вот Твичу тоже посмотрю, у меня есть Твич.
Ай-яй. Хорош. 2 на 2, треба девайс подбирати.
Starting to change the discourse, and now it's 2-on-2 with event rotation potentially on the horizon. They go into lobby to get the guns.
Збрали флеймона, блядь.
And it looks like Navi, they just want to test the waters.
I mean, after watching Device earlier today, I just feel like at any moment something can happen.
What'd you call it? Device intervention.
Device intervention. Because I mean, what are the odds of that? You know how many times as a commentator you're looking at a 1 versus 4 match point post plant, and you've got to sell that fake narrative of
Пропал без вести.
incredible fork.
Oh man,
and it happened today.
Yeah, Andrew saved it.
He was on the money.
You're not given anything in that moment. Like you're just trying to make it not a depressing moment for the losing team. And
he caught it.
The 1 in a million. I mean, Skybox just needs to have the percentage. Be able to. It just needs to be able to obviously it was less than 1% chance. We don't see rounds like that ever. Okay, so what happens now? You know, it's not necessarily breathing room. It's just like an emergency lifeline, right? It's like it's a.
Сори, меня нет. Ну ладно, нету так нет.
But their legs are still freezing. A life preserver, a floaty. I want you to picture.
Придет потом батя, спросишь.
In the ocean, in the freezing ocean. Sounds awful. Well, that's where Liquid are at right now.
Picking up the pace with this one. Ooh, Boomich gets blindsided, and Electronics immediately traded as Elige gets the better of him. Perfecto. Gonna be dropped to 70. Fallen very comfortable in the lobby, waiting for this kind of a challenge. But it doesn't net them a following frag. Maybe Na'Vi save off this.
I think they are, yeah.
Team Liquid real quick, real slick, slide through Mini to get that immediate 5v4.
Okay, so this is an underrated part of fast executes, and that's, imagine there was no Molotovs on that round. Then Electronic would know and be able to corroborate the information that someone's coming in Mini, or just peek him right away. But the Molotovs down meant they couldn't hear the footsteps on top of the amount of other nades that came through. They're trying to create communication on the other side so that they can run. And all this is guising full running players into Mini to shoot someone in the side of the head outside Squeaky. So that's how Liquid pulled this round off. That's something you can always do. That sometimes is a part of the executes. Literally create chaos, create communication, and guise those
Хорош, колор засейв. Ой, делал Кен, походу, да? Цей б став Team Liquid, він не грав у нього. Той білий. Там нові той, блядь, Твік якийсь, Грім, Файлен.
Фален, Грім і Наф, ні?
Там дав всі нові 4, крім цього. Білого.
Еліджа.
Угу. Хаешка хорошая.
Smoke goes down. It's kind of a reset here. I think they shake hands, give up the map control, allow Flamey to go down, but Flamey doesn't fall back too far, right? He doesn't panic. So he's going to sit and hold. As soon as the smoke comes up, he'll probably, you know, quietly back away because there is no real easy way to re-aggress to take over ramp again. But
вроде бы это сделал перфект. А батя что, играет КС-ку? Бля, что ему дал их хит. Ебать, нашил смоук. Он у свого брата дивиться.
Done from Liquid on the approach downstairs is pretty simple. They just put the most amount of pressure on Flamey to deliver as possible. He sits in his spot. It's fine. He gets his first kill, but at the
І грає. Яке баті звання у КС? О, батя написал, что сказал, что сделал перфект. Ну сейчас доиграют, чекнем в ютубе перфекту. Посмотрим.
Вчора, перфекту.
Угу. То вчора було чи коли?
Я, в принципі, не особо знаток по цим їхнім якимось рекордам контрастрайковським, так що не буду спорити.
feel like any weapon they can manage to struggle from the hands of Liquid.
А пиши вчера, да, вчера было. Мировой рекорд. Ну, ну, сейчас черный.
But we saw these kinds of rounds from Liquid across Inferno. Fall into a slower pace. Play comfortably. It's gonna be tough for Navi to hit them with a haymaker.
Блядь, ти що йобнутий, що ти робиш, Fallen? Да, у них нова команда повністю Liquid.
Oh, nice shot from Fallen. Catching Electronic as he tried to just get behind the cover. Looking to just switch spots. Flamey with no vision outside. He is 24 and 18 at the moment. Keeping the kills high, keeping the chances likely. Boomich, ooh, gotta keep his head down. As Liquid look to go down into the B bomb site. He ejects from the control side into the site itself. 30 seconds left over. Not much here for the defense to stop Team Liquid. If they want this B site, they should be able to take it. Boomich still committed to the corner. A CZ in the face of the Opera, that's big, but the doors, they open both directions. Things are getting awkward. He lines it up and only gets the one. And so Team Liquid, they've got it. This B site under wraps.
Comes to 10 seconds, but they get the plan.
Безумный рекорд Simple 2 года назад. 8 месяцев, год назад, 11 месяцев, 3 года.
But more so, like he's got to have the impact. And honestly, his average, his kill average is so insanely high on this map, and especially in the second half.
Веде быстрый дабл килл, перфектно завап.
On his front, especially considering how well his teammates are playing now. It's a really unfortunate situation. You get, a rare carry here from Flamey, where he's doing well, not only on the T side, but also putting up his end of the bargain on the TT side, and the kills aren't there for everybody else. But, Liquid strategically, their T sides look so much cleaner. With Fallen now, like, the way that they're moving, it's pretty deliberate.
Троє проти Бумича, КЦЗшки.
Good enough advantage. He's a part of the execs. They're making a lot of progress.
Simple ебанул.
And eventually finding the entries. Some of the situations are marginally close, but overall, they look comfortable enough. I feel like they're playing clean enough, they look comfortable enough.
Now we've got Liquid on fire.
Okay, it's actually 2 off, so this takes the edge off Flamey.
И Flamey
I guess be opping inside the ramp. There have been opportunities for him. And potentially the redemption arc for Simple, who hasn't had that much impact so far here in the second half.
Simple's got a little gap to work with too. Elish could have his knees taken out.
Even if he doesn't see anybody, he can tell people no one crossed. So the empty smokes mean nothing.
And that info could let Electronic get aggressive with a peek here. He is inching forward on secret, but Elish looks
10 раундов, где Перфекто доказал, что его цена $500 000 стоит.
Still, with the smokes gone, it looks they're gonna Electronic will know when this molly's gone that it's a fake, that no one's actually crossed this far out.
Looking for Mini. Nope, he's gonna wrap outside right into Simple, but a drop shot and Simple recovers.
Хорош.
Alongside Flamey, 2 members of Liquid hit the floor.
Це Flamey, да, одного забрав?
That was the chance to punish for Stewie outside. That could have maybe brought them back into the round. Still would have had to come for
Ай-яй.
after the fact. Now they turn to Squeaky.
Здесь Элис, здесь меня так кумарит, такой, блядь, кейс. Да нахуй ты.
That smoke works well for Navi, but Elish, he gets a kill outside. Now he's looking to split into the A site. Had he been able to get Boomich off of
Блядь, ты
they
шо
very well could have
ёбнутый.
gotten A under wraps. But did they just fall back or did they force this issue?
Ёб твою, кто поймал. Пиздец. Давай, Элик, блядь, сука, докажи нахуй. Ах ты сучка.
Я ебу. Блядь, 4 в 3 дали, сука.
Я ебу.
For the lead, 14-13 now off of that clutch. Electronic thinking he's delayed long enough. No need to even peek at this point. Even if he does, he'd be fine. It's a critical shot here on a jumping player on the back of the site. Perfecto had no idea that was coming.
Nav so incredibly low. Hits the
Це хуйня білоброса, блядь.
in round 27.
Holy. Wow, that could potentially be a game-winning clutch. Now it's definitely on, and it looked like a great setup at the beginning of the rounds, even though Simple had missed it.
5 у 3, потом 4 у 3, блядь, вони злили, я хуя. Це пиздець.
And they knew what was coming their way. But the ridiculous trades upstairs from Team Liquid. In similar fashion to what Na'Vi did to them, you know? Player disadvantage or not. Their entry combos have been insane in both halves. So they post up in 3 different positions. Outside again. As we cross a minute 10. Doing some potentially heaven-wrapped smokes here as they look to take control. And Simple, he does get into a very
флікшот з АВП, походу, це.
Sitting at the same red box he was last round.
What are the odds that Liquid can bring it back?
They technically they didn't throw the optimal smokes for where Simple has already positioned himself. Now he's denying them from being able to wrap at all, playing all the way back in CT spawn. If Simple goes here, he's giving up the ability to rotate basically at all. That's how important this position is to him. And he is correct that the opposition is coming in his direction.
But Alish,
he knows that this is something that Alish could do. And we'll see when he pops up. But yeah, he's waiting for it.
And there it is, Simple. Big pickup, Boomich coming back from Hut. This is a 14th round for Na'Vi. Perfecto goes ahead and drops the bomb. And Naf, I mean, a hell of a clutch in the last round, but just way too outnumbered. So this second map's going the distance. Yeah. 30 rounds needed. And just remember what it took in that 27th. A 2 versus 4 from Liquid. That is what has got them this close. If not, if not for that, they get cut at 5 rounds in a row.
And this is a half where Simple not been that great, but he shows that he knows exactly what's coming. He read Liquid perfectly. He was in the perfect position for the
Все равно у Ликвида бабки є, бля.
He is the last player to commit that hard to a position ever. Okay, no one else will do that except for, and when Simple does it, he's
Привет.
right. If he's gonna go back there and know that he can't come back into the round by going to ramp, to be able to drop low.
Наві треба тепер брати цей раунд і потім старатися не проїбати 16.
And that brings Na'Vi to 14.
He's on the money. Somebody's taking a 15th round right here, right now. Simple that solo op. We've seen Liquid with a couple of yard plays in these recent rounds. Again, there is a gap in this smoke.
Алло, вирубай.
This is all they need. Information gathered.
The attack is shaken up, and now Simple is waiting for them downstairs.
Чо ти улыбаєшся там?
Сміюся.
Хулі ти...
Жреш там.
Хулі ти хулієш.
Чо, відпочив?
Да, скоро знов буду відпочивати.
Ти чо?
Починеш на тому світі.
Согласен, тоже верно.
А щас, єбать.
А що за робота, кстати, в тебе?
У мене сидіти, лежати, віддихати.
Не, серйозно. На яку ти пішов в роботу?
Поки ще... О, ну скоп. Кур, блядь, почти добрав. Ще поки ні на яку, поки тест не здам, потім буду знати. Як буду знати, скажу.
Який тест?
Хорош, оценишь? Привет, оценишь ролик? Какой ролик, дружище, оценим? Подписочка, лайкосик. Подписываешься, ставишь лайкосик под это видео, оценим. Да? Океан, что, идем пабы валять?
Да, конечно.
Ну давай вже на Аві нехай дограє, 1 раунд осталось. Де розминку зроби, а то ти без розминки.
А при чому розминку, я сьогодні грав днем.
Так що, то ти вже відпочивав, ти вже забув просто.
Ну іди сам роби розминку.
Я без розминки тащу.
Ти без розминки сосеш. Так що йди...
Я сосу без розминки, тому що він не вигрібає. Напиши...
Мене теж не вигрібає.
Бля, сосуне забрались.
Напиши в чате канал, либо пиар.
А ти по чому сосеш?
По чому сосу? Тебе бабок тут. Їх немає.
Я сказав, по чому сосеш? А не по чому.
Напиши в чате слово канал, либо пиар, я посмотрю твой ролик.
Хоп-хоп. О, ти що йобнуті, бля, ще й проєбуться став.
Десь комп'ютер намотив?
Ні, з телефону.
А КС-ку скачав?
Хто, я?
Не, мы смотрим. Оцени, напиши в чате слово канал, либо пиар.
Ліквід навіть. Блять, вони проєбуться з раунд, чувак, проєбуть. Нет, не проєбали, победа.
У мене якраз не лагає.
2-0.
Так що можна грати.
Хорош, Нави! Team Liquid. Какой ролик оценить? 93 тысячи зрителей. 942.
Знаєш, який призовий?
Ты и всему турнире?
Да.
Скільки?
600 тисяч баксів. Перше місто забирать 600 тисяч доларів. А общий призовий мільйон.
Нормально.
Навіть мають шанс виграти 600 тисяч. То, блять, робота, не? Сидіти, задрати під Counter-Strike і ще, блять, бабки.
Ну так цей Вася таку роботу собі шукає. Ну.
Да. Задрати ти треба було починати, блять, контру грати десь років 5.
Алло.
Іди додому. Прикольний відос, прикольний.
Там є тільки він такий собі. В смысле подвосному? Да.
Це ж боти.
А,
Дружище, це бот. Це таке нарізка. Скін ченджер плюс.
Цього там динамік поганий.
Ну это чуть лучше первый видос, нормальный.
Угу, давай.
Так что там? На чем будем завершать стрим?
Бля, мене замітив челік.
Ду я похаваю, сейчас зайду в Discord.
Окей, я без скин ченджера. В смысле без скин ченджера? Почему там на одном ролике есть скины, на другом нету? Ну смотри. Тут нету скинов. Тут нож у тебя.
Я тебя рот ебал. Ой, извиняюсь, ты на стриме, да?
Да, по.
Я
Тут есть.
Сказал.
Тут бабочка уже. И другие перчатки.
Я, кстати, не хотів давати цьому аккаунту Андрію,
Тут немає.
Тим більше я його погано знаю.
Дружище. А чё ты несёшь? Да, все, ладно, дружище, я буду заканчивать стрим. Если что, завтра приходи. Поиграем. Сейчас я буду идти играть Play Around Battleground. Так что удачки тебе. Развитие побольше, смотри, что там еще. На канале это зачем это такую фигню, это убирать лучше. Что выполнил, это убери. Оставь эти, что надо еще сделать. Остальное убери. Плейлист есть, хорошо, плейлисты есть, видео. Есть, все отлично. Пока, удачки всем. Ждем завтрашнего стрима. Всем пока-пока. Остановитесь! Остановитесь!